influential people in about to come on the dais. So first of all, may I request Professor V.K. Paul, who is a member NITI Aayog, to please come on the dais, please. So he was a faculty of the Department of Pediatrics, All India Institute of Medical Sciences from 1985 to 2020. He is a member of NITI Aayog, Head of Health, Nutrition and HRD Verticals since 2017. He chairs the Empowered Group of Medical Infrastructure and COVID Management Plan. So the entire COVID, he was the main person looking after the health of the nation. So he is conferred with prestigious Ishan Dogra Masi Family Health Foundation from WHO in 2018, World Health Assembly. He has more than 400 scientific publications and with an H index of 62 par excellence, and featured among the world's top 2% scientists in the field of pediatrics. So please welcome Professor Paul. The next on the dais is Mr. V. Srinivas. He is the secretary to, I'll request him to please come on the dais. So he is secretary to Government of India, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances and Department of Pension and Pensioners Welfare. Earlier it was known as DOPT. Represents India on Council of Administration of the International Institute of Administrative Sciences, Brussels, for the period 2018-23. He was also the Deputy Director Administration of AIIMS from 2014 to 17. So it's a mix of medical and administration both. He was advisor to Executive Director of IMF, International Monetary Fund, from 2003 to 2006. He is the recipient of Digital India Award 2020, Kayakalp Awards 2015-16, AIIMS Leadership Excellence Award 2017. He has authored 3 books, including The March to New India. And he'll be one of the panelists who can give us the direction and the light, what the governance is going to happen in the future. And he has published almost 199 papers, articles, and delivered 100 orations. Please welcome Mr. V. Srinivas. The next panel member of this inaugural session is Dr. U.K. Singh. May I request Dr. U.K. Singh please come on the dais. He has service as a Director, Care, DRDO, Bangalore, and Director, DEBEL of DRDO from 2015 to 19. He has developed various life support systems such as protective equipment and integrated life-saving system for LCA aircraft, Tejas, underwater submarine escape system, individual underwater breathing apparatus, NBC protective equipment. He has also developed several biomedical devices and equipment such as telemedicine for Navy and Army, wearable soldiers physiological monitoring system, military-grade portable physiological parameter monitor, and high-altitude life-saving devices. He is also the Chief Executive Officer of the Society for Biomedical Technology, SBMT, which was started by late Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam to help the common man with development of affordable biomedical devices, including the prosthetics for the polio patients, orthotics for the polio. He is also the recipient of DRDO Award for Path-Breaking Research, Outstanding Technology Development, and Laboratory Scientist of the Year Award. So welcome to Dr. U.K. Singh. Next we have on a panel Professor M. Srinivas, a very young and dynamic director of AIIMS, New Delhi. He is a professor of pediatrics surgery at AIIMS. He has authored around 200 research papers and has trained thousands of undergraduate and postgraduate medical students. He has also given the NABH accreditation for ESI Hospital at Hyderabad, opened 10 new ESIC medical colleges across India. He is also the recipient of prestigious fellowship from the Children's Research Centre, Dublin, Ireland, as well as recipient of Dr. B.C. Roy Award, the highest medical award in India. Please welcome Dr. Singh. And last but not least, I request Professor Rangan Banerjee, our Director, IIT Delhi, to be on the dais. He is the founder of IIT Bombay's Energy Science and Engineering Department, Energy Advisor to City, State Regulatory Commissions, NITI Aayog and MNRE. He is also the IIT Bombay's former Dean R&D and has received Excellence in Teaching Award. He is also the Fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, INAE, and he is also adjunct faculty at Carnegie Mellon University. He is also vastly experienced in academia, energy policy and industry collaboration, and now he is heading our institute, IIT Delhi. Please welcome Professor. So before start of anything, we have to invoke the goddess Saraswati, and for that I'll request my students to please start, and then it will be happening with the lighting of the lamp.
Volume. वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा
Thank you. So the idea of this one-day workshop is rooted in the importance of technology in healthcare, which the pandemic of the last 2 years has shown to the world. We had an opportunity to develop our Jhajjar campus by the name of IITD-Jhajjar campus, which is very close to National Cancer Institute of AIIMS, NCI AIIMS. And the first meeting of NCI faculty and IITD bio entities, the 3 bio entities, Center for Biomedical Engineering, Kusuma School of Biological Sciences, and Department of Bioengineering and Biotechnology, DBEB, took place on 21st of November 22. Which was historical, as shown in this slide, where all the faculty members went to Jhajjar also to see our land, which is just 3.5 kilometers away from NCI, and then one-to-one interaction happened for the entire day. And then this idea was generated and moted to the Chief Minister of Haryana later. And we wanted to co-create a MedTech and Healthcare Technology Center at this place in collaboration with AIIMS. So a couple of meetings happened between the two directors and the deans, and we came up with the 4 panels or the 4 verticals, which are the following verticals on MedTech and healthcare ecosystem. The first one is on patient-specific drug development for cancer treatment because of its nearness, closeness to the NCI. The second is on performance enhancement for Paralympians and intervention because Haryana is a state of medal winners, Olympians and Paralympians, and we wanted to have that discussion. The third is medical implants, diagnostics, device design and development. We have already started something at this campus and we wanted to work more on it on a larger scale so that a lot of startups, entrepreneurs can be there so that any idea can generate and can go directly for a clinical trial or into the market. And the fourth vertical is on digital healthcare, medical imaging, diagnosis, and the usage of AI, ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning on diagnosis of disease, on diagnosis of any of those ailments, and then having a repository of this data to think of future technologies. So based on this entire thing, we propose a IIT-Jhajjar at Bhatnagar village, which is very close to this NCI. So just a glimpse of it. And now to begin, because this is an inaugural session and the 0 session as a panel discussion, the first question which I am going to ask is from Professor Paul, because you have been the pioneer of neonatal pediatric care at AIIMS and now you have been at the helm of healthcare policies of the country. Can you please throw some light on the future direction of medical education and changes in it to dovetail technology in the future curriculum?
Thank you, Dr. Bhatnagar. Good morning, namaste. I'm honored to be here in the presence of very, very eminent scholars, scientists, public service achievers. Dr. Srinivas on my left, Dr. M. Srinivas on my right, Professor Rangan Banerjee Sahab, and of course, Dr. Singh representing the DRDO, the work of which we are so proud. Very, very honored to be here. Before I answer Naresh's question, I like to also set the stage by congratulating you all for reaching a point where, shall we say, game-changing ecosystem is now visible to us. It's being created today, it's being launched today with all its earnest. Dr. Banerjee, you may know that the original collaboration between the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and IIT Delhi was established way back in 1970. Imagine 1970, a Department of Bioengineering was created, located at AIIMS, not here. I may be co-located here in some rooms, but certainly in the first floor anatomy department part established. And I as a student was fascinated by that idea. And Dr. Guha and later Dr. Anand, they had dual position. And he would joke and say, I am the only one who sits on the dais at the convocation of AIIMS as well as at IIT Delhi. So the thought process to do work together to advance sciences, engineering in the space of biomedical, care has been there for a long time, and today, under your leadership, both of you and the team, it has reached a stage where we can now fly to global levels of excellence and service. So congratulations, and I think that calls for an applause. Dr. Bhatnagar, you asked me a question, and I'm very happy to see faculty, scientists from AIIMS, and of course faculty and scientists from IIT and distinguished colleagues who are great enablers for this task. Your question is, repeat the question now, medical education. This is connecting.
So I just wanted you to throw some light on the future direction of medical education and changes in it to dovetail technology, because in your view, how the policy changes can lead to more MedTech innovations?
Well, the medical education has the following challenges at the policy level. Availability of physicians, both at the non-specialist and specialist level. We also have a challenge of quality, and the third challenge is of distribution, availability, and access. Three challenges we continue to be facing at this moment. Since we are in the phase of nation building, there have to be challenges. We haven't reached a stage, but very major efforts have been made in the last 9 years to change the landscape of medical education. So the way it changes is the following: increased supply. So we should be mindful how you can contribute toward increased supply in specialized ways, improved quality, and also enhancing positions in the public health system, matching the infrastructure that's coming up there as well as in the private sector. Dr. Bhatnagar, to remain contextual in this regard, I like to state that our challenge of specialist training is far bigger today than the undergraduate training. Let that be stated here in the presence of very, very eminent audience. We have more than doubled undergraduate seats from 52,000 in 2014 to 1 lakh, some 10,000, 8,000. Done. This pipeline will give us doctor ratio of 2 per 1,000 by about 2032. Currently, we have achieved a doctor ratio of 1 per 1,000, the so-called WHO norm, which is so thin. That's not for us. For India 2047, it should be 3. And within finite period, it should be 2. So we have done, and it will build up every year. A little more might happen. Postgraduates, we have doubled from 32,000 to 67,000, more than double. But I like to emphasize that our challenge in post-graduation is huge. For any specialty, typically, the number of specialists we have today is 1/5 of what we need, typically, 1/4 to 1/5. If I take an example of, let's say, psychiatry, if we have to be having a psychiatrist population ratio of the most developed nation, which is where we eventually go, and that ratio is 10 per 100,000, we will take 128 years with the current pipeline. LMIC, we will take about 18-20 years. There is absolutely no choice for us but to enhance the pipeline for postgraduates. Of course, undergraduate is an entry, but if we don't take special measures for post-graduation, we are in difficulty. What is it that we all can do is now for discussion. But in terms of specialized effort that are relevant to today's discussion is the need for innovations within the PG system toward sciences, toward interconnecting sciences. And that's where I think the time has come for us to talk about dual degrees, for us to talk about, one stage biomedical, engineering for physicians. When I say dual, means partly here, partly there. Time has come for us to talk about MD, PhD programs. And we're trying to think how it can be done, because in typical medical, leave alone AIIMS system, how do you make MD medicine happen? By the way, MD PhD program, should in India would mean MBBS PhD primarily, because you then branch, that MD paradigm is USA. So to move to sciences is one priority, to move in terms of overall specialties, a priority, innovative courses, another priority, and of course, we also need to remember that we would be changing the way pedagogy happen, and that revolution, you know better than me with the VR and IR, it's going to change. But our footings, underpinnings should remain in primary health care, family-centered care, interconnection of primary, secondary, and tertiary care, humane doctors, humane physicians, and use technology which only promotes these causes and not be the captive of the technology.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So it was very illustrative and revealing, because my next question was this only: how MD PhD can happen so in India. Yeah, so we'll discuss later. Let me just ask Srinivas, because there are two Srinivas in a panel, so I have to take your initial first. Srinivas. So you have seen the growth of AIIMS Delhi as Deputy Director Admin, and also you look after the overall good governance of the country for the last couple of years. Do you feel that the proposed 4 verticals which we are talking about for IIT-Delhi-Jhajjar campus, so are we missing something in these verticals, or this is the right thing? And what are the bottlenecks will be there if joint academic degrees, like just now Professor Paul said, PhDs, MD PhDs between medical education and engineering education are proposed in the 2 parallel ministries of education and health, because they don't meet together?
Thank you, Professor Naresh, and thank you, Professor Sushma, for inviting me for this event. It's always good to come back to the AIIMS family, and Professor Paul I've known for many years and worked closely. Congratulations to Professor Rangan and Professor Srinivas for signing this MOU. And it has been a dream that AIIMS and IIT Delhi should have a joint MOU. I recall coming to meet the then director IIT Delhi, Professor Shivankar, saying that 2 institutes are located so close by. There must be a reason why government has set up these 2 institutes next to each other. And now I see at Jhajjar also you're going, it is a swampland actually, if you know. When I went there the first time to set up the NCI-Jhajjar, it was actually swamps, and it was part of the Sultanpur Bird Sanctuary. So from there we started, and it required a huge amount of grounding, lot of environmental clearances, almost 20 rounds of visits to Chandigarh. I see that you met the Chief Minister once, but there are a lot more rounds that will be needed before this campus can be operationalized. And one of the reasons why we were keen to pursue a collaboration with IIT Delhi was, at that time, AIIMS had the Stanford Center, and in which Professor Balram Bhargav was leading. And we were in the initial stages of establishing digital healthcare. That was when the unique health identification cards were starting, and we were on July 1st, the Prime Minister had launched the Digital India movement in 2015. And from there, today we have a national health authority with millions of citizens having unique health identification numbers, medical bills being settled online. Digital healthcare is a huge vertical that has tremendous potential. And I think that should be a major area of focus. Of course, as Professor Paul said, biomedical engineering is an important subject emanating from the core disciplines of mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, and then getting into biomedical. A lot of potential exists. But if I see the long-term sustainability of an MOU of this nature, I see that use of AI in digital health. You also asked me about how collaborations of improving governance work in technology and medicine. In fact, I have a collaboration with IIT Madras Research Park, where more than 2,000 startups work, and the startup movement is quite strong. We've identified for our Vision India 2047, 30 young officers who are below 30, and 30 young startups who are at seed stage, 30 startups which are advanced stage, and 30 young professors, young assistant professors who are below 30. So the future lies in that group, creating a core group which takes the nation forward. So when you set up these panels, as you build this collaboration, it should be largely through institutional means like joint working groups, symposia, seminars, and we have Professor Deepak here, Professor Dev here. They've been men with vast experience who have taken forward a huge number of collaborations. AIIMS has more than 100 collaborations, but I think this perhaps would be one of the most critical ones going forward. So all my good wishes to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and to IIT Delhi on this occasion, and to Professor Paul, who's pioneered so many such collaborations before, and to you, Madam Sushma, for on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Going next to Dr. UK Singh. So you have been at the helm of life sciences at DRDO and have worked for decades to save precious lives of the soldiers. And you have been also at the forefront of think tank about the safety of our security forces, Navy, Army, Air Force during the call of duty. And many times a young soldier can become disabled because of the duty, but still he or she may wish to serve the nation. The desire is always burning. Do you feel our second vertical on performance enhancement of Paralympians and injury prevention can also contribute in the assistive technologies and its need for the security forces? And if yes, can we expand and create a DRDO DR Center of Life Sciences at IIT-Jhajjar? It's just an afterthought because we have been working closely with DRCOE at IIT Delhi in this campus.
Okay, so very good morning and honored to be here among such eminent personality over here. Let me tell you that this idea is really basically we all were, I'm from basically 5 years back when we were there, Director Debel, which is basically first time in 1982 was thought that why all of our labs are also oriented towards the technology, particular technology. If it is a missile, then maybe it is mechanical, electrical and battery and computer science people. But one lab was opened in 1982 with 16 disciplines. And we had under the one head engineers and medical doctors. Even now we are having 6 doctors, and remaining people are there from various branches. In fact, this symbiotic relationship between the medical stream and engineering field is needed, and there is no doubt about that. It will not only serve the purpose of soldiers, particularly for us, but we can also contribute to the society, because finally soldier is no different than the general civilians. And yes, in fact, even though Center of Excellence is here opened, same thing can be extended very well, and there is no doubt that contribution will be there. Particularly what I look forward is, as Dr. Paul was rightly talking about, that different field had to be there. Let us suppose, in fact, we were making one cochlear implant also under the Society of Biomedical Technology, which was founded by Dr. Abdul Kalam. And way back in 1992, in fact, he opened this society where a lot of product, including the ventilator, which was utilized during the COVID, was funded and directed, and guidance was given from this society. So what we need to do is basically, yes, there had to be a directed common course for the biomedical devices construction and development, reason being specific molds if you are making, how the doctors can make it. For cochlear implant, in fact, we were searching for 3-4 years continuously doing and failing. And making the electrodes of 12 micron from the platinum iridium wire is a big challenge. Who will do it? So we need to collaborate across the streams. And this really, I'm personally very happy that this kind of initiative is being taken. And we in armed forces do work for saving the armed forces and enabling them. So we have made exoskeleton, and there is collaboration going on from the between IIT and the lab for enabling and improving the performance, augmenting the soldiers. And today already, particularly passive exoskeleton has gone to armed forces for evaluation. So this is the extent to which it has gone. Yes, as far as Paralympians are concerned, it can be extended because many soldiers, they are amputees basically, and we have already developed under this Society for Biomedical Technology, above knee prosthesis, which is utilized, and this will be another added advantage if you can have Paralympians for supporting, enabling them and making it so that they are not left behind in the society. In fact, that is a larger social goals. And DRDO will contribute, certainly. We are last 6-7 years we are here with Dr. Rahman here leading the center, and there are other 15 centers already in other IITs and other central universities. We will be there and will be too happy, in fact, to contribute our might, both for my biomedical devices as well as the paramedical.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now let me come to Professor M. Srinivas, who is one of the young and dynamic director of AIIMS, Delhi. Sir, what are your views on each of these 4 panels, or 4 verticals which we have thought of, and on joint PhD between IIT Delhi and AIIMS, as MD, PhD or MS PhD is little far off, and how to inculcate a culture of invention, innovation and continuous research among the medical professionals of your institute so that we can get benefited from their problems, and then we can sit together, brainstorm and come up with right solutions. And how you can bring enthusiasm among your faculty to involve in bigger picture of healthcare ecosystem and development for the entire country, sir, because you are the leading institute on medical sciences.
Thank you. What is important is it's not just the Paralympics, amputees, the defense people or something. All these verticals, if you look into that, the basic issue is that even if you look into our own hospitals today, 80 to 90% of our diagnostics, devices, gadgets, ventilators, high-end, everything is imported. If we are looking at the Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think there's a felt need for us that we need to innovate, design and develop and all that, and it cannot happen only from the medical institutions. We have to sit together, work together, design together, evaluate, validate, go through the trials. All that needs to be done. That's where the role of the AIIMS and the IIT come together, and that's definitely a requirement for the country right now, especially when the Make in India component is also coming. So we are also under pressure that we need to get the things done within our own country, because whatever the comfort zone which we had of importing the things and buying the things in the medical institutions and healthcare system has gone now. So more and more thrust is on the local innovation and going for the Make in India components. As far as the 4 components, I think this is the spectrum of the entire needs of the medical services and medical education in the country. The drugs and the diagnostic devices, definitely, we have people over here who have been doing this since what sir said in 1971, the collaboration between the 2 institutions. The second is with respect to the drugs. See, when you look into the Indian pharmaceutical industry, most of the molecules are going from here abroad. And then the newer issues, especially on the cancer, if you look into we have conquered almost the infectious disease and everything with respect to the drugs and vaccines. Of course, they do evolve, and then as they evolve, we are geared for that. But when it comes to the cancer treatment, then there's a huge scope for the newer molecules. So that's the reason why you have taken up the first vertical, which is the most important vertical with respect to the cancer treatment. Second, again, the diagnostics and devices, as I said, that we definitely, there's a felt need because most of our equipment, the high-end equipment is still the imported one. The third is not just the Paralympics. I think what is important is it is useful for all our patients who have paralysis and deficiencies, mobility and everything, you know. That is, I think it's more useful in the civilian line because whatever the research that DRDO does, Ministry of Defense does, IIT does, AIIMS does, the common man gets it because they are the people who definitely need for the exoskeleton, assisted devices, bionic the prostheses and everything. There's definitely a need for that, you know. Definitely there's a need for that. And as far as the AIML, you know, that's something which is very important because all that what all we see is today, you know, we don't need a radiologist, you know, you can have a CT scanner somewhere, the patient comes in, as soon as the patient comes out of the console, then there's an alert goes to the radiologist that there is a bleed or no bleed. That kind of technology is available and I think we need to go for that. It's not only useful for us to develop, but also it saves lives, you know, because most of the bigger institutions are under huge pressure of the workload. If I get the CT scan to the head injury patient and then as soon as he comes out of the console and then the treating doctor gets an AIML lead saying that he needs to be operated immediately, so the triage will be better and the outcomes will be better. So the 4 verticals are the excellent ones. I think they have been well deliberated upon and then which has a very focus not only for the IIT and AIIMS but for the country as such, not only for the defense people but also for the civilians. And as far as working together, definitely we have recommitting with ourselves with the newer MOU and we are focusing on how to work more together with the joint working groups and monthly reviews rather than coming up at 1 year or 5 years and say that we have MOU. That is something which is we are going to go for it. MD PhD program is under discussion. I think I'm very confident that it will go through. There should not be any problem because both the institutions have sort of functional autonomy with respect to the academics. I think we will be able to go with it and it is required. And some of the IITs have also started the medical component of medical education now. I think the IIT Delhi has definitely said that then we are not going to have that kind of thing, but we will fill that vacuum. Being the NIRF #1 in the medical education in the country, definitely you don't have to establish a medical education center in IIT Delhi. We are there, we will fill that gap and then we can work together and do the MD PhD program. As far as the enthusiasm, I think I will take the help of the people in the policy making here and the governance that somehow the medical institutions have become hospitals. I think we need to come out of this, the mindset of the thing. AIIMS should not be a general hospital or medical college hospital. AIIMS should be medical education to think of the research also and the technology and bringing the AIML into the things so that we will understand and answer the needs of the country. Yeah. So that's where we need to look into that. If the IITs can have R&D, incubation centers and everything, Section 8 companies, why not AIIMS? If the IITs can have consultation from the industry partners, why not AIIMS and medical institutions in this country? I think that's where I come back to these experts and the influential people in the good governance and the policy makers so that we move forward and get the enthusiasm to the people who are in the medical institutions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So just to continue further, a related question, how IITD-Jhajjar campus in future can realize the dreams of NCI to become, let's say, the MD Anderson of USA on cancer research?
I don't know. Somebody has very well chosen that area because NCI today, what we have with the National Cancer Institute at Jhajjar is just like the NCI of USA and the best of the things, 200 acres plus, a state of the art. You know, if those who are not gone there, you should go and see how best it is. Everything is there with respect to the patient care, teaching, learning, a little bit of research, but the high-end research of these verticals, especially with the cancer and the other things which we are planning for the cancer treatment and everything, it will be very easy. You know, you look into the map, you know, just 3-4 kilometers away from the NCI. If you focus on the research and development, especially for the cancer, the newer drugs, devices, diagnostics, the whole lot of things, because the cancer is going to be very expensive for us in the future. The newer molecules, newer technology, everything, and we can't afford to get as much from outside as when they come, because for a long time, you know, the patent rules will be there and the whole lot of things will be there, and then we'll be just taking the thing. Simple example, you see, we are a nuclear capable country, you know. We look into that. We are not in a position, I think of late they have got it done. We don't have a radiotherapy equipment for the country. However, this country, in the form of IITs, BARC, and everybody, we are there. We have created the nuclear the infrastructure. We have the nuclear safety infrastructure. In fact, our technology goes abroad also for many institutions, many countries, even the defense for other institutions of the country, the rest of the world. But we didn't have our own radiotherapy equipment. So there's a huge potential for the cancer care and the cancer treatment and the future with respect to the best of the National Cancer Institute from AIIMS, which is giving best of the medical knowledge there, and the technological component just in front of the NCGG coming from the IIT-Jhajjar campus. If we can have a symbiotic relationship with respect to the research, I think we will do wonders, and then we will be on par with the rest of the institutions in the world with respect to the research and development and the cancer care.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. So let me now ask Professor Rangan his views and thoughts on making IIT-Jhajjar campus a MedTech and healthcare hub of the nation, not only for IIT Delhi, but something which can have policies and examples and case which can be thrown open to the rest of the country to emulate.
Thank you, Naresh. So I just like to first of all thank all the eminent panelists over here and pick up on a few strands which were already discussed. So Professor Paul talked about the medical education and the shortages that we have, and also talked about undergraduate and postgraduate. And Professor Srinivas mentioned that we have, many of the other IITs have been looking at going out into medical and looking at even getting their own medical schools. We consciously decided that that is not a pathway that we want to go through. We are fortunate to have had a long history of collaboration with AIIMS, and it's unique because of our co-location. It's unique also because there have been partnerships now over almost, we are talking of over 50 years almost. The point is we have to decide how to scale this and make a large scale impact. Given the fact that we have a shortage of doctors, as also a shortage of healthcare professionals, it is very natural that professionals in the medical field are overstretched, and they may not have, despite their best intent, they may not be having the time to concentrate on research. We at IIT Delhi have looked at, apart from the 3 entities which are already in the domain of healthcare and medical, there are colleagues in many other departments. We have 100+ faculty members out of our 600 who work on various aspects of healthcare. And if you look at the domain, when we look at whether it is AI/ML, whether it is digital, whether you are looking at technologies, these actually of the matching of engineering and life sciences and healthcare is a very natural progression all over the world. And this is an area where there is a lot of scope. There are lots of things which traditionally have been intuition, empirical expertise, and we are going into more where we understand the mechanisms, we are able to build models, we are able to build technological. So this is, for us, this is a very natural growth area. And having the linkage that we have with AIIMS, it is actually a synergy that we need to exploit. We also have the opportunity by having a campus now, which we are talking of as a healthcare campus in Jhajjar. And we are keen that, yes, it is an IIT Delhi campus, but we would like the help of AIIMS and all the doctors, all of you who are here, to help us co-create. Let us co-create this campus. Let us not finalize everything and then say, okay, here is our campus, this is what we are doing, and let us see what AIIMS can do with us. So we want to do this We want this to be a co-created healthcare hub. When we talk in the panel, we already heard the importance of affordability, right? And so we are talking of personalized medicine. World over, personalized medicine is only affordable to a very select few. So we have to keep that in mind. We are talking of translation. The mechanisms for translation, we are doing things, we have innovation, we have startups, but the innovation ecosystem is something that we have to catalyze. We have to do this in a different way. We are delighted that we have DRDO with us. We have to see how we are going to get companies on board. We are looking at whether it is medical devices, whether it is drugs. All of this, these are all big challenges facing our society. And if AIIMS and IIT Delhi can work together for meeting these challenges, this is going to be a game changer. Having said that, it's not easy. Let us understand that it is not easy, and we need to plan carefully. We need to have clarity of vision. We will need to have sufficient resources if we want to make that impact. This cannot be done in a subcritical fashion. So this is something which we need to see. Where are those resources going to come from? Hopefully some of it from our government, some of it from our alumni, some of it from industry. But we need to work this out. And I would request all of you in the sessions, breakout sessions, please give your frank feedback. It's one thing to say, okay, this is good. But another thing to say, okay, this is a problem, we need to identify this gap, these are the things, and we need all kinds of feedback. We would have a national advisory committee, we will also have an international advisory committee. We need to have a structure, we need to move ahead, and we need to create a new model of collaboration between medical, engineering and science, a model which will actually, hopefully, be replicated by other institutions in the country. So I am very excited about this. I'm not personally in the healthcare space, but I see that this is something which will actually propel IIT Delhi to the next level, and I hope it will be beneficial for AIIMS together also. I think we need to look at academic offerings, and I know that we are under different ministries, but if there is a will and there is a synergy, I'm sure we can get the ministries together. And even in our undergraduate, we do have some courses, very few, one course where we have AIIMS faculty members coming and teaching us. We'd be happy to teach courses on AI, ML or other technologies in AIIMS, even at the undergraduate level. We need to look at, we are talking of it still to go through our Senate, but there's an MSR program which is planned in biomedical only for doctors. We are going to have a joint PhD, I think MD PhD. We can have a number of different things which understand the constraints of doctors, but also gives them an exposure to research. Because there are a couple of things. One is to meet the present and future needs, to look at affordable technologies, affordable drugs and treatment, but also to look at improving our understanding of diseases, of treatments, getting fundamental insights. And this is, so it's a very challenging domain for research. And as you know, all of this research is very intensive in terms of you need a lot of equipment, you need a lot of space, you need a lot of people, high-end people, and so there will be some amount of investments required. So we need to be realistic, but have a vision for the future and co-create this Jhajjar campus. To us, this is one of our most important initiatives going forward, and we are delighted that all of you are here to be part of our journey, to advise us, to work with us, and so that we can really make this happen. So I'll stop here and maybe we'll get back in other time.
Thank you, Professor Rangan. Maybe Professor Paul would like to respond. Yeah.
Thank you, Naresh.
Yeah.
I want to take a cue from what Dr. Banerjee said. I have a request that when we are co-creating this national ecosystem, we should also keep in mind that we need what we may like to call as capability demonstration systems or sites. Often, and I have been on the other side for a long, and I've seen utter innovation mission teams, startups, I talk to a lot of them. Often what happens is that we get ready with a product and there's a whole lot of enthusiasm, energy has gone into it, resources have gone into it, already maybe connect with the industry. But then we find that it has not been validated and tested in real life situation. To me, this is a very major valley of death. Because by that time, a lot of personal resources have gone into institutional resources, all the enthusiasm, my papers are there, visibility, newspaper articles. But yes, the product is really not ready to be used tomorrow in a hospital setting. And therefore, I request Dr. Banerjee and Dr. Srinivas sir that we create distinctly a paradigm for, shall we say, product demonstration sites, validation. We can use some nice name for it. Now there are two places where it will be used. One would be a hospital ecosystem for which AIIMS is available. If need be, we can go to a district hospital and not a private hospital, no big deal. What we forget is that some of the technologies, if not most, need to be also tested in the community, in the primary healthcare system of the country. For example, an AI algorithm for retinopathy due to diabetes, we tested this. So we validated this, when I'm saying we means facilitated by NITI, in PGI, but then ultimately it was meant to be used in the hands of a primary care doctor or a mid-level provider at a health and wellness center. We need those sites and connect. Fortunately, AIIMS has those sites in terms of Ballabgarh and the other system. But I want to request you to please, that may not be enough. So from the very beginning, like to co-create a system where such things can be done. There are already curated sites. In the COVID journey, vaccine trials happened on 28,000 individuals for Covaxin in the site that was already prepared by DBT. And Dr. Rai, you are there. They were already there, so you could plug and play. So these capabilities must be developed, and I'm happy to inform you on this, that NITI and the Indian Council of Medical Research, we are working on having such sites for you. So you can connect with them, but importantly, even in the vicinity of Jhajjar and in this area, we proactively invest in having such an ecosystem. We can use a national, which we'll do in any case, but we must keep in mind that those places are curated. Second, this space between basic science and innovation should go back and forth. Just as there's a fusion between health sciences and engineering sciences, likewise, this division of innovation and basic should be bridged, because some ideas will pop up here, which moves here, and ideas pop up here, which move here. For India to be at that table sooner than later, we need to, go. So the development of sciences, PhD course, deep PhD programs, deep, science programs must also be mainstream from the very beginning. Sometimes we find that the products will happen, but then if you're looking at deep products, global products, then that has to be a deep effort. Lastly, here's my wish list of diagnostics, Dr. Bhatnagar, and I'll give you reasons quickly. One, I'm looking at, someday we can sit down and do more detailed discussion, but in the setting of primary care, this nation urgently needs the following point of care diagnostics. Number one, we need point of care diagnostic, or not chip, hopefully, bedside or clinic side for creatinine. Kidney disease kills 225,000 individuals per annum. Diabetes per se is only 250,000. We often forget that kidney and liver are to be screened and time for us to take action, secondary prevention. So one is creatinine. If there are great ideas, industry also is sitting here, Rajiv, you are there. and liver enzyme, which can screen individuals with chronic liver disease early, just as we are screening for blood sugar. The paradigm is blood sugar testing. But blood sugar enzyme has its own problems, so we need hemoglobin A1C on the chip. Then we still need a better device for hemoglobinometer from where we are. Digital hemoglobinometers are available, but they are really not fascinating. We still are struggling with a sickle cell disease diagnostic, which is perfect. We have 4 on the scene. Honorable Prime Minister has launched the sickle cell control and elimination program. We're still struggling with a point of care diagnostic and to change the game. Cancer cervix, quick diagnosis, accurate diagnosis waiting to be done. We are waiting. Please look at the primary care needs. And here, let me lastly also add that I'm looking for a remote way of eye check of the school children. 11% school children need eye, spectacles. How do we ensure that we can, scan, eye check every year? I'm told that my ophthalmology colleagues say that you have to do it every year for crores of children. Going there, testing, can it be done remotely? And there'll be other lists. But today, I would like to trigger these thoughts in the presence of the leadership, and the scientists will go and work. But I would very happy to assist you. You're saying repeatedly, sir, we are there. We are part of the team. All of us are here to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. This is very insightful. And as a way forward, may I request the 2 directors to sign the MOU, please, between IIT Delhi and AIIMS in the presence of all the august gathering here. Professor Rajendra Singh, so you can also be here on the dais. Special pen to be kept. Radioactive material to nahi hai? Nahi. It will distract me. Sir, आप बैठ करके I think all pages. Initial on all the pages and the old wine in the new bottle. There is a new wine. No, the old wine and the label is different. The renewal of our idea but we want the new one to be production on the I think you are the witnesses. We wanted. They wanted. इतना high powered demo ही तो कभी नहीं हुआ होगा.
If you can track my physiological parameters, I'll keep it. The heart rate, ECG, EEG, blood pressure,
So I think with this, we thank you all for this, and you are free to discuss with the panelists outside on a cup of tea, coffee. And after this, we will be starting with the first panel at, I think, 10 o'clock. So now this is just a photo op for exchange of MOUs. So as a token of appreciation, may I request Professor Rajendra presents to give the mementos to our guests, all the panelists. Yeah.
patient-specific drug development for cancer. So before we begin, and before I call the panelists for this, let me just give you a brief idea of what this vertical is. As you heard from Professor Bhatnagar this morning, we are planning to start almost like a center for precision medicine at IIT Delhi-Jhajjar campus. And the idea for that is we would like to look at diseases in a complete fashion. For example, we would like to use multi-omics measurement in high resolution, develop a lab on a chip kind of a model, use metabolomics, genomics, proteomics, epigenomics to address issues in healthcare and specifically talk about patient care which is personalized. Why personalized medicine? This is one question. Two questions that comes to our mind the moment we hear about this is why personalized medicine and why IIT Delhi? And I'm going to try to give you a feel for what we've thought about this. So why personalized medicine? Of course, I think most of you understand the answers. Genetic diversity in India is huge. We have quite a big population and we are very, very diverse. So most of the drugs that we get, which is coming from, say, a European population, tested in European population or Caucasian population, does not work that effectively for us. So we require, and even in those populations, the drugs that are there is not very effective for each individual. So we require some way of addressing this diversity. There's also going to be increased burden of lifestyle diseases, diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, many, many other diseases. In fact, this is going to be one of the newest bane that world is going to see in healthcare. As I said, response to medicine is variable. So what we think is that using this personalized approach where we can use specific solutions to each individual will give you more effective, effective solutions. The goal for this Jhajjar campus is basically that we are able to offer affordable medical healthcare solutions to patients. We develop futuristic healthcare technologies for India and of course for the world, which includes all the stakeholders, patients, doctors, academicians, technologists, industry, everyone. So this is the idea that we are talking about co-creating a facility or co-creating a center for high-end research and development. Expected outcome with this, we would like to see that by, say, after 10 years, we have deep technology-backed personalized medical healthcare solutions to patients. We have become one of its kind, state-of-the-art R&D centers for all the stakeholders. More importantly, as we learned from Dr. Paul in the morning, how severely we are lacking in terms of skilled human resource. We would like to use this opportunity to also give jobs to many people, with not only around but all over India. We would like to have skilled human resource through our PhD programs, through our master's and certificate courses on personalized medicine, which will address some of the lacunas that we have in our education system in medical and related fields. We're not the first one thinking about it. When we look at the research and whether what should we be doing, we saw that there are many pioneering research centers which are already working on personalized medicine or precision medicine. There's MIT Center for Precision Cancer Medicine. There is Harvard Medical School, which has started some of its personalized medicine. There is Oxford, there is Princeton, Pittsburgh, University of Edinburgh and UK. There's many US and Europe and Middle Eastern universities which have precision medicine as part of their program. There are also companies that, in fact, it was very delighting to see that there are 6 precision medicine companies which were listed in 2020. Those are Lifomics, Genome Medical, so which means that it has not only, the research in personalized medicine is not just there in the labs, it is moving quite fast even in the industry. So it is actually a reality for industry too. So what is the challenge? Why are we thinking about it now, and why have we have a 50-year of collaboration with, say, AIIMS? We heard it in the morning. Why have we not been thinking about it? We believe that, we have expertise. India and Delhi and IIT Delhi in specific have expertise. However, all these knowledge assets that we have are all very scattered. So, if you look at it, just our ecosystem, what we have is we have IIT Delhi, NCI, and startups. This is all going to be within 5 kilometers. This gives us a unique opportunity to actually work together. In fact, all the examples that I gave you in the previous slide, they have medical centers very close to them. And this kind of a research is possible because it's technology based for healthcare. It can be possible only if you have these two very strong ecosystem of developing technologies, serving the patients, working together for it. So we believe that our closeness to AIIMS and also closeness to NCI and our collaboration with AIIMS is going to help us with this collaboration. And this is what we're going to focus on IIT Delhi with our already existing collaborations, our technologies. What we plan to do is address some of the issues in cancer and lifestyle diseases. We would like to use personalized therapies, give complete omic analysis, use personalized medical implants for augmenting. Even the implants that we are talking about can be personalized. We would like to use better diagnostics and predictive therapies by AI. So we'll be working with all of these technologies in our new campus. Cancer research at IIT Delhi actually is not a new area. We have been working for more than decades, and we have very good groups which have created their niche in this area. And what we have done now is actually collated all those groups, identified expertise that exist at IIT Delhi, and try to see how we can use them better to address these issues. So we have, we have microfluidic organoid preparation techniques. We have platform technologies where you can create these organoids. We have excellent 3D printing expertise. We have microfabrication techniques. We have microRNA identification and therapy and diagnostics expertise. We can do complete genome sequencing. We have AI and in vitro models. All of this is available. We have had very fruitful collaboration with ILBS, of course, NCI and AIIMS. So we are going to leverage on all of these expertise and our collaborations in future. Of course, IIT Delhi, this is not related to cancer, but IIT Delhi has been one of the pioneers in developing technologies and especially healthcare technologies. Whenever there was a need, we've stood up to it. COVID-19, actually, we had many technologies which came into the market. We've given a hemoglobinometer. A lot of technologies which are there in the market already has come out of IIT Delhi. So we have that technological niche, if you want to call it, to create products. So with the Precision Medicine Center, with the this panel, what we are trying to think of is create one-stop facility for personalized medicine, and that too in cancer, by creating advanced imaging and spectroscopy facilities, which can help in fundamental research, which can help in better modeling and therapies. We're going to have organoids for drug discovery, drug screening, and immunotherapy. We'll have animal facilities for development of patient-derived xenografts and organoids. We will have, biobank system, which will be accessible to researchers for multiple applications. We plan to have organoid printing facilities for high throughput analysis. We would like to develop patient-specific organoids so that all of this can be addressed. And of course, we will use multi-omics approach for characterization of these organoids. The idea is, in this slide, the patient comes to the hospital. The samples are taken from the patient, goes to our Indian patient-derived cell line repository. We create some cell lines out of that. We create organoids with our futuristic microfluidic technology as well as traditional tumoroid technology. We start looking at how to utilize these samples for drug screening, how to do omic analysis, how to do fundamental functional studies of cell culture, biochemical heterogeneity analysis, also identify novel biomarker discovery by Raman and other newer techniques. Ultimately, all of this will then go to the clinician for making informed judgment about the best treatment and identify new biomarkers. So we are collaborating with our colleagues at AIIMS for all this. And finally, it will go to the patient. So the input and output remains the patient in this strategy. All right, so this was a little bit of background on what we are planning and what we have in our mind. And now I would like to hear from you whether we are doing it correct. So in this panel discussion, we are going to discuss about personalized medicine and its future, specifically with the Indian healthcare scenario. I'm very delighted that we have some eminent panelists with us today, and I would like to briefly introduce and request them to come over on the stage and take their seats. I would like to first call Professor Sameer Bakhshi, who is the Head Medical Oncology, AIIMS, New Delhi. Recently, he was awarded the Sun Pharma Science Foundation Research Award for Medical Sciences. He is one of the best oncologists of the year, and that's not said by me, but in 2015, he got the Worldwide Achievers team. He also is recipient of Verma Excellence Award for Young Pediatrician for 2016 by Indian Journal of Pediatrics. And of course, there's a long list. And there's also his email address in case someone would like to contact him with any details on this panel discussion. Feel free to do that. Thank you, sir. I would now like to call Dr. SVS Dev. He is Professor Surgical Oncology at AIIMS. He is also the Vice President of Healthcare Outcomes Policy and Oncology and Molecular Radiation Sciences at AIIMS. Dr. Dev is actively involved in running the multidisciplinary breast cancer clinic at IRCH AIIMS for the last 24 years. So he is really the pioneer of surgical oncology, if you want to call it. It's also high volume of tertiary care center, which handles 1,000 new breast cancer per year. So that's the numbers we are talking about. So thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. I would now like to call Professor Sujata Mohanty. She is in charge stem cell facility at AIIMS, New Delhi, and she is recipient of ICMR International Fellowship 2014-2015 for training at Kyoto, Prefectural University of Medicine. She is Bharat Jyoti Award recipient from International Friendship Society. Thank you, Professor Mohanty, for joining us. Now I would like to call Dr. Arshad Khuru, who is the head bioavailability and bioequivalence at Sun Pharmaceuticals. Dr. Khuru works at Department of Clinical and Pharmacology and Pharmacokinetics, Sun Pharmaceuticals Industries Limited, Gurgaon, Haryana. His specialization interests are clinical pharmacology, pharmacokinetics, and mass spectroscopy. Thank you, sir. I would like to call Dr. Ashish Kumar, who is the Vice President of Zydus Life Sciences. He is a visionary leader in pharmaceutical industry with a distinguished career that includes roles as Associate Vice President of the Oncology Department at Intas Pharmaceutical and Associate Director of Marketing at Dr. Reddy's. He has made indelible contributions to the field. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I would like to call Dr. Prashant Kumar, who is the Chief Scientific Officer, Karkinos Healthcare. The translational benefits of cancer research have been greatly enhanced by the considerable research that Dr. Prashant Kumar has conducted. He brings with him a wealth of knowledge and accomplishment in the field of cancer biology. Thank you, sir, for joining us. I would like to call Dr. Divya Malik. She is the Senior Program Officer at PathLab. She did her PhD from School of Biosciences, JNU, and after that, she has been engaged in management of international multilateral interministerial programs at Mission Innovation, India. She has worked as program officer at Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant Council, BIRAC. Welcome, Divya. Thank you for joining. All right, so how are we going to do this panel? So we have a long list of questions which were sent to the panelists yesterday so that they could think about it and give us their insights. I'm going to go one by one each question and try to hear from the panelists what they think about these issues. So the first question I would like to pose to the panelists is, how can patient-specific drug development revolutionize cancer treatment? We believe it can, but we would like to hear from the panelists if we really think it's happening. In this regard, how do you think organoids fit into the clinical landscape? So may I start with Dr. Dev?
Thank you, Neetu. I see a lot of engineers in this audience than doctors. So just coming to a brief background about cancer, what we have been treating, our approach for the last 100 years has been what we call a bulldozer approach. So we treat all cancers, we consider it as a single disease, and we have been using maybe 15 to 20 chemicals to treat all cancers. But with the advances in the field of molecular biology and genomics, now we understood cancer is not a single disease. It's almost 200 diseases with complex genetic and molecular alterations, almost more than 500 alterations in each cancer, and 200 different types of cancers if you want to treat them. So this has given insights that what we have been following, the traditional approach of cancer, is actually, that is why we are failing most often. So now the era of personalized medicine and precision medicine, so with the deep understanding of the insights into the cancer, how it evolves, we now understand understood there are specific areas we need to target in each cancer. So different cancers have different pathways or alterations. So that is where we try to identify and hit them like a targeted therapy and try to avoid the collateral damage, otherwise which happens with traditional cancer treatments. So that is the current approach. Last 15-20 years we have been pursuing this. This is what we call era of precision medicine and personalized medicine. So I think here the challenge is, it is not a very simple sort of approach where you can just try out one drug in few patients and approve it. So it is a very complex process. You need to understand the biology, the molecular pathways, the genetics, identify the patients. You need to have the diagnostic capabilities, identify the target agents, go through the traditional model of drug developments, which is easier said than done. If you see the drug development evolution, normally the average time to come out with one successful drug is almost 10 years. 10 years, and the average cost is $1 billion to come out with one successful anti-cancer agent, and the failure rate is 95%. So if you try 100 agents, you may succeed in less than 5%. So that is the kind of investment, that is the kind of money and the time and resources you need if you want to enter this era. So that brings me to the organoids. So we need good preclinical models for screening and drug efficacy, safety, and approvals. Right now we have been going through the traditional model of preclinical test, animals test, then phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. That is why it takes almost 8 to 10 years. So I think organoids is a very exciting area where you can grow an organoid on a chip and mimic a tumor, mimic a patient, or you can create a humanoid or different organs, and in a short span of time, you can test your new targets, new agents, see the efficacy, and you can accelerate the approvals. So I think this is the way to go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Bakhshi, would you like to add? Sure.
The head of surgical oncology. So the thing is that to start with the organoids, what we really need is a good quality of tissue. So it's often said that there has to be a very good collaboration between the surgeon and the pathology department as well, because it has to be timely reach the labs where the organoids are to be made. So how do you think that our hospitals, how ready they are with the same?
Yeah, so that's a very important question. That's why when we were discussing at NCI and subsequently few proposals came from IIT. So the first condition I put to the students is they should come and join my team. So my team should come and visit your labs. Your students should come and see what is happening in the operation theaters, how tumors look like, what are the pitfalls of sampling the tumor. If you're not careful in sampling the tumor, the entire outcomes will be different. So viable tumor, how to assess the tumor, how to confirm the cancer on the table, how to sample it, and how to preserve it, how to transport it. So these are the, I think, quality controls needs to be absolutely foolproof before you go to the platforms of organoids. So the collaboration should be always two-way. That is where MD PhD programs will help. We want people, the scientists, to come to our operation theaters. I took some of the boys from IIT. We showed them how these tumors look, how the sampling needs to be done. So I think this has to be done with a close collaboration between two teams.
So how I view is that patient-specific drug treatment to a large extent is already happening in first line. And I'll give you an example. Let's go back 10, 15 years. Lung cancer was a single disease treated with XYZ chemotherapy. Now you approach lung cancer with looking at targets. So that is one form of personalized medicine. The next question came, same patient, same therapy, the responses are different. And for decades, we used to say that it is the body's immune system, how it is fighting, which differentiates why one patient does better than the other. This led to the advent of immunotherapy. And now we know that with the use of immunotherapy, actually you are able to get very long-term remissions in practically incurable cancers. Malignant melanoma, at one time, 100% fatal disease 10 years back. Today, metastatic melanoma is potentially curable. So that is the change. The third point of why still this person does or behave differently than the other, even having the same targets, having everything. And our traditional system says everything originates from the gut. And you can see how much emphasis today is on gut microbiome.
Yes.
So that is the next era of making it personalized as far as possible. Today, in practical sense, as I said, a lot of personalized medicine is going in upfront cancers. But I think where you are looking at organoids is not upfront cancers. We are looking where we look for absolute personalized medicine. This kind of personalized medicine that I'm talking about is now in the routine care. It is no longer experimental. But we are looking at super personalized medicine wherein patients have failed first line, second line, and we say now we don't have an option. Those are the patients we are subjecting to a battery of tests, whole body sequencing, genome sequencing, and even drug testing, which is being done by some labs in the US. You may ask a question, what is the success rate after 3 lines of failure? In general, the general agreement is that in those cases, the success is less than 10% of achieving a final outcome. I, however, do foresee that organoids coming into personalized medicine, not in upfront, but after first line failure. That is where I see a realistic future for organoids. Not after 3 lines of failure when everything is exhausted. Not in upfront medicine because that at present would be an overkill. But yes, I certainly see it after first line of failure. That's what I foresee.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to request.
I also want to tell that many times it's said that immunoprofiling of the individual patients is also important to see that how do they react to the particular drug that they are being given.
So
before, means for the clinical decisions.
So immunoprofiling, if I understand correctly, if I have understood what you mean, is whether you want to predict whether a certain form of immunotherapy will work in that patient or not.
And not limited to immunotherapy. Not limited to that.
Not
any drug that you give, that how is the immune structure of a patient, how will he react to it? So it's generally said, is of late I'm seeing those discussions that, apart from genomics, omics and many things, immune profiling is also
so
important.
That is again being, so what many people believe is that if the immunoprofiling is favorable, the body's immune system itself will take care of cancer cells. Let me give you some examples. There are patients who achieve minimal residual disease negative, 0, at the end of a certain form of therapy in blood cancer. Yet, those patients, some of them relapse. You have another example where MRD, it's a general statement that those who are minimal residual disease positive have a high chance of relapse. But you always have the odd ones out. That is why medicine, I always say, is not a perfect science like the engineering sciences. You have a physics model, you will have the same answer, or mathematical model. In medicine, you never have a perfect answer in all. And that's where you want to get into the personalized medicine for each. So those who are MRD positive, you still have occasional ones who continue to live. Those are the cases where we believe, as you are saying, that their immune profiling is different and they are reacting differently to the same drugs. That's how I foresee.
Dr. Mohanty, if you could answer this question of organoids, because you're into stem cell research, how do you think this can help?
Thank you, Neetu, and thank you, Ritu. So I'll start from your point that we know that most of the drugs are targeting Caucasian or European, those races. And I fully agree with Dr. Deo and Dr. Bakhshi. They have beautifully elucidated what is the real problem in targeting cancer. Number one, heterogeneity. Do we really know that in what terms Indian patients are different from this? That per se, plus also within India. So that is also a very difficult task. So here I would like to know that organoid might give some light on studying the pathophysiology and the biological difference between person to person, region to region in a particular cancer. So I'll give again example with Dr. Deo. We collaborated in breast cancer. There's a difference between the onset of this cancer in Western versus Indian population, and from a patient coming from maybe north to south, and the manifestation. So we found huge difference in terms of making these organoid, growing them. So they can also serve as a tissue bank. As you said, that tissue is very scarce. Dr. Deo does the surgery, we get a grape size or smaller than that, so and precious. There are 100 takers. Yeah. Sometimes my lab people are not able to get that access. Absolutely. And the tissue is necrosis, you can't get viable cells. So maybe second approach will be having a organoid banking where we have freedom to grow them, maybe multiply some of the biological tissues, maintaining their heterogeneity, what Dr. Bakhshi said, and the immune system. So organoid is not only the cancer cells, but also near normal cells, transformed cells, tumor microenvironment consisting of immune cells. They're whole holistic. So maybe we are reaching much more to the personalized medicine, closer to the native human structure, and also preserving these tissues for future work. Maybe today I have one technique to do it, but after 3 years I have different one. So I will be having those tissue available to me? Maybe not. But maybe no organoid can through that. Lastly, I think India is rich in traditional medicine. So we do not believe it unless until somebody from outside publish a paper and says, okay, nanocurcumin or something like that. We need to validate our traditional medicine, and also the nano formulation or nanomedicine has also come. So maybe organoid can be a very good platform to validate them, so that we have answer yes, no, maybe we need more research. So these are very powerful tools to work on and bring the personalized medicine to the reality. So this is my thought.
So one thing probably to all the doctors who are sitting here from AIIMS, so with respect to what you said, that the tissue is scarce. So one is the top-down approach that we are using, but another is like bottom-up approach, that you establish organoids from various tissues, introduce the various mutations, and then generate these organoids. However, means the other one will be more representative, but what is your view that should we have a balance of these two, top-down and bottom-up approach?
Dr. Devya.
Yeah, basically I think we are still evolving in organoids. Again, that is where I would like to emphasize the collaboration between IIT and AIIMS. Right. So there should be one unified center working on organoids. Right. So tumor is scarce, tumor is precious. So that is where we need to synchronize. Rather than doing piecemeal work in silos, we need to get together and harness all the technology and all the collaborations together. So that is why this meeting is very important. So if somebody is working organoids at IIT and AIIMS, I would like to see them working together, come out as a single team, work with us, then we will reach our target much quicker.
If I may ask one more, Ritu, you would like to go ahead?
Just one more thing with respect to the heterogeneity. So when we isolate, let's say the organoid is established through, let's say, biopsy, then that biopsy might not be complete representative of a very heterogeneous tumor. So how do we answer that? Do we have multiple biopsies?
Yes. So that's what we do. We see the imaging, we see the size of the tumor. Normally the center of the tumor is necrotic. So there's no vascularity there.
Right.
So we need to identify the tumor which is active, proliferating. That will be representative of the tumor and the biology of the tumor. It is the growing edge of the tumor which will tell you what kind of a cancer you are dealing with. Right. So sampling is very important. We do random sampling. One area, because as you said, intertumor heterogeneity is quite common, that's why we are not succeeding. We are looking at a tiny bit of tumor when the tumor is 5 centimeters or 10 centimeters. So that may not be true representative. So what we do, maybe we take random samples from 4 areas. We also give samples from the growing edge of the tumor, between normal, the interface between tumor and the normal tissue. That is also very important. How the cancer is growing, it will give you insights, and also normal adjoining tissues.
Right.
So then you will understand what is happening in cancer, what is happening at the interface, and what is happening in the normal tissues. So this needs to be understood.
Okay, I'm going to end this part of the questions with just one more question to Dr. Mohanty. What do you think is the status of organoid today in the country or in the world? What are the challenges maybe?
She would know the challenges because she's taking care of stem cell facility, and she would know all sort of challenges.
Thank you so much for raising this question. If I see the world scenario, they are targeting their own disease. So I have visited 2-3 places. So they are targeting colon cancer and the lung cancer. But maybe in India, we have our own priorities. Dr. Deo, with him, we started on breast, but maybe other cervical and other are also there. Liver is again a very good model of, these are very easy to make, colon, liver. Breast and other things are slightly difficult, and also organoid is like maintaining the originality of the tumor, which has cancer stem cells, immune cells, and other differentiating cells and non-differentiating cells. So maybe India is moving just into it, but as Dr. Deo said, it is nascent. Absolutely. It has lot of challenges, right from bringing the sample, type of sample, involvement of pathologists, the surgeons. They give you so much of insight because for us, every tissue is same. They tell you this colors tells you this is the viability of the tissue. So we need to learn the different aspects of making organoid. It's not only in the lab, but also interacting with the pathologist and the surgeon.
And all the models that we have are very simplistic representation of, the true cancer, a tumor that we're talking about.
Yes.
Sure. So moving on, thank you so much. So moving on, the next question I have is more about translating these things, and so the question is, what are major challenges faced in translating patient-specific drug development from research to clinical practice? This will be for the doctors. Also, as an academic community, how can we do this integration between industry and specifically organoid research, So I will have that industry partners. I'll maybe start with Dr. Malik, because she has been in the academia very recently and moved to industry. So if she might have that perspective. So Dr. Malik, would you like to start?
Thank you for the question. Before I come to the main question, the central idea of sitting here and talking is that the quest for personalized drug discovery still remains, in spite of doing very well in terms of what sciences are doing, how we have been doing the entire research. Also, the drugs that we have, coming from the academic perspective, the drugs that we study, we develop, the medicine, the traditional medicines that we test are on animal models or models derived from very simple cells or cell line models. As of today, the major research is done on animal and cell line models, which are very limited in representing, being the true representation of the disease itself. So the academic community needs to, they have this insight that the drug that the lab shows that yes, this is the IC50 or this is what is actually happening on the plate, does not happen on the tumor, does not happen on the patient itself. So this academic gap towards the translational gap where that drug actually becomes a medicine for that patient, this gap can be bridged by the technology that we're talking about, like the organoid cultures, and they can become those micro organ situations where those drugs can be tested, and they become the real model, the closest we get to that tissue morphology or that, to treat that patient. So I think...
Okay, thank you. I would also request Dr. Prashant Kumar, so if he can share his views on, because I know Karkinos has been working on these technologies quite a lot, so...
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Hi, good morning. I think congratulations to IIT and AIIMS for this excellent initiative. I'll briefly take both the questions. The first about the translating the patient-specific drug development. There are multiple challenges, I would say, starting from understanding the data, translating the information. Now, if you see NGS, very simple, next generation sequencing we keep talking about. And you will be very sad to know that NGS, when we talk about the whole genome sequencing, India is not anywhere in the global map. We are relying on the TCGA. Every cancer, we just go dig the data. We actually identify the alterations, mutations, and based on those alterations, we target the patient for particular drug. So what is needed? That multiple set of sequencing need to be done on Asian population. And I was recently traveling to Nepal and Bangladesh, and I was telling all SAARC country, we are 7 sisters, let's work together. Let's start sequencing every patient coming in India or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, because this is needed. Now the bigger challenge is that even though you are having the whole genome sequencing, you identified the mutation landscape on the Asian population. Is the affordability and accessibility, these are the two terms, affordability and accessibility, if the patient can afford. So we offer many different gene panel, whole exome sequencing, 500 gene panel, 50 gene panel, but still many of the hospitals, if you go and see, the clinicians tell, sir, we cannot afford. We means the patient cannot afford. We can do immunohistochemistry, maximum fish, or maybe 1 gene, 2 gene, 3 gene panel. So we are offering 50 gene panel. These are hot spot mutations, and each of the mutation there is a drug available. And that is the maximum we are getting, especially from Tata Medical Hospital, because the clinicians know that the impact and importance of NGS. So the bigger challenge is the cost also. So we need to be very mindful when we are developing such kind of testing, how we can reduce the cost, how everybody can access. Before we start the chemotherapy, we need to make it mandate that it has to be sequenced. It need to be identified what kind of mutation harboring in the patient. And if there is a drug, especially targeted therapy, lung cancer, I can telling you the name, erlotinib, gefitinib, BCR-ABL, imatinib, and the multiple drugs are available, which is again coming from the NGS. And those will be the affordability, and there is a way to translate. And my one disclaimer is when somebody called me from industry, I tell every industrialist coming from academia. So I was an academician. I did my PhD, and from my PhD from Max Planck, I moved to industry. So we understand the gaps, we understand that how can you bridge industry and academy. Coming to your second question is very important, the integration with the industry to make organoid. My quick comment, organoid, we call it tissue is issue. Where is tissue, there is an issue. You go to pathologist, they will tell you, sorry, it's very difficult. Moving those tissue quickly in the lab is not possible, and it's a lot of challenges. Head and neck, where surgically you can remove, it makes sense. But if you ask me gallbladder cancer, if you ask me pancreatic cancer, I'm very mindful. It's a small organ. So you getting a tissue is very difficult. And now again, thinking of a situation when you have to do multiple surgery, no way. The patient don't want to go for multiple surgery, or especially for the last terminated patient where surgery is not an option. It's a very early stage I am talking about. So there is an option, we call it liquid biopsy, and I would like you both to think about liquid biopsy, culturing circulating tumor cells. CTCs are coming from the blood.
Or the DNA or RNA.
Or the DNA or RNA, not necessarily organoid, and I'm not discouraging that organoid could not be done. You should do, but you should open also to identify any other tool, especially circulating tumor cells, because it is coming in a random way. In the blood, CTC is coming random. So when you talk about the tissue, and somebody was asking the similar question, we should be not very pointed that which part of the tissue you are taking. If a tissue would diagnose HER2 positive, the patient tumor, not necessarily the other set of tissue may found ER positive or PR positive. And this has been shown, it has been published in science paper. That's why we are in the era of liquid biopsy, we are in the era of multi-omics, where we are dissecting at every level from genome, DNA, RNA, protein, metabolomics, and understanding the cell signaling. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. So continuing this industry academia relationship, how we can help this, I'm going to pose the next set of questions, which is again a long list, but basically, the question is, how do you think patient-specific approaches impact the traditional clinical trial models and regulatory pathways for drug approval? And I would like to request Dr. Khuru to take try to answer this, because I think at Sun Pharma, he might have a lot of experience with this issue.
Sure, thank you so much. First of all, I want to just give you a perspective about two industries existing in this world. One is generic industry and one is innovator industries. Fortunately, India is top in generic. We are dealing with generic molecules, whether it is small molecule or peptides, or even we are also going in biosimilars. We are doing very well in generic industry, whether it is within India or whether it is outside India. But when we go for the innovator part, most of you might not be knowing that we are actually not way ahead like US or like in European countries. They are much ahead of us in innovator drugs. I think one of the important points here is that what IIT-Jhajjar is doing regarding this organoid modeling, I think it will help us a lot in improving that innovation part. Coming to important point in clinical trial wherein we are working on generics, a generic part. So the two pathways we are working for drug development in both generic and innovation. First thing which we see is that we evaluate whether we have a business need. You see, this is a fact, and maybe some of the industry people may disagree with me, but the fact is business model. We always see that which disease is prevailing more and which molecule will make more sense, whether it's generic or innovation. Then in innovation drug, it goes with screening of multiple molecules followed by preclinical, and then it goes to clinical stage. It is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. There are multi-million dollars are spent. But in generics, because I am from generic field, in generics also, as I mentioned, the first thing is that we have to select a molecule, not based on the molecule per se, but based on the business which it will make. And once it reaches from API development to formulation development, starting with bioequivalence assessment, which may include clinical trial, there is a possibility of failure in both innovator path as well as for generic path. But in generic path, if there is a failure, then the loss is very minimal. But in innovator part, when we see the loss is huge. I think most of the Indian companies cannot afford that loss. Like if we talk of Pfizer, when they were doing clinical trial for COVID vaccine, it was under phase 2 trial only, and they were told, and in fact there were discussion between US government that okay, let's go for a commercial batch, and commercial batch was worth $billions, and they were given an opportunity to have a negotiation with government that okay, even if phase 2 trial will not meet the requirements, we will compensate for the loss. But unfortunately, that's not happening in India per se. Maybe in future we may think of that. Coming to the specific question of clinical trial models, there was another question before that when we see actual standardization of clinical trials happening especially in phase 3 clinical trials, there's a standard models. Then we have specific population. In some cases, we have specific tests. Those like if we talk of BRCA mutation test or any other genetic test, those tests are then validated. And in validation, we confirm that yes, these are the patients which are target population. But when we actually go to clinical practice, even if there are some tests done, those tests are not validated ones. The patient population is not specific one. Coming to if we have this innovative research of target patient population, I think if we move from specific clinical trials to clinical products, it will definitely help. And we can also see some changes in clinical trial perspective so far as generic industry is concerned.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to add on one point here. One is the TCGA, our panelists were discussing. For that, we started an initiative, Indian Cancer Genome Atlas. So it is a consortium of 10 different stakeholders, including startups, venture capitalists, technology companies, clinicians, and scientists. So this is based in Pune. I'm one of the founding members. So our goal is to sequence 1,000 Indian cancers. Okay. So we've already started with ICGB Dr. Shantanu. The breast 200 samples have been collected. I request all of you to join the consortium, ICGA. Sure. Coming to the second issue of clinical trials you are talking, the regulatory issues are very important. You should keep this in mind, because you do in your labs, by the time you reach the market, or you want to partner with the industry, or you want to submit a protocol, a lot of things are changing. Absolutely. The entire regulatory framework has evolved significantly in the last 3 years after COVID. The current 2019 and 2022 amendments, a lot of new things have been incorporated into the trial regulations, including your organoids, cell therapies. So the whole model of clinical trials is also changing now. Now we are not going into traditional randomized controlled trials, placebo controls. Now we are having a new sort of trial designs that everybody should understand. Adaptive clinical trials, pragmatic clinical trials. Then we also have basket clinical trials, umbrella clinical trials. These are totally different from the clinical trials we are doing for traditional cancer medicines. Sure. So in like umbrella clinical trials, you use multiple targets for the same cancer. In basket clinical trials, you are not looking at whether it is a lung cancer or a kidney cancer or a stomach cancer or a breast cancer. If they have a mutation or a pathway which is altered, all those patients are put into one basket and use one drug. So total approach, I think the scientific approach, the trial designs are totally changing. US have actually passed 2 basic acts, healthcare acts for trials, 21,000 Cure Act, which has come recently. So that is what I think we have been following. 22 amendments have come. Please be in touch with regulations, and the website is there, DCGA website. So that is very important when you plan your, otherwise you will be, suddenly will find a lot of hurdles how to design trials. And trials right now in India, we are having challenges because after 2015, Supreme Court intervention, the clinical trial scenario has dropped significantly in India because of ethical issues and other issues. So now after COVID again, it is picking up. So the CROs are not available, too many CROs, clinical research organizations, who are the bridge between the drug developers and organizing a clinical trial. So you should be aware of all these regulations. Sure. And new trial designs are very important.
So I'm going to ask this question to Dr. Kumar, what's the Zydus, view on it? Is industry ready for adopting such a, platform for regular toxicology things? You're coming with a lot of marketing experience also. We would like to hear from you.
Thanks. A disclaimer, I'm not a doctor. So okay. Part of the industry for 20 years now, but I'll just put some perspective more because we have one of the most learned clinicians here. Maybe I like to put the industry perspective on the precision medicine and precision oncology. Dr. Deo had mentioned that $1 billion is what is needed to get a new drug to the market. Now look at precision medicine. Last 14 drugs approved by US FDA and EMA have a companion diagnostic attached to it. That means what? We have a driver mutation, and with that driver mutation, you will have to give this drug. That means what? The funnel is narrowing. Maybe earlier, a gemcitabine paclitaxel 30 years back was sufficient for in lung cancer if we have 45,000 new cases every year or 60,000. Maybe it was sufficient for 25,000 patients. Today, a driver mutations narrows down that funnel to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 patients. Today, we're talking about MedGene in lung cancer. That means what? Few hundreds of patients in lung cancer. That means the cost of development of drug remains the same or is actually increasing, and then we are narrowing down the funnel. So it's a paradox, right? And then we are looking at Indian companies. Sun is much bigger than Zydus, maybe $5-6 billion revenue and $2 billion for Zydus. But we're talking about $1 to $2 billion for drug development. That means Indian companies are further pushed back to develop the drug. We want to, but then this precision medicine is increasing the challenge. So how do we solve that? And I think organoid is something very, very important here. Because if you look at the preclinical cost, then the amount of failure which is happening in the preclinical cases is very huge. You start with maybe 10,000 drugs, you end up with 1, and a lot of failures happen from preclinical to clinical, and maybe organoids, as Mem was also mentioning. it's an environment where you understand the genomic at least very well.
Yes.
And if you're able to understand the genomic very well, the chances of success from preclinical to clinical is increasing. That means maybe 10 years down the line, we would say you start with 400 drugs and you will get one success from there, from preclinical to clinical. So I think yes, I will not say that the industry is ready, because we also have our animal lab at Ahmedabad. But yes, when I was discussing with our lead scientists in last 2 or 3 days, they said yes, that's the future. Okay. But maybe the biobanking of organoids can happen. You showed that IIT Delhi wants to do that. Yes. But I think there is where the academia like AIIMS, IIT Delhi, which can do biobanking, and we who want to develop drug can all collaborate.
Absolutely.
And then probably come together with more precision drugs which are not requiring $1 billion of drug, maybe $100 million, and we are ready for the world. So that's the future.
So I'm very happy that, we are all in sync and we are not very off from what we were thinking. So now I would like to end the session. There are many more questions which will continue in the brainstorming session. But briefly, I would like to open the stage for the audience too. In case you have any 2 burning questions, we can take that. Anyone?
I just wanted to make one specific point about the regulatory pathways. If I remember correctly, I think in the US FDA, very recently, Joe Biden has signed an agreement in 2022 stating that now for drug development, the animal model may not be required and organoids may be acceptable. Absolutely. So I think that's a big thing. Yeah. Our DCGI may not have started, but I think it is time that the industry and academia makes a push or makes a representation to the DCGI to accept this, because that would reduce the cost and the time for industry. So that is one thing that for the regulatory pathways. The second point is, very recently, I think in this month itself, there has been probably $1 billion, or I don't know how many million or $1 billion settlement with the biotech company of the HeLa cell line. And organoids, again, will be patient specific. Tomorrow, the companies will make profit. That's a good point. I don't think we want that kind of a settlement to be happening 20 years down the line with biotech companies. Yeah. So I think that issue also needs to be addressed.
Absolutely. That's a very important point. Absolutely.
How those patient specifics are taken into account.
Absolutely.
That comes the data storage and privacy and all those things. So this is something very important. I don't know how Karkinos is doing that. They are like, you are into sequencing of a lot of patient samples, right?
Yeah, we are sequencing, and we have done almost more than 1,000 whole genome sequencing. It's all cloud-based. We call it K-Cloud, Karkinos-based. And yes, as Madam told, it's a very big challenge, not only storage, but the interpretation of the data. So we have almost 200 bioinformatics computer engineers who are working day and night for the data analysis, integration, and not only the data part, but to convert the data to the biological insights.
Yes, sure.
One last point I wanted to make. The biobanks for organoids would have to be divided in upfront tumor patients. That is their upfront tumor genomic profile. You will have to have a biobanking of organoids at the time of failure. Because failure as well.
Means recurrent cases.
Yes, at the time of first failure, because I foresee that organoids upfront is still probably few decades away to bring it into personalized medicine, and probably the cost will not justify it. But at first line failure, probably yes, because first of all, the cost of treatment becomes exuberant, and second, those are the patients where one wants to see how you can target. So you need 2 kinds of biobanks. Yeah. And so that should also be kept in mind when you are developing a biobank. Third thing is to reduce the cost. Ultimately, making every time a patient relapses or you have a new patient, you make an organoid and do a drug testing will not be a simple task. Like it's like developing a CAR T cell for every relapse cancer is not an easy task. And we all know that. It is still, the cheapest is cost, the cheapest cost is still 1 crore. So it is not easy for every patient to spend 1 crore after having spent already 1 to 2 crores prior to that.
So maybe in that context, liquid biopsy, the predictive biomarkers may also help.
So if you have, you need a different kind of AI modeling. If you have, I mean, it's just a thought, may not be practical, but a thought for future. You have multiple, you have a biobank of recurrent tumors. And then in relation to that, based on the drug sensitivity, you have a liquid biopsy or tumor biopsy genomics, and you correlate and have the outcomes.
All right. So many here might not, agree that only genomics is the thing. So like metabolomics, microbiome, and so many other things.
We have to come up with a holistic. Anyway, so I think we're going to keep the questions. Please, sorry, apologies for the extended discussion. I think we spent a lot of time on the tea also. We will continue this discussion again in the panel session, which is happening, brainstorming session, which is happening after the break in the boardroom. That will be a little more in-depth, and we'll have researchers from NCI, IIT Delhi talking about their research, and it will be more detailed discussions.
We have to be on the same page, that the regulatory bodies, the ethical considerations, and also this particular, this panel that we are having, I think we have to work along with panel 3, which is diagnostics, as well as AI/ML. So all these put together will actually take the personalized medicine at a completely different pace, and which is the overall holistic view that we are foreseeing. So thank you all for joining. And I think more informal discussions will happen there, where we will discuss not only the optimism, but also the very deep challenges that we all are facing. What we foresee is that with this discussion that has started, how do we formalize it? What are our next steps is what we'll discuss in the breakout session. So for now, I think we'll just break for the tea.
So let's thank our panelists for this wonderful discussion and enlightenment. We have a small token of appreciation, so we'll hand over. Ritu. Thank you so much for taking, some time off of your busy schedules and spending with us. Thank you. We'll continue with this again. Can we take a group picture?
Big thanks to Professor Bhatnagar, actually. Yes. Actually, we are very thankful to you.
You were the one who connected us with the AIMS. So I may have to thank you. Thank you. Two more. Okay. Hi, it's coming. Oh, sorry.
Nitu, you can take. Yes.
Thank you for coming.
So welcome to this panel discussion on performance enhancement for Paralympians and injury prevention. So I'm happy to introduce the panelists for this panel, and I will go through their introduction slides, and I will request the panelists to please join the dais here. We are happy to have Professor K.K. Deepak, who is an ex-head Department of Physiology, AIIMS New Delhi, and a visiting professor at Center for Biomedical Engineering at IIT Delhi. I request Professor K.K. Deepak to please join us here. We have Professor Geeta Handa, who is currently a professor at Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation Department at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I request ma'am to please take seat. We have Professor Dhananjay Saw, who is HOD Physical Education and Sports Science and Faculty of Interdisciplinary and Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. I request you to please join us. We have Brigadier Dr. Vibhu Kalyan Nayak. I request you, sir, please join us here on the stage. We have Shri Yaspal Solanki ji. I request you, sir, to please join us on the stage. Shri Giriraj Singh ji could not make it to reach here for this panel discussion. However, we will be happy to take his inputs in the later stage. I request Shri Ajay Chaudhary ji to join us here on the stage. And finally, I request Dr. Tigmanshu Bhatnagar to please join us on the stage. So I thank all the panelists to join us. We had a very good breakout session just before this. And I request now my colleague, Professor Vishwarup Mukherjee, to set up the stage and to discuss or introduce the audience about the plans for IIT-Jhajjar campus under this panel. Please, Professor Vishwarup.
Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you, Professor Deepak. And I thank the panelists, the esteemed panelists, for joining us today and giving us some very, very good points to start discussing on. We had a wonderful breakout session. So let me just set the stage by giving you a brief overview on our plans at IIT Delhi-Jhajjar campus. So we want to develop the first National Center for Performance Enhancement for Paralympians and Injury Prevention at the IIT Delhi-Jhajjar campus. And towards this, the motivation behind this is that some of our panelists have already mentioned that how sports injury can really change the life of a sports person. This can completely have a debilitating effect on their sports career as well as their personal lives, and this can lead to even loss of their livelihood, right? So we need to help these individuals come up to the standards where they can again perform in competitive sports at elite levels. And the goal of the center is to be able to enable individuals with injuries and Paralympians to reach that level once again through the intervention of technology and medicine. So I'll just quickly run through the slides. In particular, we know that Haryana has been a beacon in terms of producing elite sports athletes for India, and particularly Paralympians. So we wanted to develop a center that would focus not just for athletes in Haryana, but taking that expertise and that manpower that is already available within Haryana and enhance that in order to be able to help individuals with disabilities. So we know that the disability that happens in the course of sports or before sports has a huge economic burden for the government, for the society, and for the individual involved. So there's a huge need for elevating these conditions. So in our center, the uniqueness comes from the fact that we want to develop sensor-based evaluation of sports biomechanics. So that would be one of the themes that we want to work towards. We want to develop smart wearable devices for understanding biomechanics in individuals with disabilities. We want to personalize training and healthcare, something that Brigadier Naik has particularly pointed to, that there is a need for personalized training for individuals with disabilities because each person has a different kind of disability. So we want to develop AI-based techniques for personalized training and rehabilitation. We're also interested in development of assistive devices which would enhance function in individuals who have loss of motor and sensory function. Injury prevention through AI support systems, as well as symbiotic biomechanics through the collaborative approach of human-robot interaction. We already have very strong expertise within IIT Delhi, and we wish to harness more expertise from the faculty within IIT Delhi as well as AIIMS and other associated allied medical industry. So we have a very strong group working towards sensing and instrumentation, biomechanics, as well as product development. We have several faculty working in these groups, and we are just showing a glimpse of all the activities that are ongoing or have been successfully commercialized in certain cases. With that, we also want to develop capacity and manpower to be able to train people in understanding sports biomechanics, movement science. So we have plans for developing certificate courses in sports biomechanics, injury prevention, long-term courses such as MSR programs in sports engineering and movement sciences, and research-focused courses through PhD in exercise and rehabilitation sciences as well as movement sciences. So ultimately, the research vision is to enable individuals with disabilities as well as regular athletes to enhance their performance through the use of technology and medical interventions. With that, I would like to open the stage up for interactions with the panelists, and I'll hand it over to Professor Deepak again. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Viswarup. So, because of the limited time, we have skipped few slides, but let me just give the idea for this panel. So the specific agenda for this panel discussion is to get an in-depth insight from expert panelists to create roadmap for developing a confluence of engineering and medicine in this given field. It is a humble request to the panelists to provide specific inputs, both academic and doable, which can serve as milestones in future. This will be followed by questions from the audience in an open session. In the similar line, audience are requested to field questions to help India develop next generation athletes using technological innovations. So I request audience to be prepared with their questions. We will take the questions in the end, almost in the end, when we are done with the questions prepared for the panelists. So I'll go with, to the panelists now, and I'll be asking the questions one by one. And I hope, ma'am, do we have mic? Okay, so yeah. So we'll start with the panel discussion. My first question is to Professor K.K. Deepak, and the question is basically because he has been, dean at AIIMS, and he has a tremendous experience of academics and research. So I think we would like to know, sir, that what academic programs should IITD plan for initial setup of Jhajjar campus?
So thank you for inviting for this. The specific input would be first to do a need assessment for any program, because when it goes to academic council or some council, the question is asked, what is the need assessment? What kind of a placement? So that can be done by the formative data collection. And once the course structure is made, it can be staggered into a timeline mode and a differential mode. So we can start with the smallest certification program, like certification program of 100 or 120, 140 hours, and that can be both online mode and also a contact program. And whenever the skills are acquired, then contact program is important. When knowledge is acquired, then it can be online mode. And so this program can be focused on to develop the the technological skill required for the sports arena. So biomechanics is very, very important. That can be developed. Injury prevention kind of this can be. It can be for all sorts of stakeholders. The stakeholders actually, they are in the field, the sport personnel itself. They can do some program, contact program, and the coaches, and then the sport biomechanics, and then also we have a large number of areas which are stakeholders. So these programs, level 1, and then level 2 we can go for a structured program, which could be form of it's a module in some BTech or some other module. There can be a minor, and that can be given to those biomedical courses, those minor. So this is what is required. The most important thing would be required to have a faculty. So, first level, second level, you identify faculty program, and then we can go for third level, more 3 years or 4 years onward. So kind of a decade program a vision can be made in this program. So we start with a 100 hours program online, then physical contact program for which they learn and then do, and it can be for the technicians like also. So I would see the facilities available in a knowledge and a skill domain through these programs.
So sir, so thank you for your input. Just extending on this question. So my faculty colleagues and I were actually thinking, can we start initially with a certificate program, which can be just online on, sports performance enhancement and injury prevention. So what are your thoughts on that? And also, like, probably we would be expecting to start a BTech in biomedical engineering very soon. So how do you club these courses as a initial kickstart for the IIT-Jhajjar campus?
Perfect. This is a low-hanging fruit. We have an expertise on IIT side and AIIMS side. We also have expertise in nearby areas like Physical Institute College of Delhi University. We also have a private setup. You identify the expertise faculty, they take online courses, and that we can identify 2 or 3 fields, and that would help people to have confidence. So that can be soon started because we have that much faculty, and so that should be a low-hanging fruit.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is to Professor Geeta Handa. So ma'am, you have been dealing with people with disabilities at AIIMS. So what are the common medical issues you anticipate in para-athletes and in general with the population? And how can the technology development help in injury prevention among para-athletes? So what are your views on that?
So actually, para-athletes are a very vulnerable section of athletes. So they are already dealing with some kind of a limitation. We are prepping them up to a higher level, and then they are competing. So they need support at all levels, pre-preparation, presenting, going into the sports, then having injury or any complication due to participation in the sport, and then returning back to the sport. So all these medical issues are there, and to add to it, there are issues like para-athletes play with their life literally, and there are issues like doping, like boosting, which happens in them. And it is like such a medical emergency where they need really doctors available for them if they fall into the other side. So they really walk a very thin line. So we need to be supporting them at all levels, and any kind of medical issue which you see in any normal person also happens with them, like injuries. And they're specific. For example, wheelchair injuries are different. So athletic injuries are different. So we have to be very focused on their type of injury. So literally we have to really work on a whole set of things for the para-athletes. And the other thing is technology development in the injury prevention. So all the sensors which you are using, they are all very useful. And we have to look into the fact that not just the sport arena, but the wheelchair they use, the grips they are using, all these sensors are also censored, and they need to modify their techniques or modify their training. How can we really prevent any injury? How can we reduce the load on different areas which are getting extra load? So biomechanics are different. Biomechanics in a normal athlete is different, and a wheelchair athlete and a sports person is different. Amputee sports person is different. So we have to reorient ourselves to look into those areas. So definitely technology and the technology-based remote sensing systems. These are very useful for para-athletes, especially when you cannot really go into their arena and you have to just observe the variables and then give them the inputs.
Got it. So ma'am, in summary, basically you want to say is like the technology or the interventions that we are doing with the regular people with disabilities cannot be extrapolated, and there is a need of specialized prosthetics, for example, for making them, improve in their performance in the Olympics.
Yeah, so every equipment has to be modified, adapted, or built de novo for them to participate in the athletic training.
Thank you, ma'am. So my next question is to Professor Dhananjay Saw. He has been with various institutes at various capacity of Dean and HOD. So I think his inputs will be very valuable to get these questions correctly answered. Sir, what skill set would you expect from the graduates or researchers passing out from IITD-Jhajjar campus in the field of MedTech and healthcare ecosystem for performance enhancement for athletes?
Thank you for the question. And your graduate student and researcher is going questions. Already Professor Deepak explained the credit system and how it is approved in the academic council. Now you have to allocate some credit for additional learning for this interface of technology, science and sports. Like I suggest, you should have some credit that your students should learn sports sciences. Because it is not alone biomechanics. When there is biomechanics, there is physiology. When there is biomechanics and physiology, there is anthropometry. So this orientation should be there with your graduate students with some credit to that. But one more thing, they should be acquainted with the testing protocols in sports. They are good in the laboratory setup and designing the equipment. Because whenever you are adopting any equipment or sensor, that has to be a precision one, reliable and valid, and adaptable by the sports person in the sports environment. This also has to be synchronized properly. So your product, the graduate or researcher, they should be acquainted with those sports environment practically, as well as a sports environment for the testing. Suppose I am testing swimming, suppose I am wheelchair, Paralympic playing basketball, they should be acquainted how to do different kind of measurements in that setup along with the other workers. And for doing so, you have to invite, because you have number of experts in IIT, you have a strong backup, but you don't have all expertise. True. And it should be, can be offline, can be online, can be collaborative. Visiting faculty, you have to have a bigger pool of the people. So these skill aspects, like madam already covered the prosthetics you are using, and it is very modular in nature, depending upon the level of disability or special ability of the Paralympic Olympic. Again, according to training, it keeps on changing. So if you are working in a particular velocity or intensity, the demand is entirely different, and a particular intensity it will be entirely filled. True. So this is another things. So whatever we develop, this skill of evaluating a sports performance, because every sports they have some objective, and they are evaluated in terms of that. One is the general objective of human movement, another is the specific objective of human movement which are related to a specific sports setup. So whether it is Paralympic or whether it is a normal people, it is there. And those skills your student or graduate or researcher should have as per the degree programs.
Thank you, sir. We'll make a note of it. Sorry. My next question is to Brigadier Dr. Vibhu Kalyan Nayak. Sir, as you know that in the morning session, you could see that both the directors and all the people are very excited to start with this campus as early as possible. So in case we start, we are planning to start it as early as possible. So what in that case, we zero down to some athlete activities. So what would be your, priority areas where you think, the initial investment would be very high output at the end?
It's brought out in the morning. First of all, it's going to be a very exclusive center for the para athletes of our country. Right. The first and foremost, our objective is that this is going to be one of our one-stop shop for
anything related to para-athletes, be it performance, be it counseling, be it the equipment design. And to start with, what I can suggest is that since it deals with the human performance part or the performance enhancement, a small example. I have seen our para-athletes, they struggle with the seat height of their wheelchair. The research says that if the seat height has been set at the right height, the velocity of the wheelchair gets better, the turning velocity gets better. So it helps them while they play the basketball and all. And if for some reason, if their grip width is not up to the mark, then again it seriously jeopardizes their speed element. So I want our IIT Delhi to put in this so that each athlete's biomechanical requirement is taken care of to optimize performance. And if the height is right, then the rotator cuff muscles, which is supposed to undergo chronic injuries because of the overuse, that also can be avoided to certain extent.
Sure. So sir, इसी से जुड़ा मेरा दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, जैसे अभी प्रोफेसर धनंजय said कि every sports biomechanics is unique. For example, for boxing you need a different kind of assessment, for athlete you need a different kind of assessment. So among all the sports, because we cannot start all of them together at IIT-Jhajjar campus. So would you like to suggest something like IITD should start with, let's say, running, maybe athletes, and maybe some other sports. So would you like to zero down some sports activities?
Yes, two sports I'll prefer to pick up. One will be the athletics, because again we'll have a ready participants from the armed forces and paramilitary forces where their mental setup is already strong, and they are going to inspire the other athletes who have got this empowerment to come into sports. And the second one will be again wheelchair bound. Again, a lot of paraplegic athletes are there who are again looking for a right kind of support in the form of their equipment like a wheelchair, so that they can perform in a very, very optimal manner in competitive sports.
So in short, wheelchair bound and the athletes. Thank you, sir.
Blind is there, but again, that again is very, the horizon is very broad, because we need to have some tangible result to start with.
Yeah.
So I'll prefer, because as it is we are doing well in these two sports, we can always start.
Sure, thank you. So my next question to Shri Yaspal Solanki ji is, how do you see the role of MedTech evolving in enhancing the athlete's performance and overall health? And do you have, because in the breakout session you mentioned your real story, like you got injured and you got little bit of demotivated, and then you could find a way to get to these medals and all. So can you give some specific example, maybe ideally from your own journey, जहाँ पे आपको लगा हो कि technology can actually play a very significant role in terms of recovery process or in terms of training?
Good morning, thank you very much. MedTech का जो रोल है, that is very vital, and it's increasing day by day. Not in just in terms of performance enhancement, we have to look beyond the performance enhancement. Like एक एथलीट का sleep cycle क्या है, उसका recovery क्या है, and the challenges a coach face every day during day-to-day training sessions. Like the performance is fluctuating, and I don't know, as a coach don't know, and even a high performance manager don't know what's happening. So these solutions, especially the wearable devices like watches, sensors can help us. The sleep cycle, उनका sleep कैसा है? It's a deep sleep or he's disturbing very rapidly. So ये सब हमें, it helps the coaches and the other sports sciences associated with the athletes to design their upcoming schedule, which can, in longer run, which can help them to prevent the injuries as well as maintain their general health at an optimum level, because the competition and other pressures are again forcing them to perform and train with the same intensity, which can be maintained with the help of these devices.
So in short, it's not only the performance enhancement, but a holistic approach to see an individual as an athlete, or like you mentioned about sleep also. I don't know how many of sleep monitoring devices are already being used for an athlete, But I think this is a very important point, right? Other than the performance enhancement in the ground, it is also important off the ground monitoring of the athlete, like sleeping, diet, nutrition, everything.
Like we are using some devices which are available in the market right now, and which can be used by anyone.
Okay.
But beyond this, I'm sure आप सबने सुना भी होगा like Simone Biles, जो हमारे gymnast हैं USA से, she can win another few gold medals in this Olympic as well, but she left everything in middle.
Oh.
Because उनका the pressure, there's no such devices are there which can predict कि उनका mental level क्या होगा उस दिन.
So when you say mental level, it is the pressure or the
pressure. Okay. She left the Olympic in middle, and you've seen कि पूरा world से, not from US only, पूरा world के athletes उनके साथ खड़े हो गए. तो IOC ने भी उसके लिए स्पेशल एक प्रोग्राम चलाया था, मेंटल हेल्थ प्रोग्राम, जिससे वो जान सके कि एथलीट को क्या प्रॉब्लम फेस हो रही है. समटाइम द प्रेशर इज दैट मीन्स कि आप फिजिकली रेडी हैं, आपको नींद भी सब आया, सब ठीक है, बट इन द मिडल आप ब्रेक डाउन ना हो जाए, और वो उनके लिए लाइफ लॉन्ग एक मोल बनकर रह जाएगा. इसलिए इट्स प्लेज अ वाइटल रोल कि हम उनको सिर्फ फिजिकल ना देखें, उनका मेंटल लेवल भी कहाँ क्या फ्लक्चुएशंस हैं, एंड उनकी साइकोलॉजी पार्ट पर क्या चल रहा है. तो उस सबको भी मॉनिटर करने के लिए वी नीड कपल ऑफ डिवाइसेस विच कैन लाइक some kind of indicators, which can help us. And the coaches and the other scientists associated with them can evaluate through that indicators that what kind of sport is required to that particular athlete.
Thank you, sir. I think in future also we will get to know about real experience and then plan accordingly our research and academic programs.
Always there, sir.
Thank you very much. So my, unfortunately, Shri Giriraj Singh could not make it to the panel discussion today. So he'll,
I'm sorry, he's on the way.
He's coming.
Okay. He'll be here in a few minutes.
Oh, that's great. So we'll move on to the next question. Shri Praveen Kumar ji also could not make it, but we have Shri Ajay Chaudhary ji, who is representing AIIMS. So sir, my question to you is there any active collaboration of AIIMS with the sports community as of now, or any plans for the same in future?
Yes, we do have plans. AIIMS being one of the largest manufacturer of aids and assistive devices to persons with disabilities, we consciously took decisions to enter into area where we could manufacture devices for Paralympians also. It so happens around 5 years back, while considering various proposals under CSR, we faced requests for supply of blade runners to sport persons. Some requests came from para-athletes. So to our utter surprise, we found that there is no Indian manufacturer in our country who can deliver those blade runners, or in fact even the sports wheelchairs. So around 5 years back, the management, we took a conscious decision. We entered into manufacturing of sports wheelchairs. We tied up with a company called Motivation of UK, and after all testing and R&D testing, we have developed an active folding wheelchair for para-athletics. We have developed our in-house wheelchairs also to typically take care of requirement of Paralympians. They can bear the load which is typically faced by para-athletes on their joints, on their muscles, and simultaneously also ensuring their speed and the requirements as listed by Brigadier Shaw and Solankeji also. We have also started a 3D socket design laboratory in our factory in Faridabad, where virtually you can take, through scanning, you can take measurement of sockets of any disabled person or any Paralympians anywhere in the country, design and the socket in our lab, and then ultimately deliver it to the Paralympians. So they are state of art with much more efficiency than the normal manual design, mechanically designed sockets. And in the next stage, we have plans to add sensors, as Solankeji was asking, that some sensors or some technology should be there to monitor the efficiency of not only the Olympians, but also the equipment that they are using. So with we seek support from CBME if there can be any sort of tie-up where we can install our sensors also onto our products that are being developed by us, that will ultimately be giving feedback to Olympians on how to further improve their efficiency. So that is in the second stage.
Thank you, sir. So it looks like IITD and AIIMS has some overlap objectives for the sports fraternity. So we'll be happy to collaborate on this, sir. Thank you. My next question is to Dr. Tigmanshu Bhatnagar. So, Dr. Tigmanshu, you have been, in the area of development of the devices and all, and probably most of your journey about the development has been in UK. So, in that context, I would like to ask you this because you have been you have worked in India as well as in UK. So, Indian conditions present challenges for the use of prosthetic and assistive devices like humidity, heat, dust, etc. Hence, functional testing of these devices must be tailored to our condition. How do you think IIT Delhi can develop, standards for testing of these devices in the Indian context, like humidity and all this?
It's a very interesting problem. And
so, just a minute. So, I think we have Shri Giriraj Singh ji here. Sir, please join us here on the dais. So, sorry, Dr. Tigmanshu, I would like you to continue.
Thank you. I think it's a very interesting problem. One thing that is very unique about this center, which is upcoming, is that it is reached the destination, has arrived. So the thing is that it is centered around performance enhancement. And when you're thinking about performances, we are doing everything to really cater to those performance parameters. So when it comes to the sort of contextual conditions of India, and I would further narrow it down to the contextual conditions of the athlete and how he or she is responding to those conditions in India. The Paralympic that year may not be in an Indian condition, it may be in a foreign condition where the conditions are quite different, and we need to tailor that environment, and in that situation the equipment as well to how the athlete is performing in those conditions. Therefore, I think beyond standards, it must be bespoke. The creation of those conditions and functional testing units must be centered around the athlete. So I think there is a need for developing perhaps a research paradigm that is athlete-centered research, where we are not just focusing on creating a standards for everything. Maybe there is potential for creating standards at a greater level, but when it comes down to functional testing of humidity, dust, how is responding to that equipment, the response to materials, the response to different cushions of the wheelchair for a specific sports activity, we must keep it bespoke to that person and their movements.
So, Dr. Tigmanshu, मैं इसी क्वेश्चन को थोड़ा एक्सटेंड करना चाहूँगा. So, do you think, I mean, in your perspective, जो इंडिया में Paralympians जो हैं, they get little disadvantage of this being trained in this environment compared to the UK people who are getting trained in that environment. So आप कुछ उसमें highlight कुछ बताना चाहेंगे उस बारे में?
I think environment का definition is broad. We must think about a para-athlete first as a person with a disability. The person with a disability in the UK lives a very different life compared to a person with disability in India. And that creates the psychology, the mindset, and I think people who have lived experience of disability can tell more about it. And there is little inclusion in the society to think of them as people who have equal opportunities to perform. We need to rely on extreme amount of talents and persistent and coaching in order to push those boundaries that are set by athletes from around the world who don't have those kind of struggles at that level that the Indian athletes have. True. So when we are considering about an environment, we need to create an accessible environment all around so that the psychology is already productive, that yes, my country is supporting me to win, I can do it, and it's all up to me and my coach how will we figure out a way. And in this technologically assisted training center, I'm getting the best facilities in the world to enhance my performance even by a fraction of a second. So when everybody is behind me, there is no chance of losing that opportunity for a medal.
Thank you, Dr. Tigmanshu. So my next question is to Shri Giriraj Singh ji. Sir, सबसे पहले मैं आपका welcome करूँगा. आई एम रियली थैंकफुल कि आपने अभी सर जस्ट झज्जर से मीटिंग खत्म करके यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं. सो आई एम रियली थैंकफुल फॉर यू टू मेक इट पॉसिबल टू बी हियर. Sir, I'm sorry, without officially welcoming, I'm directly asking you the question, but time थोड़ा कम है. So, sir, आपको क्या लगता है कि जो healthcare sectors, मतलब IIT, AIIMS and sports fraternity, ये लोग आपस में कैसे मिलके they can collaborate to make this plan of sports performance enhancement and injury prevention to be a successful one at IIT-Jhajjar campus. So आपने काफी Olympics में participate किया है. I've seen that. And I know कि you have gone through the real journey of a Paralympian. So आपके inputs काफ़ी useful होंगे, तो आप बताना चाहेंगे कि कैसे IIT Delhi, AIIMS Delhi या और भी IITs or AIIMS can collaborate with the sports fraternity to bring best out of the Paralympians.
Good morning, all of you. मैं खुद एक पैरालंपियन हूँ और मैं सबसे पहले तो एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि भाई जो अभी आप बात कर रहे थे अमेरिका और इंडिया की, मैं ये कहना चाहूँगा कि जो अपने पैरालंपिक खिलाड़ी हैं उनको पहले सबसे ज़रूरी उनको इंफ्रा मिलना चाहिए डिसेबल फ्रेंडली. अगर हमें अपने परफॉर्मेंस को और जो पैरालंपिक्स में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेडल जीतने हैं तो हमें सबसे पहले डिसेबल फ्रेंडली उनके स्टेडियम होने चाहिए, सबसे जो उनका रूम है वो होने चाहिए, और जो उनके बाथरूम्स हैं जो भी मतलब उनकी सुविधाएं हैं जो वो खुद अपनी मैंने देखा है दूसरी कंट्रियों में वो उसी हिसाब से उनके हिसाब से ही मतलब बिल्डिंगें बनाई जाती हैं और वो खुद ही ग्राउंड में जाते हैं, व्हीलचेयर वाले खुद ही ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, खुद प्रैक्टिस करके वो अपने स्पोर्ट्स को और अच्छा करने की कोशिश करते हैं. हमारे यहाँ बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट आ रहा है पैरालंपिक्स का, और जो अभी IIT की और जो अपना मेडिकल्स की जो बात कर रहे हैं हम, डिसेबल जो पीपल्स हैं उनके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है ये चीज़ें, क्योंकि उनके टाइम पे चेकअप होने चाहिए. बहुत सी जो इंजरियां हैं, बहुत से जो खिलाड़ी हैं, जो हमारी एक क्लास होती है स्पोर्ट्स की पैरालंपिक्स की, वो जो क्लास है जैसे 51 क्लास है, मैं 51 क्लास की बताता हूँ. जो उनके इंजरी होती है जो मतलब बोलते हैं उसको अपना उसको व्हीलचेयर पे होते हैं, उनके पैर और हाथ दोनों काम नहीं करते, और यस
क्वाड्रिप्लेजिया
वो जो इंजरी है वो सबसे ज़्यादा मतलब हमारे जो खिलाड़ियों में वो सबसे ज़्यादा खतरनाक है, क्योंकि वो बेड पे नीचे से उनका वो लग जाता है, और वो अगर उसकी वो इंजरी उनको हो जाती है तो वो कोई मतलब उस टाइम अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाते.
ठीक सर, उम्मीद है आपके सुझाव हमें भी आगे ऐसे मिलते रहेंगे, बिकॉज जो आपका एक्सपीरियंस है बहुत हमारे लिए बहुत रियल इनपुट की तरह काम करेगा. सो माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू अगेन प्रोफेसर के दीपक. सो सर, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम, बिकॉज यू हैव बीन इन्वॉल्व्ड इन रिसर्च, you have published lot of journals, you have been guiding lot of PhD students, so we would like to know what kind of research ecosystem is needed to set up a sports research center at IIT-Jhajjar campus. Professor K. Deepak.
Very important question to address this, because if you have a long shot, say you're thinking of decades or several decades, you need to create an ecosystem. And an ecosystem where the free flow of information from one compartment to other compartment should be there. I'm going to identify these compartments in order to create an ecosystem. And also the goals set by the whole ecosystem, and there are subsets of goals of one ecosystem, and there are subsets, like we are all part of this. So it's important that those goals are set. So today is important that some goal is being set by the community, the scientific community participation. So this ecosystem, there are general principles which determine the survival of ecosystem. There can be an ecosystem which is living or which is dead. If there's no information communication between two compartments, the system isn't working or least working. So if you look at the stakeholders, who are the stakeholders of today's AIM agenda? Para-athletes, Paralympics, this is the to start with. But when you work on para-athletes or Paralympics, it also goes to their day-to-day living. They have more day-to-day living than participating one day. So the information which collective which goes there. Therefore, we are extending the whole things to the society. Therefore, the first important is the community participation becomes very important in this ecosystem. We have to bring community and society somewhere, and the link should be a kind of a living link, like you're getting information, you're giving that information. So important stakeholder first target is the community and society of various nature, depending on what Paralympic or the families and then general people. So this information is also extendable to non-Paralympic or journalist counterparts, and therefore it's a much wider society. So community participation is important. How do we assure that that's part of ecosystem? We have to create those guidelines that we engage, this engagement with the community. Then other two main pillars which are emerging here, or let me call three pillars, is technology, medical sciences for injury prevention and other things, athletes and their the structure around the athletes, like SAI, Sport Authority of India, NIS, or you take there's a big structure available where they have a different component. It's not only the orthopedic surgeon, it's a biomechanics, it's a sport nutrition, sport psychologist, and there are several other components, and physiotherapist. You can identify this compartment, and these compartments need to be well connected. And then, so therefore, the engagement with all the stakeholders with a definite single goal and multiple goals which satisfy their own needs. Each one has their own needs and goals, like athletes have their goal, biomechanics, they have goal, their own. So all these should be complementary. So once they are complementary and they are reinforcing this ecosystem. So the kind of ecosystem is required much more bigger than we think of any other system, because the moment you bring athletes and society into science and technology and medicine and sports sciences, it becomes a bigger structure. So therefore, the regular meeting, what has been transpired in the morning meeting, a regular meeting by the director IIT Delhi, that regular meeting has to be an important agenda. And once you have those agenda, meeting once, twice with these people and talking to them, therefore it maybe an agenda-less meeting with any one of them is sometimes very useful, just talking. So this is how I would see a sports center setup, which takes care of that ecosystem is kept live by maintaining the connectivity.
So, sir, adding to that, just a quick question. Whenever we plan, so in the breakout session, we mentioned that we want to start some PhD programs also in the sports biomechanics. So, can you help us in, kind of figure out how do we connect or how do we fill this gap that somebody's PhD is actually translating into a concept of improving the performance enhancement or injury prevention? So how do we fill that gap, that a PhD work is actually going in that direction? So how do we do that?
So whenever PhD work is being planned, the day one, you're thinking of doing a fundamental research, fine. What will be the application value, the common masses, or common application, or what could be the translational value? Are you developing a device, or how this is going to help in making a device and then help to the society? Those should be talked about. In fact, the students do touch upon these things when they do a review of literature. But unless you put them down that what is the clinical or application value of this for the society, for medical sciences, for technology, because as I told you, there can be a transfer of technology, the inter-transfer of technology, the spillover or spin-off technology. So therefore, when you're deciding a PhD topic and other things related to this, think of a long goal that this is going to connect. So when you take a next PhD or when he continues as a faculty, then he takes that goal along. Because to solve an issue, it's not 5 years or 10 years. It really takes a long time to develop technology maturation.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Professor Geeta Handa. So ma'am, what technological support a treating physician would require to help early detection and quick alleviation of injuries in para-athletes?
Yeah, the basic technologies which we require for any assessment, like the physiological parameters, different types of sensors, different types of performance assessment devices. So all these things should be there, but definitely there should be certain advances which are like wheelchair related. The wheelchair ergometers, wheelchair pressure sensing mats, wheelchair based biomechanics softwares which are there. So basically, even if we have a software for biomechanics, we have very limited software for wheelchair-based biomechanics. So that kind of specific, sport-specific softwares, if they can be developed. So these things can help us in really doing an analysis of the person's training parameters over a period of time, and also help us detect the injury based on the AI and machine learning kind of a situation. So definitely we can develop those kind of algorithms and also the softwares which can help us in understanding the athlete better, understanding the injury better, and also understanding how they can come out of that injury and modify or substitute on that area. So definitely there are so many technological advances which can help us in that, and we can develop that also in-house. Both are possible.
So prediction of injury seems to be very important.
That's possible.
If you can predict it little early.
Yeah.
And of course we have various tools like AI. If we can have a personalized data of an individual, I think there are already some algorithms available, or we can develop them. You can predict that, you know, this particular participant or this Paralympian can have an injury after 20 days, so that we start providing interventions for that. So that's very useful. Thank you, ma'am. So my next question is Professor Dhananjay Saw. He is an expert in biomechanics. So sir, from a biomechanics point of view, how the Paralympic athletes are different from their counterparts? You have little bit explained it in the breakout session, but we would like to hear more here.
See, when we talk about biomechanics, we should not forget the physiology, and we should not forget about the training and psychology of the Paralympic player, and sociological other considerations, the limitations. Now, generally, we are bilaterally symmetrical, and our kinematics and kinetics for normal movements are bilaterally symmetrical. These are the variables we generally consider. Whereas this is not the same in case of the Paralympic players, because they have some prosthesis or wheelchair. They are much more dependent on the other side, not on the other side. So naturally the fatigue pattern also different. We compensate from either of the side in case of the movement, the amount of kinematics and kinetics, we adjust and accommodate. We give a relief to the fatigue part, and we get a good recovery, and we come up with the event. But it is not true and the same in case of the Paralympic. As Madam said, we are lacking data in this regard as far India is concerned, because the data will be produced, the type of device you are designing, the prosthesis and the wheelchair. So kinematics and kinetics will be according to that. The question is that, suppose you have the wheelchair you are manufacturing, the very first thing we have to see the economy of that, ergonomic considerations of that, how economic it is as far efficiency, economy of the movement is concerned of the Paralympic. And whereas the normal athlete, they are self-engined. And when they have fatigue, we have a pattern, a lot of data available. So this is very important considerations. The rules and regulations for Paralympic Games are again different than the normal games and sports requirement. So naturally it is again challenging what you madam said. So they have to, whatever device we are going for this Paralympic, this need to be properly acclimatized and trained with that. It should not be taken up in the time of tournament or competition, maybe 15 days, 1 month before. It should be taken up from the very beginning of the training. And data should be recorded, and this validity and precision should be ensured. Now, what is when the Paralympic athlete getting fatigue and they have next matches or next event and next trials, so this is detrimental as far injuries are concerned. So we should be much more careful in that regard. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is to Brigadier Dr. Bipun Kalyan Nayak ji. What are the issues you think that can be solved by technological innovations? So because you have been as a sports person, or you have been in the army, and you are now as an administrator, so you might have gone through a lot of issues which probably you could have thought it can be solved by innovation. So could you highlight some of them so that we can note it down and plan accordingly?
The first and foremost, my requirement from the biomedical engineers and the experts will be to come up with a device, either which should be easily available, accessible, and second, it can be easily used by an athlete or the para-athlete, where the athletes, the joint power, muscle power could be monitored, so that we have got an objective tool.
Okay.
So based on it, suppose we start with what is the basic power of the joints, then the coach has given a training program, 15 days, 20 days, or 1 month down the line. On the field itself, we can again see what has been the quantum of improvement, maybe the joint velocity, the power of the joint, so that this gives a very objective monitoring tool for the coach to see how effective has been his or her training program.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think I teach a course on biomechanics in this semester, and we do a lot of calculations about muscles force, joint angle torque, how much. And I think the biomechanics is already there. We just need to, find some personalized sensors which can record, like for example, velocity, for example, angles, variables kind of thing. And we can ask the athletes to go off the, on the ground and, calculate this. So I agree. I mean, the quantitative analysis is actually very important for coaches, rather than the qualitative analysis. In fact, I also feel that, fatigue is also a very important parameter. So for example, if you ask me how much you are fatigued, I don't have any parameter to say. I'll say, हाँ मैं बहुत थक गया हूँ. But बहुत का मतलब क्या है? Can I scale it? Because fatigue is a very thin line. Above this is injury, and below this is underuse of your muscle force. So I think these kind of devices are very important to be developed. I completely agree to you.
Can I?
Please, sir.
A very simple example. I've been the team physician for Indian hockey team from 2009 to that of 2016. And what we do is that we have got a force platform. Before they enter to the field, we make them jump with a single limb, double limb, both the sides. If any player who has got a deficit or discrepancy of more than 8%,
okay,
we know that the athlete has not recovered, something is not right there. So tell the coach, okay, coach, please look out, and we tell the athlete, you better look out, otherwise you are going to sustain injury. On that line, we expect that in case of any kind of MS in the para-athletes, so that also can help them to devise a customized training program.
Yes, I think sir, ये काफी important बात है जो आपने बताई. We were thinking for athletes, but I think coaches are equal stakeholders. If they get these kind of assessment available, quantitative, कितना fatigue है, कितना joint torque produce हुआ है, तो I think उससे भी काफी input athlete को मिलेगा to improve the performance.
Because based on this input, we can devise whether isometric training will help, concentric will help, or eccentric will help.
Yes.
Like recently, we had dealt with the cerebral palsy athletes.
Okay.
They had a football competition, all India football competition there in Jawaharlal Nehru. So again, their level of training is completely different.
Absolutely.
For spasticity, I believe one of their coaches, they have to undertake a lot of eccentric training, which usually we do not do for the other athletes.
Thank you.
So again, your input is going to make a lot of difference.
Thank you for relying on us. Thank you, sir. So my next question is again to Shri Yaspal Solanki ji. So balancing intense training with long-term health is crucial for athletes. And I think आपने ये चीज़ हमें breakout session में भी बताई थी कि केवल तभी तक नहीं जब तक वो sports खेल रहा है, उसके बाद भी उसकी क्या general health है. So how do you see MedTech contributing to promoting athletes' health and well-being beyond their competitive years, not only just when they are performing for the country? After that, तो उस पर कुछ आप बताना चाहेंगे?
Most of the thing on this question I already shared.
Yeah, you shared it in the breakout session.
It's difficult, not अभी तक हमारे पास कोई ऐसा device नहीं है which can help us to balance things. But जो whatever we have available in market, we use, which I mentioned earlier, like the most important parameter is if you are not mentally or physically not ready. तो सबसे पहला जो disturbance हम feel करते हैं वो आपका sleep pattern में disturbance होगा.
Yes.
And then the morning pulse rate, which we record on regular basis. जब device नहीं थी तब भी हम stopwatch से लेते थे. Coach बोलते थे stopwatch 10 seconds, then we multiply into 6, and then the resting heart rate and working heart rate. So from the bed, the most important thing during our times when we used to play is to record our pulse rate. First thing on the bed before moving out of bed. So these things help us a lot. Or नींद कैसी आई, how are you feeling? Like coaches, the foreign coaches used to ask, how are you feeling right now? Out of 10, that is RP, you can see. So ऐसा कुछ ये तो है सिर्फ फिजिकल पैरामीटर्स देख लेंगे, कहीं ना कहीं आपका अगर मेंटली यू आर नॉट ओके, लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम बिफोर द कंपटीशन द स्लीप इज नॉट देयर बिकॉज ऑफ द मेंटल प्रेशर।
यस यस।
तो वो भी हमारा अगर ट्रैक हो तो कोचेस कैन लाइक थ्रू वन पैड कनेक्टिंग few devices, like we supposed to travel next week, so when I am abroad तो मेरे पास एक ऐसा parameters like मेरे I can record, I can see the sleep pattern all of my athletes. Okay, ये athlete आज अच्छे से सोया नहीं है तो we can give them another one hour 2 hour rest.
Yes.
Instead of taking and pushing him or her for an early morning session. तो बैलेंसिंग इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
सो आई थिंक जैसा आप बता रहे हैं स्लीप क्वालिटी असेसमेंट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तभी लाइक इफ आई कैन नॉट यूज माई फोन विदाउट चार्जिंग इट, तो वी चार्ज आवर सेल्फ बाय स्लीपिंग। ये हमारा मानना है। और उसके अलावा जो फ्यूचर में अगर कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी है विच कैन हेल्प अस लाइक डीप स्लीप कितना है, उसमें हमें ये भी देखना है कि स्लीप के भी जो पैटर्न्स हैं कि बच्चा बताता है सर मैं सोया हूँ लेकिन
the various stages of sleep, whether he could have gone through all the, so this is very important actually. Yes, so whether the athlete has gone through all the stages of sleep or not, or he could not, मतलब सारी stages आई या नहीं आई।
Maybe in future, like gymnastic में अगर आप देखें तो कुछ ऐसे events हैं जहाँ पर risk of injury is very high, तो अगर आपको लगा कि आप coaches के अंदर भी ये फिर future में इतना empower होने चाहिए coaches भी कि आप they are ready to withdraw, कि अगर क्योंकि इस होना चाहिए एथलीट इज नॉट रेडी टू परफॉर्म, और उसको बहुत अच्छे से एड्रेस किया सिमोन बाइल ने।
एंड एट बोथ लेवल्स, फिजिकल एज वेल एज मेंटल।
फिजिकल एंड मेंटल बोथ, बैलेंसिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड।
थैंक यू सर। So my next question is to Shri Giriraj Singh ji, because he is a athlete, a sports person with us who has gone through a lot of experience participating in various Olympics. So sir, could you please share some issues or experience which you think you could have been solved, मतलब जहाँ पे आपको लग रहा है कि टेक्नोलॉजी का अगर इंटरवेंशन होता तो ये एक तो आपने अभी पिछले वाले क्वेश्चंस में बहुत अच्छा मैं बताया कि जो भी स्टेडियम आप प्लान कर रहे हैं, जो भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्लान कर रहे हैं, दे शुड डेफिनेटली बी फ्रेंडली फॉर द डिसेबल्ड so that they can help them. But इसके अलावा कुछ और जो आपको लगता है कि ये चीज़ टेक्नोलॉजी से इजीली सॉल्व हो सकती है, IIT should take an initiative to solve it, आपके पूरे एक्सपीरियंस में?
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि भाई जो अपना चाहे वो फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट है, चाहे वो डॉक्टर है, चाहे IIT की बात है, वो एक्चुअली में जैसे पैरा जो टीम जाती है, पहला भी डॉक्टर साहब मेरे साथ रियो पैरालंपिक गेम्स में गए थे तो इन्होंने खुद भी देखा है। तो मैं ये जरूर कहना चाहूँगा इस मंच से कि भाई जो अपने पैरा खिलाड़ी हैं पहले से वो बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान में। अगर अभी हम पिछले ओलंपिक की बात करें तो
2020 ओलंपिक,
यस, तो अपने जो मेडल हैं वो डबल 100 से भी ज़्यादा हुए हैं,
19 के आसपास।
यस, 19 मेडल थे।
19 मेडल थे।
और मैं जो ये आपने जो प्रोग्राम IIT ने रखा है बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम मेरे को लग रहा है, क्योंकि इससे आने वाला जो फ्यूचर है खिलाड़ी का बहुत अच्छा होगा। और अगर उनको टाइम पे उनकी अगर इंजरियां हैं, देख रेख है वो की जाएगी तो आने वाला जो उनका फ्यूचर होगा और जो अपनी कंट्री के मेडल होंगे, चाहे वो ओलंपिक हो चाहे पैरालंपिक्स हो, तो उसमें और अच्छा अपना कंट्री कर पाएगा।
थैंक यू सर। So my next question is to Shri Ajay Chaudhary ji. So what kind of, as you mentioned, so one of the discussions that we had in the morning in the breakout session was female sports person. बहुत ज़्यादा participation नहीं है, तो what kind of ecosystem AIIMS को envision for female sports person?
As you rightly said, for female, to encourage female participants, I think a broader ecosystem need to be created where the girl child, they need to be encouraged right from the beginning to actively participate in sports. उनके लिए जो लड़कियां जिनका इंटरेस्ट है उनके लिए ऐसे इक्विपमेंट होने चाहिए जो उन्हीं के लिए कस्टमाइज डिजाइंड हो। जैसे हम लोग चाइल्ड की व्हीलचेयर अलग बनाते हैं, जो मिडिल साइज पर्सन है उसके लिए अलग बनाते हैं, एडल्ट्स के लिए अलग बनाते हैं, उसी तरह फीमेल गर्ल चाइल्ड्स के लिए जैसा कि शॉर्ट में बता रहे थे कि बेटर इकोनॉमिक्स और बेटर
एर्गोनॉमिक्स के साथ भी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो उनको सूट करेंगे तो डेफिनेटली उनको एनकरेजमेंट मिलेगी। दूसरा मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि जो आइडेंटिफाई होते हैं जितने भी फीमेल पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, दे शुड बी एनकरेज टू गो टू द राइट सेंटर्स। आज की डेट में सेंटर फॉर डिसेबिलिटी स्पोर्ट्स आ रहे हैं, आज की डेट में ये जो टाई अप हो रहा है, अगर इन जगह पे इनको मार्गदर्शन हुआ कि दे कैन गो एंड गेट ट्रेनिंग इन दिस काइंड ऑफ फैसिलिटीज एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस वेरियस अदर फैसिलिटीज बाय स्पोर्ट्स अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया लिमिटेड, तो उनको उनका मार्गदर्शन करना, आप उनकी नेचुरल पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ा सकते हैं। थर्ड, आई वुड से दैट इन ऑल गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम या जितनी भी उनकी कल्याणकारी योजनाएं होती हैं, उसमें जो अंडरलाइन थीम होती है वो कुछ ना कुछ रिजर्वेशन या उनके लिए एक पार्टिसिपेशन का एक मौका होता है। मैं खुद जिस मंत्रालय को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ, वहाँ पे हम भारत सरकार की 2 फ्लैगशिप स्कीम्स चलाते हैं, जिसमें एड्स एंड असिस्टेड डिवाइसेस दिव्यांगजनों को, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज और सीनियर सिटीजन्स को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कराए जाते हैं। तो उसमें जो अंडरलाइन थीम होती है वो ये होती है कि कम से कम 30% जो बेनिफिशियरीज हैं, जो लोग उसका लाभान्वित हो सकें, वो फीमेल्स होने चाहिए। और मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि राष्ट्रीय वयश्री योजना सर जो सीनियर सिटीजन के लिए बुलाई है, उसके अंदर हालांकि इम्पोजिंग नहीं होता, कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है कि इतने बेनिफिशियरीज को देने, लेकिन आई एम ग्लैड टू इन्फॉर्म कि उसमें 50% बेनिफिट फीमेल बेनिफिशियरीज को जाता है और जो दिव्यांगजन्स के लिए भी जो स्कीम है उसमें 30% जाती है। तो गवर्नमेंट जैसे जितने भी अपनी फ्लैगशिप स्कीम्स के लिए प्रावधान रखती है इनकरेज करने के लिए, वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि यहाँ पे भी जो है नया जो हम प्रपोज कर रहे हैं प्रोजेक्ट, उसमें भी उनके लिए हो ताकि वो लोग एनकरेज हो। और लास्ट नॉट द लीस्ट, few members in this convention, they will be aware that there is a typical objective from Government of India to encourage empowerment of women under the CSR schemes. भारत सरकार के पास कम से कम 22,000 करोड़ का फंड है। जितने भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर कंपनी हैं, जितनी भी पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी हैं, उनको अपना 2% हिस्सा जो प्रॉफिट का है उनको दुनिया जान के समाज के जो कल्याणकारी प्रोग्राम है उनमें खर्च करना चाहिए। और उसमें मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि प्रोवाइडिंग असिस्टेंट टू डिसेबल्ड पर्सन टू पैरालंपियन इज एन अप्रूव्ड CSR एक्टिविटी। सेक्शन 2 हेल्थ के अंदर ये अप्रूव्ड एक्टिविटी है। और पिछले 3 सालों से जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पब्लिक एंटरप्राइज है, जो कि पॉलिसीज निकालता है कि किस किस थीम पे होनी चाहिए, पिछले 3 सालों से जो कंसिस्टेंटली थीम सभी कंपनीज को कम्युनिकेट करी जा रही है वो है हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन। सबको, जितनी भी प्रॉफिट मेकिंग कंपनी हैं, चाहे वो प्राइवेट हो या सरकारी उपक्रम हो, सभी को अपना 2% में से कुछ हिस्सा हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन पे देना चाहिए। और पैरालंपियंस और दिव्यांगजनों, इनको एड्स एंड असिस्टेड, इनको किसी भी वे में मदद करना है, इट्स एन अप्रूव्ड CSR एक्टिविटी। आई थिंक दैट एडवोकेसी वर्क विद गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया शुड कंटिन्यू। और जितनी अवेयरनेस करेंगे, जितना एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन करेंगे, हम जो फीमेल बेनिफिशरीज उनको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फायदा पहुँचा पाएंगे। और जैसा कि गिरिराज सिंह जी बता रहे थे और मेरे साथ बैठे सोलंकी साहब भी बता रहे हैं कि जो मेडल जीते जाते हैं वो बेटर टेक्नोलॉजी और बेटर इक्विपमेंट्स की वजह से भी जीते जाते हैं। वो अलग बात है कि एक जो लगन है जो पैरालंपियंस की और जो कोचिंग उनको मिले वो सर्वप्रथम है। लेकिन 2 चीज़ें आपको और मेडल जीतने में हेल्प करती है, एक टेक्नोलॉजी, एक आपको जो मशीनरी, जो आपको जो इक्विपमेंट जो प्रोवाइड किया गया। तो ये दोनों चीज़ें अगर होंगी तो आई डोंट फोरसी एनी रीजन व्हाई आवर कंट्री वोंट बी आल्सो बी नंबर 1 इन स्पोर्ट्स इवेंट्स। Thank you. So thank you very much. I think this is a good motivation for us कि equipment and technology can play a significant role in getting more Olympics. So this is really the good outcome of today's panel discussion. And also thank you for sharing the AIIMS vision about the female participation in the sports. My next question is to Dr. Tigmanshu, that because you have been involved in a lot of innovation, including exoskeleton, prosthetics. So what role the frugal innovations can play in performance enhancement for Paralympian?
First and foremost, if our target is performance enhancement, I believe frugality should be secondary. We should focus purely on enhancing and doing the best what is for the athlete. When it comes to bringing that technology to the masses, then we need frugality. That is the stage. For example, if we have created a new kind of a wheelchair that is much better in propulsion, that is suited for the Indian anthropometry, which is suited for the shoulder movement that Indians typically have and different from the countries around the world and different from other races, that should not compromise in terms of frugality. That should be the best of class materials, carbon fiber, aluminum, whatever is needed. But if that wheelchair is really so good that a lot of people can benefit from it, then I think we need to invest in thinking about how to make that frugal by changing the materials, changing the design, changing the manufacturing process. But I think performance enhancement should be.
See, as already mentioned by other panelists also, the technology cannot be compromised. We have to go for the best in order to enhance the performance and then get the more medals to the country. So thank you, panelists. I would now request audience this is open for the questions from audience now. And if you see that we have a big spectrum of the panelists. We have academicians, we have industry people, we have coaches, we have sports person themselves. So I think we can accommodate a broader spectrum of questions. I request audience to please ask the question and also address to whom that question is. So volunteers, can we have mic? Yes, please.
Hello. So first of all, thank you very much, the panelists, and having this discussion, because I am hearing this discussion over my nearly 20 years of existence at IIT Delhi. So I'm really very proud that this is happening at IIT Delhi, and I am hearing these things. Such a discussion is happening. Fantastic. Now the question is very probing and very, very, pinpointed. Because we are an academic institutions, we are going for this technology, academy, Paralympic, a combination of all these things. And I have been in the other panels also. A question is, if you are looking at the academic point of view, as well as transferring the technology to the sector, whoever requires it, whether it is Paralympic technology, whether it is cancer detection technology, whatever technology we think of. We have one moot question. If we teach, if we train, if we get people who are trained in a particular aspect of whatever we are talking about, what is their employability on the current scenario? Because that is something that we have to, and as I said, it's a very probing one. Probably some of you will be able to answer it. And it's an open question to all the panelists. Now, another question, and then anybody can answer. I would leave it to Deepak to direct it to any of the panelists, this question. So this second question. Yeah, okay. You can direct it right now, maybe.
Okay. So I think Professor K.K. Deepak, being from academia, would be happy to answer this question.
No, I'm on the side of Dr. Kundu. I'm academician. So I think Director in charge, NCC, should be able to, in a better position, he has got a map of India where the SAI centers are working, what are the centers working, where these people will be finally employed. So this is the one place I can think of. Second thing, in the industry, are they ready to take these? So that is a second.
That's precisely the question.
And third is academic, when they come back, like a feedback. So I come towards end.
So Brigadier Naik, would you like to?
Yes, please. It's very heartening that you have inquired about the employability. You'll be very surprised to know that there are not enough biomechanists in our country when it comes to application of the sports. I myself, we had a recruitment drive 4 months back. Out of 83 biomechanists, and one is at the level 10, Government of India, the other one was the junior one, level 6. We could only fill 23. So we are still running sort of 63 because they do not have enough qualification and experience. Experience, we do not mind relaxing that. But what we require is the qualification because at the end of the day, they'll be dealing with an athlete. Again, indirectly, that athlete is representing the country. So we have got little bit of stringent, but the way the state governments are coming up, in fact, I have been given the mandate to set up 6 high-performance centers in the country and another 17 medium level, what we call intermediate level high-performance centers, costing somewhere around, at the cost of the high-performance will be somewhere around 300 crores. The middle one somewhere around 200 crores, and at the grassroots level also we are coming down. Like the plan is that at each district also we'll have a small sports science center. Things are coming up the way suddenly the MBBS seats have gone up, the post-graduation seats have gone up. Similarly, sports sciences is being envisaged to be applied and day-to-day sports also. So once we have got these engineers or the certified experience personnel, there should not be, because everybody wants to enhance their performance. Like any amateur also, if they are running a marathon, they love to improve their timing. They love not to get injured. So it is just matter of days. In fact, currently there is a huge gap between the supply. So it's with each passing day, each sports government, like Gujarat government is coming up something like the Aspitar, one of the top the sports centers of the Asia. And Bihar government, they themselves are coming up. Kerala government is coming up. So there will be so many requirement of this thing trained biomechanists that it will be difficult for us to supply and to employ. Right.
That's really motivating.
Very pleasing, really, very pleasing actually to hear, at least,
Yeah.
because it's coming up.
Yeah.
If that is answered or anybody wants to add, then I have a second. Yeah, please.
A similar feeling was there. I was in a committee of ministry when we were awarding Center of Excellence in Sport. We awarded 6 or 7 and we gave the funding. We were looking for that is the all 4-5 component for setting up a COE available. Orthopedic, sport physiology, sport biomechanics, sport nutrition, sport psychology. And we found that it's not. Many people who came to claim is orthopedic surgeon just to set a sports. I said, no, it cannot be done unless you have all. So there is a demand. Now we need to have map. We need to create a map with SCI and maybe using all information, what is available and what is not available. That India map should be created. So thank you for the question. Thank you.
I want to add something. See, the Indian population, the youngest population, and it is shifting to the older. After 20 years, you will find the highest population with the older people more than 60 years. So possibly it is the right time to start with. We need more wheelchair and support system rather than hospitals to support that 50 or 50 above or 60% population above 60%. So this challenge is coming within 20-25 years. We need to prepare now, along with this sports biomechanics development.
Professor Kundu, your next question, please.
Yeah. My next question is again a very pinpointed question. So the question is, several things has been mentioned in terms of the requirement, like, we must look at the psychology, we must look at the mental pressure, the sleep cycle, and even, Alimco actually, so you presented with a very nice information about the present requirement. For example, you took the name of Blade Runners. Now that is one manufacturing unit that definitely could have been done in India and should have been done in India. And then you mentioned that you would like to actually participate more and have more interaction for sensors. But sensor is a long short, process, and it takes, back and forth, continuous interaction, and then development, and again processing, and again development, and those things. But then Blade, on the other hand, these are like straightforward mechanical devices. Do you think there is anything else that India should do, or IIT should do through this center, similar to something like a Blade, or which is completely imported right now? We need to get it done in India.
Actually, I have been to many such events where the proposals for setting up new products in AIDS and assisted technology, they are being deliberated. There are many research schemes from our ministry and from Ministry of Health also, where it is encouraged that as many as new players, they should participate. But unfortunately, I would like to mention that the research part, it never culminates into a viable product where you can reach out to the masses. So whatever research and development amount is incurred on various research studies,
it should be very focused. It should be focused on disabled products, and ultimately some solution need to be worked out of the study where that technology can be commercialized. Now, under the same scheme, we have recently floated an expression of interest where we are inviting not only the startups, we are also inviting people all across the globe where they can be part of that startup policy. People willing to come out with new innovative product in the field of assistive technology, not only for persons with disabilities, but even for senior citizens, they are encouraged to participate. So that EOI is available on limco.in. And as per NITI Aayog direction, we have also launched a startup policy where all startups with the relevant infrastructure, they are encouraged to come utilize our facility. We have recently modernized our factory to the tune of 338 crores. So they can utilize any of our machines inside our factory. They can visit at any time and they can set up their own office, do research facility in tandem with our R&D team. And any products, if company feels they are commercially viable, they are encouraged and we will adopt them and ultimately introduce it in the market. That is what our recent policy has been, and all the details they are available on our website. So all the innovators, all startups, all entrepreneurs who are there in this thing, I would request them to go through that startup policy, through that expression of interest, and they are most welcome to apply.
Thank you.
So, yeah, next questions, volunteer.
Okay, one question is related to the career of the kids, of the students. Let's say whenever a kid starts doing well, let's say in 4th or 5th standard he is in, then parents put him to a good coaching and put money into it. But by the time the 10th comes, even if the kid is doing very good, then parents feel jittery, you know. What is the plan B? What if he doesn't get to the top 100 of the world? Otherwise, it's very difficult to monetarily sustain that. And on the other aspect, then they start thinking about, you know, whether to continue with sports or continue with this education, academics. Our academics, related to when you say that there is a lot of demand on this thing, we need 3 years course where the entry criteria is not based on integration and differentiation alone. Maybe the guy who has played would understand this and to that level, would understand this plan B much better than the who JE or AI triple entrance. So we need to have a 3-year course by IITs or this thing where we want the selection criteria should be different than the maths base.
So would like to.
As per my understanding, the question is about the holistic development of the athletes.
So basically, I think the question is like how to, because there is a stage, जहाँ पे बच्चा बहुत अच्छा perform कर रहा है till 10th in sports, but all of a sudden parents realize कि अगर sports में नहीं किया तो backup plan कुछ नहीं है, तो they push him towards studies. So being an athlete, you are a champion. So can you tell the audience how to manage this kind of balance?
100%. The question is the selection criteria for this should be different, not the JE and AIIMS based alone. So that's where because if he has to qualify IIT or something to get into this plan B, when you say biomechanics, then he has to stop playing. As simple as that. Or stop playing at that level where he can be a champ, he can be a player or something. So the entry selection criteria for these kind of 3 years courses needs to be more sports centric.
Yeah, so your comments is you're well taken. So probably Brigadier Nayak would like to answer.
Sir, recently I was in IIT Madras. Okay. 2 weeks back. I believe Government of India is coming up with a plan where a child with a certain kind of excellence in the sports will be allowed to come into IIT. I believe each IIT, each branch will have 1 vacancy. So that amounts to some 200 odd vacancies, I believe. And later on, if a child has been into the sports, later on, he or she, if decides to move on to like sports management or these kind of the courses, I'm sure while devising the entry criteria for these courses, some kind of preference should be given somebody who has represented the level of district, state, and may not be national or international, so that anybody who has got a passion of the sports, they get into this course and they do full justice once they are equipped with the certification or the degree.
Yeah, maybe a 3-year course. Again, the rigor will be again, even if let's say one kid passes into that thing, he may have to pass again the mathematics, which is where all the engineering, this thing, then all the issue may fall. I think this course has to be 3-year course or something. May not be that, this thing. Maybe may not be 4-year as remunerative as the other, maybe he should this thing. But sports management, then he becomes sports management specific. Then he'll not think of all those consulting companies and all that. Maybe 3 years course.
This can be like it is. They have to. It is the management who has to decide. With this much of achievement in the sports, maybe this is the waiver that can be given, which is again done in our National Institute of Sports when they come for their diploma, so that if they have got a national medal and international medal, they are given certain waivers, so that with the limited qualification also they can get into that course.
So thank you.
Okay, I add one line. You are talking about a sports person to get a sports quotas in the educational sector.
Very specific.
That is the state question.
Yeah, state.
And let me tell you, many institutions, including University of Delhi,
yes, they do.
we have a sports reservations. Not only that, now in new education policy, 4-year program. What we find that 1 year, that is sports subjects or papers like management, stress management, sports training, getting very popularity. When I asked the physics student doing honors physics, why you have taken this subject? He's telling, sir, morning to evening only physics, and it is the sports and learning about it. I have time to go to the ground and learn about it. So, sir, scene are changing. Every child having their strong point. Everybody is not Solanki. So somebody will be Solanki, somebody will take some advantage of being national level, state level player, and somebody is academically good, they will take accordingly. So now there is lot of accommodation is there. And we have, I am there in IIM Rohtak, they have sports management courses, and the sports management courses, many of the sports person, though they are engineer, software engineer, they are joining the sports management because they have an inclination to sports sometime in their life. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sir,
So I think,
sir, I want to add something.
Sure, sir.
As a leading organization, I am associated with Sports Authority of India. Now we are not just focusing on the medals and the performances from the athletes. Now, thanks to our leadership, we arrange separate classes with the help of tutors from the nearby institutions to develop an athlete holistically. So most of the students, those who are not very successful in sports, are transferred and motivated to join other things. So unka life khali sports par hi ya unki performance pe depend now. Like few of my students, those who represent India and at senior level, junior level, but at senior level they are not performing. So some of them took this performance analysis course. Some of them are into coaching, some of them are into management, and Sai is taking care of it at grassroots level only. So we are not letting the athletes leave their studies because they are staying away from home, staying away from their institutes, sports institutes. So now it is very well taken care by the Sai. Thank you.
So thank you. I think this is a great initiative from SAI. Wonderful. So we have space for one question only. So I request audience. And of course, please feel free to ask your questions during the lunch outside.
Hello everyone. So my question is very specific. It is related to wearable technology. So I want to know from an athlete's perspective, what is the current feasibility and adaptability with wearable technologies in both athletes and para-athletes? And are the athletes well equipped or trained to perform in an environment where there will be a lot of sensors attached to their body? And how do we plan to bridge this gap?
So I think Solanki ji, would you like to answer, because, or maybe Giriraj Singh ji?
Yes. सबसे बड़ा फनी सा एक इसमें रिस्पॉन्स तो ये है कि few of the athletes start questioning us कि sir, are you spying? So now, but as they want to perform better and they want to feel better, so they are adopting these technologies, and we have regular assessments like high performance, जो हमारा high performance labs हैं उनके अंदर भी हम बहुत सारे devices के साथ ही test देते हैं so that we can check the athletes on different parameters. So now the athletes are friendly with these instruments or accessories, and they start demanding for it. Like couple of them are very expensive, but they are asking for it. Ki, sir, I want to use that technology which can help me improve my performance. So now we are using and we are adopting according to these technologies.
Thank you.
And we are looking forward. We are looking forward to provide a couple of more accessories which can help us in perform better and feel better, or like
absolutely
general health bhi acha ho.
Yeah. Thank you. So thank you very much. I thank panelists for giving so much of information and so much of guidelines. A big round of applause for them. I now request my colleague Professor Sandeep Jha to present mementos to our panelist. Professor K.K. Deepak sir, please. Sir, आप एक एक करके आ जाइए. Jesus. बाकियों का है, बाकियों का So thank you very much. Okay, so please join us for lunch at Red Square. And okay, so.
Lunch arrangements for panel members is on the first floor. Other members.
வந்து இப்போ ராஜீவ் வந்து எதனால்னா யூஸிங் வந்து we are going to introduce அவர் வந்து ஆஃப் த ஃப்ளை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு அவரை ஃபஸ்ட் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அப்புறம் வந்து சின்ஸ் வி ஆல்ரெடி சீன் அதுக்கு வந்து ஸ்லைடு போடாமல் அவர் வந்து டைரக்டர் டெபிளாக இருந்தார். அப்புறம் ये बात करेंगे. I will be on the other side. So I will start with the one introduction like myself, Professor Dinesh, and then let me introduce the panelists. I think this is yours, huh? No, this is mine. No. There should be pen also. This is also mine. Now it's all yours. तो अभी वो सब है नेक्स्ट टू पैनल
को बहुत अच्छे से एड्रेस किया सिमोन बाइल ने.
And at both levels, physical as well as mental.
Physical and mental, both. Balancing is required.
So we may start at 5 minutes before. இவர் வந்து எய்ம்ஸ் பட் தமிழ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் ஏதோ ரஜீவன் இவர் தான் ரஜீவன் இவர் இல்லையா Good afternoon, everyone. So we are about to begin panel 3 on medical implants, diagnostics, and medical devices. I think we are a few minutes ahead of schedule. So I'm Dinesh Kalyansundaram from Biomedical Engineering. I work on medical implants, and myself and Professor Ravi from Department of Biotechnology and Biochemical Engineering. We are both coordinating this panel discussion. So Ravi will take over and invite the dignitaries to the stage.
Thank you, Professor Dinesh. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think we have a very illustrious panel for us to keep us engaged on this discussion. So let me start by welcoming our first panelist member, Dr. Upendra Kumar Singh, DG Life Science from DRDO. So sir has joined in the morning also, and we would like him to come and join in the panel and engage with our feedbacks and thoughts. Thank you so much, sir, for coming to IIT. So a quick round of applause, please. So the way we have actually thought about when we are thinking medical devices is that we always take feedback from our medical colleagues. So I think today it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Rajiv Narang, Head of Department of Cardiology in AIIMS, New Delhi. Sir has more than 3 decades of experience in cardiology department, ranging from ECG, angiogram to coronary angioplasty. Sir, please join us in the stage. So sir is also chairing a panel for indigenous development and commercialization of left ventricular assist device and artificial heart. So we look forward to hear from you, sir. So a young growing star, Professor Venkateshwan Sampath Kumar from the Department of Orthopedics in AIIMS, New Delhi. Please come, sir. Dr. Venkatesh has obtained his bachelor's degree from Madras Medical College, and further he has got into orthopedics in AIIMS, New Delhi. He has extensive experience both nationally and internationally in the field of orthopedics, and he is going to entail us with this experience. So Shri Rajiv Nathji, he's MD Hindustan Syringes Medical Devices and also Forum Coordinator for Association of Indian Medical Device Industry, AIIMED. Sir, welcome to the panel. And formerly has contributed significantly in the COVID challenge by producing some of the needles, hypodermic catheters, blades, scalpel. Dr. Rajiv also wears multiple hats. He is also president of All India Syringes and Needles Manufacturing Association. He is also chairing a technical committee, IGMED, for certification by Quality Council of India. He is also in the advisory group of CDSCO for regulatory aspects in terms of medical devices. So we look forward to hear from you, sir. So Shri Sunil Kurana, CEO and MD of BPL Medical Technologies. So he has over 4 decades of experience in medical devices, 3 decades in GE Healthcare, and over a decade as a CEO and Managing Director in BPL Medical Technologies. It gives very heartwarming to say they have actually produced indigenous ultrasound, digital diagnostics, X-rays, ECGs, and multiple technologies that are being regularly used in India and abroad. Sir, we look forward to hear from you, and all the aspiring graduates, you must know that this company has been actually awarded multiple awards as a dream company to work in medical devices. So thank you for joining this panel, sir. So Shri Pankaj Vyas, Senior Director R&D, Stryker Global Technology. So it's a very immense pleasure to have you here, Pankaj. So he has over 2 decades of experience in MedTech industries and currently responsible for product development in the field of orthopedics, neurovascular, and hospital infrastructure. We don't need to introduce Stryker. Stryker is a global leader in orthopedic implants, medical and surgical equipments, and neurotechnology. I think Pankaj has been very instrumental in growing an in-house team in Stryker India, which has actually been awarded multiple times within the Stryker Corporation for Total Performance President's Award 2017, Best Divisional Partner Award. So we really look forward to hear from you, Pankaj. Shri Nilesh Agarwal sir, Director Horizon Healthcare Solutions. The Horizon Healthcare Solutions has multiple products for radiation protection systems, ablation devices, infection control solutions and more. So they have actually a very great network of delivering solution to the hospitals across in India, and it is very good to have you here sir, and we look forward to have your feedback. Sir, Dr. Vaibhav Gaur, Director Health Economics and Government Affairs from Boston Scientific. Again, Boston Scientific doesn't require another introduction, so they are specialized in generating defibrillators, catheters, implants, stents and many more. And Dr. Vaibhav has actually a global experience of more than 2 decades in the area of policy advocacy, regulatory, compliance and public affairs. I think we would be hearing some of the best views from you. Thank you so much for joining today. We are actually awaiting our last panelist, Dr. Sujata Markan. I will just introduce, probably when she joins, we can actually give a round of applause when she's here. So Dr. Suchitra is actually a mission in charge for medical devices and diagnostics mission in ICMR. So post-COVID, ICMR has set up a dedicated center for basically looking at diagnostic devices and medical devices in total. And she has an experience of handling health technology translation, both from a policy, IP perspective, technology transfer perspective, and has worked extensively with industry, academia, and also in the government sector. Now, she's also given an emerging leader for biomedical innovation and entrepreneurship under International Visitor Leadership Program, IVLP, from United States Department of States. And she has also been one of the key pillar for us, because they have supported in setting up a center of excellence in IIT Delhi for medical devices. I think we will have an opportunity to hear from Dr. Suchita. So with this esteemed panel, medical devices, we want to set up a context of what we want to think about. So I request Professor Dinesh to brief the podium for introducing this field and take it from there.
To set up a few points on which we can discuss, I've prepared 3 slides. So on your screen you can probably see that currently we are at in a revenue about $11 billion, and in the next decade or so our target is to go multifold to reach $50 billion. Right. As per the Rajya Sabha report, which was released in September 22, as you can see, they are classifying into 5 different categories. One is consumables and disposables, electronic equipment, implants, IVD reagents, and surgical instruments. And among these, you can see the very high rate of growth of import is in the electronic equipment sector, implants, and the surgical instruments. And please remember this figure, we are about 8.5 billion is what we are importing. And vis-a-vis exporting, even though we are doing fairly well, we are still at about 1/3 of what we are importing. So our export has to increase, and that is why this panel is more on implants, surgical instruments, and electronic equipment. That is what we are going to discuss. And now Ravi can start the moderation.
Thank you, Dinesh. So I think we all have a responsibility of taking this $11 billion into a $50 billion industry. And I think this, if you look at a CAG growth, it's almost a 25% annually. It's a very high growth we are expecting. So this is essentially because Indian healthcare on average, the penetration of infrastructure and other thing is very low. So we have a lot to fill up the gaps. So that's where we are increasing in the number of hospitals and the devices, all of them. So in this way, we would like to start our conversation with Professor Rajiv. Sir, we are actually an increased and largest population in another 10 years. And I think communicable, non-communicable, all the diseases have actually are going to be a very increased proposition. So what do you think are like how this burden can be challenged, how we can actually mitigate this? Your thoughts?
First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Naresh, Bhatnagar and other organizers for inviting me here and congratulate them for having this, a very interesting and a very important meeting. It's really heartening to see that Dr. Bhatnagar and other organizers, they are involving the clinicians also, because very often I see that very highly, brilliant technologists, engineers, they are working on problems, but they are somehow little less interacting with the clinicians. So they do not understand the needs of the clinicians, and certain finer details, which you may actually take for granted, they actually may not be applicable when you go actually to the hospital, when you go to bedside, when the equipment gets to the bedside, side of the patient. There are many other concerns apart from simple working of the equipment. So let me start with, for example, cardiology point of view, of which I'm Professor of Cardiology here. Me and Dr. Bhargav, we are heading the department. So he is currently the head. You mentioned as. So I'm number 2 there. So the point is that for the cardiology, cardiovascular conditions, amongst the various medical thing, in every specialty one has to be accurate. But in cardiac and cardiovascular issues, there is another factor which comes in apart from the biological compatibility, the hemocompatibility, blood compatibility. Whatever the things are to be put in the cardiovascular system, not only have to be compatible with the human body, the physiology, the metabolism, it should not be toxic to the cells, but at the same time they should also be inert to the blood, because normally the blood has a very complex arrangement, and whenever it finds any foreign body, and that is generally when there is a cut, etc., the blood comes out of vessel, and anything out of vessel, it seems a foreign body, and that means it's leaking out of vascular system, it starts to clot. And this is a protective mechanism, this is a survival mechanism to prevent the bleeding from occurring, and therefore the blood bleeding will be stopped by clot formation. However, if you put something in the bloodstream like a pacemaker lead or a stent, now the blood normally will tend to clot there, and that will be devastating for the patient. So that kind of compatibility is even more paramount. So coming to various aspects that we need for the patients, as you saw that there is a lot of huge amount of imports that are occurring. So there is a need in almost all areas. So these are some of the things are purely mechanical, and where you need mechanical devices. In for example, catheters are there. So those catheters which have to be put in, they have to be blood hemocompatible. The surface should be very smooth, and special material has to be there. Those things have to be taken into account. Then the electrical devices. The electrical devices are a lot of electrical devices, starting from pacemaker, which basically it just has to give an impulse at a regular interval, tiny impulse, so that heart keeps beating, because heart is not beating on its own. But on top of that, there are huge number of advances that have already occurred, and you can control the rate, you can control the signal, you can, the pacemaker itself can pick up whether the person is exercising or not, so that it increases the rate accordingly. So it becomes rate responsive pacemaker. It also senses there's a normal impulses coming, it doesn't pace. On top of that, now the newer pacemakers have come, which are called CRT devices, or cardiac resynchronization therapy. And there it actually paces both the ventricles simultaneously, so there is no in coordination between the two ventricles. So it much more coordinated activity is there, and this is especially for patients who have got heart failure. So then the devices have come because sometimes the rhythm becomes abnormal and the patient starts abnormal and needs to be given a cardiac shock. And the devices are there. You put a ICD, implantable cardioverter defibrillator. which is like a pacemaker, a little bigger pacemaker, and a lead is going in the heart. It senses whenever there is abnormal rhythm, it senses and it gives a shock, so that the rhythm is converted back to normal and the patient is saved. Because otherwise, if abnormal rhythm continues, often patient goes into low blood pressure, falls unconscious, and may even die even before reaching the hospital. So that kind of so that's the kind of electrical systems that we are needing. And one of the most complex device that is required for the human body for various specialties, and that's an artificial heart. And there's a left ventricular assist device is one which supports the left side of the heart, which is the left side is the main chamber for the heart. And here, because the heart is failing, the heart failure is there, the ventricle is not adequately pumping. So there is a device which is put, which is actually a small pump which sucks blood from the ventricle and puts into the aorta, that's the main artery of the body, so that it supports the heart from functioning. Now this left ventricular assist device is a small device, used to be larger one, used to be put in abdomen, now it's a smaller one, put in the thorax only. And it continues. Now as normal heart continues 24 hours, every minute of the heart, it continues throughout the life, so that left ventricular assist device is also supposed to run endlessly. Now you can imagine if you keep your car running endlessly, sooner or later it's going to break down. But this device has to run endless. So this is the kind of durability and finesse that is required. Then it has to have a battery. So leads are coming out and battery has to be small because the patient has to carry the backpack on this. So this is the kind of medical technology that is needed. And because it's a high-end device, and so we approached NITI Aayog, and NITI Aayog has set up a committee for Indigenous development of such a device. I happen to be the chairman of that committee, and we are trying to get Indian agencies to work on it, and they are already working on it. IIT Kanpur, IIT Kharagpur, Shri, the various institutions are working on it, and probably IIT Delhi will also may be starting such a program. So this is the kind of requirements that are needed. So one is the complexity. The clinical devices may be extremely complex. The second, as I mentioned earlier, the device have to be of very high quality, because any lack of quality can mean loss of life of the patient. Because if the device does not fire adequately when the rhythm is abnormal, the patient will die. So the stakes are very high. If the blood stents, etc., or the other leads, etc., are not of very high quality, and suppose the blood starts clotting on them, then it becomes a problem. So these are the kind of things that are needed. So these I have given example mainly from my field, that is cardiology, cardiovascular, but the similar things are for the other field also. For neurological also, a similar pacemaker is used for brain stimulation, so as to prevent certain and treat certain diseases like Parkinson and other diseases. So the dental implant, Professor Bhatnagar has done a lot of work on dental implants. It's a simple thing, but it is highly complex. You ask him the kind of complexities that one has to go through, and because to have a dental implant, all those who have had a dental problem, they know that can be really very terrible. So one has to be very fine and very accurate there as well. So so in all areas, these conditions have to be satisfied. Another area which has come recently, which is coming up, and we have a lot of potential there, and that is in the field of the data. It's not in manufacturing, which probably we are focusing today, but in the field of data analysis and this thing that I'm sure there was a separate session also on it. There is a separate follow-up session, so that because we have a lot of patients, we have the number of patients that we see is much more than what we see in the West. So so the data is there and a lot of challenges there. I'm sure we'll discussing that in the next sessions. So these are some of the things I wanted to highlight initially.
So thanks, Professor Rajiv. Professor Venkat, so you are actually looking into the orthopedic implants. So there are like mostly that I think in terms of demand and import export, we have a very highest burden from the import. So where do you is this implants that we are getting, are they suitable for all kind of patient marks? And if you're growing in terms of the higher usage, where do you see these implants can be improved? What are the challenges?
Okay. So in terms of what we are right now, so the problem is we don't have very high quality implants which are Indian made. That's why we had to import from, for example, knee replacements and hip replacements. Most of the implants are imported ones. So this exists because of two things. One is the manufacturing technology, which has to be, which is not readily available yet, and not only manufacturing, and also the testing technology. For example, IIT Mumbai people, in collaboration with Non-Ferrous Technology Development Center in Hyderabad, they developed a knee replacement for prostheses for tumors, for example. So the main problem they faced was they could design the implant, they could use medical grade titanium, they could do everything. But when it came to testing, the testing equipment itself cost a huge amount for them to run the millions of cycles so as to measure the wear in the polyethylene and stuff. So finally they ended up making their own testing modality, and they had to do it like 3 to 4 times before they could get the perfect testing machine. So the third important problem is we don't, although we have a huge population and we are doing a lot of medical devices, we need to know what is happening to these devices down the line with the patient, because it's like testing your car. Like you can test it under controlled circumstances and you can test it on the field. On road, how the car behaves is what the user wants, like irrespective of what the factory settings are. So the problem happens because we don't have a reliable way to collect and interpret our data in the long run. So I was in UK, where every person in UK goes through the NHS system. So the NHS system is like a government system where more or less the treatment is free for most. So what they have is they have coded the surgery with the social security number for the NHS. So say for example, you have a knee replacement done in London, you go to Glasgow and get it revised. It will still be captured by the National Joint Registry because the social security number is the same, so they could capture it. The data is not lost, but such a system is not existent in US because it's a private system. Right now, I see that India is in a very critical phase of development. We have a lot of technology, we have a lot of scope. This can be exploited in a positive manner if, for example, I'm not advocating, but I'm saying like everybody has a unique Aadhaar number, right? So if you can collect data in a reliable manner, like if somebody got a knee replacement at AIIMS now, and after 5 years they are getting it revised in Mumbai, there is no way I'm able to collect the data today. But that is the future. We need to know how our implants are functioning in the real life in the patients. And right now, we can boast of like hospitals doing like 50 knee replacements or 20 knee replacements in a day, but even they don't have that follow-up data. So these are the things which prevent us from publishing in an international arena that my 10-year survival is this, because we don't have the data. So these are crucial. And in terms of your first question of what is the expected medical needs for the next decade, so I would say the medical needs can be broadly divided into one. Right now in India, we have a huge population of urban people who are affordable, who have the power to get the best quality of treatment. Okay, so these people also need to be focused when we keep the developments in mind. We cannot say we just make cost-effective and cheap implants. We need to focus on the next generation. So one is personalized medicine. So what's happening in the other half of the world is people are like, for example, if somebody has a cancer, there is a genetic testing happening at the time of diagnosis, at the time of biopsy. So it is personalized, it's not a tailor-made. So that's one. Number two,
we had one panel in the morning.
Very good. Sorry, I'm not part of it. So second thing is accelerated diagnostics. Like we cannot wait for 5 days or 2 weeks to get the biopsy report. And third is everybody wants to focus on preventive technology also, like how you have, like you can see your own transformation in the past 20 years. Like the watches today are supposed to monitor your health. They are supposed to tell or call somebody when they have a fall, and so that the help can be brought out. Similarly, the people, there will be more and more focus on prevention, like how early you can detect many things which are picked up in a delayed manner these days. I think these are the things which are expected medical needs. And when it comes to the Indian scenario, we obviously should focus on cost effectiveness, at the same time focus on quality. The problem these days is we can have a cheap implant, but what is the quality of it?
Yeah.
We need to have reliable standards. We cannot rely on European standards and American standards alone.
Yes.
We need to have reliable standards for quality, and that has to be the only way by which reliability comes is by having a good governing body that takes into account every failure and tries to address it.
Well done, sir. Well said. Well said. Thank you so much. I think so. We started with our medical perspective. So we want to actually take industry view. So Shri Rajendra sir. So I don't have to give you the introduction on this sector. You have been very vocal about it. We really want to hear from you. How do you see this sector going forward in 10 years? What are the things we need to do it correctly, so that we can actually make useful of the opportunities that we are seeing and challenges that we can address?
Thanks a lot. And thanks a lot IIT for inviting us over here. And today was really very pleasing to come, because I've been coming here for the last decade or so, and normally it's been project to project discussions with academia, with clinicians and industry. But this project which you're taking forward in Jhajjar, this is definitely going to be path breaking. So congratulations, and it's an evolving dream for us coming true when you have the developers, the engineering, the scientists and the clinicians working in one ecosystem together and not just talking across each other sometimes. So great. And again, in the last 10 years, what I've seen evolving in India, at least in the science, technology, innovation side, is really fantastic. Initiatives taken by DST, DBT, BRAIRCH, the various IITs, ISCs, the various venture centers, incubation centers, BioNS, which have come up all over the country, we didn't have when I came into business 40 years back. So in that respect, I would say the government and the ecosystem has done fantastic. What you have currently for driving innovation is really great. But before we talk about innovation as incremental innovation or as innovation which is going to be path-breaking innovation in terms of big technological changes coming forward in the next generation or next decade or so, first we must learn to make simple dal roti. We can't be talking about making pastries without having daily bread and butter. So it's nice to talk about pastries and cookies, but if you want to be importing the daily bread and butter, something is really wrong. And we have to address that. So if 80% of India's medical devices are imported, 63,000 crore rupees was last year's imports, and that's the same figure nearly the year before last. The country went into lockdown because we didn't have capacity to produce medical devices to feed the healthcare profession to fight COVID. And every citizen in the country now knows the word medical devices. So we've seen the importance of medical devices during COVID times. And we've seen that when there was great teamwork between the government with the institutes like DRDO, DST, DBT, the IITs, so much was done in a few months' time. Whether it is a simple mask or technical textile to make a right kind of substitute for the normal material which we were depending upon to make a PPE coverall, or even for the masks. The fantastic teamwork we saw in those days, that spirit needs to go on. So it's not only about innovation, it's about driving things forward. And this kind of collaborative effort which IIT is doing is really fantastic. Just 3 months back, India released its medical device policy in April, and it's put forward 6 clear strategies going forward, by which India can, we have been aspiring to be top 5 in the world, and we have our own strategies which we want the government to work on. The government went one step further and says not be in the top 5, we want to be number 1. So really good, fantastic. But to be number 1, you need to have the best of everything, and you can't take the second best. So in terms of everything, whether Dr. Saab just now mentioned about testing, technology, materials, handicaps, the issue was spoken about, raw materials, about quality standards, lack of Indian standards. So yes, BIS has done again a fantastic job in the last 10 years. We've got now nearly 1,600 standards on medical devices. But yet again, we can't narrow the perspective in medical device and innovation only based on standards. There's so much technological change that takes place because standards are normally there for products which are in the market for 20, 30 years, not for products which are there in the market for 6 months or 2 years. And that's the kind of rapid change which medical device will always be having. Now, out of the various medical devices that we had, hardly 30 were regulated in 40 years. And now since just this year, every medical device is being regulated. The low-risk medical devices from 1st April, the high-risk devices from 1st of October this year. The 30 odd medical devices which were regulated till now were done under the incorrectly placed Drugs Act. We were told to accept that we are drugs just to be accommodated so that we can be regulated. Even though it was a clear understanding that yes, we are not drugs, we are not medicines. But the same regulatory framework was being used whether it came to syringes, needles, and my company was the first one to get a manufacturing license under the Drugs Act way back in 1989. But we've not seen much change taking place over there, whereas we saw the whole world changing leaps and bounds in terms of regulatory changes worldwide. Now, the government is going to be tabling a bill to the parliament. Unfortunately, that bill has been drafted by regulators empowering themselves. Medical device experts have not been involved. To my knowledge, nobody from NHRCC was in the committee, nobody from DTHS was in the committee, nobody from DHM was in the committee. I don't know about ICMR's role over there. I don't think so, because it was all mentioned in the committee names. Unfortunately, what's evolving over there is the mindset of the drug experts is being used to again create a regulatory framework for medical devices, and the eye is being the same. So this eye seeing things from the, not from the engineering angle or science angle, but from drug angle is something which is going to be a big stumbling block going forward.
So there is a proposal to introduce a new...
Yes, this new bill, that's what's coming forward. Let me just pre-warn you on that. So far, the devices which have been regulated were mainly the sterile devices or implants. And at least the sterile implants, we could talk that language halfway house between drugs and us. Going forward, when you have got electronic software coming forward in terms of being an engineering product coming under drugs or alongside drugs in the proposed bill, so it's marketed well that yes, you have a separate medical technical advisory board, you have a separate team going forward now in future. It will not be the drug people doing that, there will be separate people going forward. But the basis is not there. Now, WHO normally defines 5 simple principles for medical device regulations. Number 1, you cannot have absolute safety. If my company makes nearly 1 crore syringes per day, it's impossible for me to take a guarantee that every syringe coming from factory every day is going to be fault-free and defect-free. If Mr. Khurana makes some medical electronics, how many pieces he may be making in a month may not be lakhs, but thousands or hundreds or whatever. absolute safety is not possible, like in a car, or a vacuum cleaner, or a television. There will always be some issues. And those issues, when they come forward, they have to be fixed. It's customer service. But in the Act going forward, if something like that is going to be defective, it is not of standard quality, they have applied the same terms as drugs. And that is liable for minimum 5 years of jail. Now, nowhere in the world, regulations have that kind of stick. Nowhere. Show me one regulation in the world, we don't have it. So the whole concept of regulation is follow a system, be audited on that, improve upon that. See the risk, manage the risk, mitigate the risk. Do post-market surveillance, capture the feedback from the market, improve upon that, mitigate the risk. Government, as a regulator, watches adverse events, helps for systemic improvements. Tires will puncture. So you cannot say tires will not puncture. Something will leak. You don't make every time a zero. You will try to minimize it. So what's required to minimize the systemic change, the engineering, the technological changes, that's what we talk about. So this is something that has to be seen, that hopefully participants prevails, because without that, all that is being created over here, this beautiful idea of what you're creating in Jhajjar, will be completely stumbled because development cannot take place, manufacturing cannot take place with that kind of a regulatory, in-place regulatory system. So I hope you can talk to the Ministry of Science and Technology and get that clarity across. So this is the regulatory challenge which I can see over there. And in terms of the skilled manpower, now there are two aspects over here, what the factory needs. The skilled manpower which we need is for running the machines on workmen, and typically these are trained by ourselves because they're unique to our technology and our process. You can take some ITIs, you can take some diploma holders, and you can retrain them, but that's very limited. To manage, you need a blend of technology and management. So we need that kind of skill development over there. Cross-functional skills for R&D, technological development, design and engineering, and process engineering, and then making our own machinery. Like my own company does a lot of our own automation in-house. So we have a team of engineers within terms of digital camera inspections, checking the quality of pieces at thousands of pieces per minute, and then taking out the defectives automatically. That's again a kind of technological competence that has to be developed over the years. So those are the kind of engineering skills which are required as we go forward in terms of
something IIT can contribute.
Yes, in terms of manufacturing. And the IITs have to see from that angle in terms of application engineering going forward over there. But yes, it's a huge field, and this field is going to multiply a lot if the government will address the six key factors that we are seeking. One is you cannot make medical devices if the duties will remain 0%. Second is if you have a law which is used for drugs. Third, if the buyers are going to be asking for US FDA and CE marking, I wish they would start asking for Indian standards like ICMET certification. So that needs to be promoted in public procurement. And in the private sector, the hospitals will not be buying the products based on the trade margins and the profits they make on the MRP, but on the buying value of the product. So an engineer goes forward and makes a product at half the price of the imports and finds he cannot succeed. Why is not succeeding? Because his price is too low. So a typical example of a WhatsApp message or an email I get, sir, can I increase my MRP by more than 10%? I have to reply, no, you can't. Sir, DPCO is not allowing more than 10%, sir, but without this I cannot survive. How will I sell in the market? What happened? Sir, my product MRP is 167 rupees. Competition is selling at 256 rupees. Retailers and hospitals are refusing to buy my product because they make 80 rupees more on the competing product. I'm too low. I have to increase my MRP. Without that, I cannot survive. Now, somebody who was being ethical, who was being affordable, who was being cost effective, and all of you are normally wanting to come into the medical device, be an entrepreneur and achieve that. And same for me. But the system is against that. So what kind of regulations have we created for ourselves that it is holding back ethical manufacturers, ethical developers to bring forward affordable solutions and allowing unethical marketing to not only survive, but actually thrive. So unless we get this ecosystem corrected, all these beautiful efforts that we are doing over here
they will work, but it's a lot of friction which we have to overcome. If this is corrected, it can be much more smooth ride. It'll be like driving on an expressway. Right now, the expressways are being designed for 160 kilometers per hour, but we've got signboards telling us you can't go more than 60 kilometers per hour. So no point making an expressway and they're not utilizing that expressway properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think there are multiple thoughts we need to think on. So going on, Shri Nilesh, sir. So I think you have actually expanded multiple products across India and also now exporting also few places. So going in the next decade, I'm sure you would like to think of also having the export as one of the major revenue sources. Are you thinking about it? What are your thoughts about for Indian manufacturers who may like to also go beyond India?
Thank you. I think this is very relevant at this point of time when we are talking about, how do we grow as a medical industry or medical device industry. So export would be a major component. Obviously, at the, on second hand, we have to curb the import and simultaneously we have to increase the export to fill the gap which we just saw. Couple of things which are required, which my experience says when we want to export product to other countries. First thing, yes, we have to we have to manufacture products which are high quality, high precision. But most importantly, how do we show, how do we give the confidence to the user or to the market that our product is same quality as some of the internationally established products. Couple of thoughts on that. One of the thought is, and which is where this this kind of setup like IIT and AIIMS joint venture setup which can help is in generating data. And I think sir was also talking about generating data. Well, the data could be of the established product, but also of the new product which has been developed. Data around, let's say, simulation testing, where IT can help, or data around real-world experience, where AIIMS can help, or similar setups can help. How do we get that information? I think these two, and third, obviously, we have to be cost-effective. Otherwise, how will you compete with the market? I think these three broad aspects is, or I would say, if we want to compete with the rest
global
of the world.
Yes, global. So thank you so much. So, sir, Sunil Kurana, sir. So it's really nice that I think last decade there are multiple of this ultrasound and other things we have actually taken care of like in a large way from Indian market. And again the same, if we are thinking of the growth, are we actually capacity wise enough is available? What is your limitations if you want to achieve the next 10 years 25% growth?
Right. Let me just first thank you so much for inviting. Now let me give you a bigger picture. Today we are talking of 10-11 billion market in India. If you look at China is today 100 plus. How many sitting here feel when can we reach there? In my view, in about 15 years from now, we should go for 100 billion. And if we go for 100 billion, you can think of those, CAGR, which you're talking 25% or 20%, that's given. But in my view, it is going to happen. So this is on the medical devices side in terms of growth. What are the Indian challenges? Why have we not done so well so far? The reason is that our policies were such that import was easy. There was not much of technology available in India. R&D people, especially if I just say here, how many IIT students were very keen to build their career in the medical devices companies? That was very small because most products were made outside. Now how I see is that technology is available. I mean, if you don't have a technology today, you can have a technology partnership with companies like Israel or Japan or US and other people who are not willing to come here. So that's one shortcut route, that instead building your own technology, which is definitely there. We already have a very large R&D team, but it takes several years to build a product, test it, bring it to a clinical excellence, and then launch it. But if you want to really cut that cycle time, today you have opportunities to partner with many people. So that's the one way I look at things happening. Second is that if I explain the medical devices is a very misnomer. A lot of people really don't understand it. But think it that from suture to gloves to gauze to cyclotron to PET CT to MRI, everything is medical devices. Everything cannot be treated with the same lens. You cannot have regulatory framework which will cover the gauze or suture, also covers the cyclotron. It's just not correct. So we need to really learn it. I mean, the way C has done, I have a lot of respect for the way C marking is done. But they don't ask you at 20 steps how you are progressing your development of the product. You make a product, then customer safety and patient safety and electrical safety, all tests they perform at the last end and approve it. So we need to learn a lot of things. If there are some best practices, I believe we need to go there. My hunch is that this is just an inflection point. The way Government of India is now looking this as a medical device, and a few days back we were having a chat with our Honorable Health Minister. He openly said multiple times in his delivery that this is a sunshine industry. And I believe so. How auto has done so well, because government policies were very good. How pharma has done so very well, government policies were supportive. So I think we need to bring it. I mean, if you look at the four pillars of healthcare delivery overall, first is the infrastructure. You got to have infrastructure where then our clinicians and paramedicals comes. That's the second. Third is pharma, which is there. So these three verticals, three areas have already been controlled a lot. But medical devices were really neglected. Now you see a lot of new policies. I mean, I haven't seen in last, I have more than 4 years of my career, but last 5-7 years, the way we now get call for the PLI, what help you need, I mean, those are awesome. But only thing is, we need to make it simple. I am of the opinion that India is going to become an OEM of the world. Excellent. We will become, because you need a China plus one definitely. And we are seen as a very honest, operators. So initially you may not have a great look and finish, that is possible. But as you progress, you will give a reliable product, good for patients, and Indian manufacturers, we all need to keep one thing in mind, that don't make just a chalta mind, that we will make today and make money, and we should make a product which can stand in the global market. And I'm pretty optimistic that 100 billion, forget about 50 now, in 15 years, 100 billion in my view is definitely there, without any doubt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think it's really good to have this optimistic voice. So let me take it to Pankaj. So Pankaj, I think as a global corporation, Stryker has also actually has made very interesting changes. I only read recently in the news that a manufacturing plant is being planned in Hyderabad, that region, and there is a lot of investment from Stryker is happening to have this activity done in India. So from MNC perspective, how do you see Indian market and opportunities and challenges? So your thoughts.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I just want to build on what Dr. Venkateswaran said about the orthopedics. See, sometimes we have done really well in isolated devices where there is no interdependency, like syringes, gauges, or even ultrasound machines. The challenge with orthopedics is it's not an isolated device. If you really look at an orthopedic surgeon, he has to do an early intervention with a partial knee, then he has to do a revision knee, he has to do a primary knee, and surgeon does not want to go to 3 different companies to satisfy his needs because it's very complex. Imagine if you have to go to one shop to buy rice, another shop to buy dal, another shop to buy like oil, you'll be frustrated. So that's why we have not been able to make any progress in the field of orthopedics. It's a very complex and entry barriers are very high. So small interventions cannot actually help us. It's like if we were short of chips, right? We need like a Tata or a Vedanta to actually address it. A small startup cannot be expected to like make any change or make any intervention. So if the problem is big, you need a big hammer to actually hit it. So from my perspective, I think orthopedics, unless big companies get into that, because the revenue streams will be much longer and small startups cannot survive that long revenue stream because the product development life cycles are very, very long. So unless and until like big companies come forward and then actually invest, I don't see like we'll be able to break that barrier in the orthopedics field. That is the on the implant side. Second is on the manufacturing side. We're not actually putting up a plant in Hyderabad, so I don't know from where you get the news. But we do work with some of the suppliers.
Okay.
We're working with some suppliers in Bangalore and in Hyderabad and in Chennai to do early stage prototyping and pilot.
Okay.
Because we are trying to develop a muscle to understand the needs of this country. Although the globally healthcare needs are universal, I don't think like India needs a different type of a need. Okay. But we have to apply the constraint that our country has, which are resource constraints, some of the anatomical and physiological constraints, policy constraints. So we have to fine tune those products to suit our needs. I don't think the basic patient need is different. If somebody is suffering a cardiac arrest, they need an AED. An AED in US and AED in India has to do the same thing. So from that perspective, I think we have to just understand the local context and adopt those products to suit for our market.
Very well, sir. Thank you so much. So, Vaibhav, Doctor. So, where do you see Indian MedTech going in 10 years from now? And there's also a very interesting aspect of 80% now the paying capacity of the Indians are also increasing. So the dynamics also is catching up, and many people are having regular insurance. They are able to afford a better healthcare. So your thoughts, how do you see Indian MedTech industry?
Sure, thank you. Thanks for having me here. Very pleased to be part of this eminent panel and eminent gathering as well. The future entrepreneurs and the CSOs and the CEOs in MedTech industry I can clearly see here. Just to introduce the company, I think Professor Narang talked about all the devices. We make those devices as Boston Scientific, ICD, CRTD, stent, pacemakers, you name them, and we manufacture them, not in India right now. But I think just to talk about little bit on MedTech segment is to me is a highly innovation driven segment. And the shelf life of a device is like 2 years, 3 years, and then you come with a newer version of the device basically, right? Particularly the implant side of it. And I think that's make it very dynamic field. You talk about pharma, you have a patent, 15 years, you're safe sitting home, enjoying the royalty. Here it is not there. If you are not continuously working on your device that you have done, you will be left behind. And there are many examples across the globe where the continuous innovation did not happen and the device, though it came to the market, but it did not lead to the competition which is available in the market, right? So that's one. Second thing is, though we as a country talked about and talking about Make in India, and it is very successful clarion call of Honorable Prime Minister, but to me, Innovate in India is a true precursor for medical device for Make in India. Therefore, it is very important that we as a country invest heavily on innovation, R&D. To me, we as a company invest about 10% of our revenue, global revenue into R&D. I'm not talking about profit, I'm talking about revenue. About $1 billion out of about $12 billion we invest in R&D. And I think that's the reason that you see the very strengthened and innovative pipeline of medical devices coming out of some of these companies. And therefore, I think that investment is very important, that risk-taking ability is very important. And I think my recommendation, my suggestion, I think Professor Bhatnagar, we discussed about it in the FICCI event a couple of months back, that target should be at least 5%, if not more. 5% investment into R&D, into innovation by Indian companies, indigenous companies, back into innovation is what will bring us to the competition, us to become globally competitive in terms of what we do as a country. That's point number 2. Point number 3 that I wanted to make was, I think we are talking about quality since the beginning of the panel. The medical device, as Professor Narang talked about, right? You need devices performing with the same efficiency, same efficacy, time and again for the years together. And I think what you need there is very robust clinical evidence to support your devices. I think that's another area where we lack a bit, right? I think it's very, very important that, and this collaboration between IIT and AIIMS to me is the gold mine, right? Because you are not just interacting with the physicians while designing the device in the beginning, but you are also going to have them with you or with you, by your side when the device is made, and now you're looking for clinical evidence basically. Because that's to me is very, 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 very critical when it comes to medical devices, particularly the implant side of it, because that's going to be in your body for years altogether, right? So I think that's the third point that I wanted to make. And the last point that I wanted to make was about, I think today, we talk about 200 million people of the country can afford any kind of medical device actually. But that number, the moment Ayushman Bharat is realized in next 3 years when all beneficiaries are covered, and then you add to ESI, you add to CGHS, you add to state health, I am seeing about 1 billion people, covering about 5 lakhs rupees in next 3-4 years actually, right? And then you tell me a company who doesn't want to come to India, right? Or who doesn't want to do R&D in India. Today, we started our first R&D center in 2016 in Gurgaon. We opened the second R&D center in 2022 in Pune. Today, we are the largest R&D center for Boston Scientific outside US. And we want to keep increasing our footprints in India. And the reason of we coming here and sustaining our efforts in R&D is because the talent that I can see. So that's the only reason, right? The kind of quality of engineers you have here, and then multiple discipline, whether it is biomedical, polymer engineering, electrical, electronic, computer science, you name it and you have it here basically. I think that's the main reason that companies like us will keep coming to India, will keep committing to India for a long time. Thank you so much. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you so much. So, so Dr. Sujata, we kept you in the close because we want to hear the policy, because we heard from the clinicians what kind of challenges, we heard also from the industry how they are doing. So we would like to hear from some activities that is initiated from ICMR MDMS, what are the things that are in this vertical, and how we can have this joint collaboration between academia, industry, and policymakers.
I think thanks, Ravi, and thank you, Dr. Bhatnagar, for having me here. And it's very interesting to hear from all our colleagues from AIIMS, IIT, and the MedTech industry colleagues. So I would now like to connect with what all of you have said. And I could understand that collaboration between medical and engineering institutes is really, really important. And we as government realize that we all know that 80% of the medical devices are imported, but the other point we need to understand is that 80% of those devices can only be afforded by 20% of our population. So we as government had to work in that direction, looking at the last mile and looking at the major chunk of the population, the bottom of the pyramid, how we can help them. And we ICMR thought of setting up of Medical Device and Diagnostics Mission Secretariat, which I'm leading from ICMR headquarters. And we are doing a very interesting experiment. We are trying to build centers of excellence, bringing medical and engineering institutes on board. We have various such centers across the country. So we're trying to scale up that collaboration between medical and engineering institutes. When we were doing this experiment, we thought that we really need to have some kind of enabling policies to motivate the doctors. And that's how with the vision of our DG, we came out with the entrepreneurship policy for medical entrepreneurs, wherein now they are allowed to form startup companies, they can work with the engineers, they can work with industry. So that's a very national policy which has come into place, and I'm very happy that AIIMS is trying to build an entrepreneurship policy in those lines, and many other leading medical institutes are now open to collaborate with industry and IITs. So we thought at government that what are the kind of technologies we should support which can impact maximum people, the last mile people, keeping in mind the agenda of 3 A's, making available, accessible and affordable technologies reach the last mile. So we saw that a lot of technologies are being supported by government, but why are we not seeing the products coming to the market being used by the people of our country? So we did a very detailed brainstorming and came to realize, as Vibhav also mentioned, that maybe the technologies are able to reach the POC stage. I'm particularly talking about academia, not industry. Maybe startups also, for startups also this is true. But there is, these startups, the innovators are struggling. They want the government to join hands with them so that they can surpass the valleys of death when it comes to preclinical studies, clinical studies, and maybe operational feasibility, validation and operational feasibility. And maybe government can stamp those technologies as being working on the ground. That's the main mission with which we are trying to bridge that gap, because ICMR is a leading biomedical research organization. We have the strength of doing this part of work. And when we do technical assessment, validation, and operational feasibilities of the technologies, we can recommend some of these products for absorption in the national health missions. And that's where we think that we have the potential to make that impact. And we have been doing that in bits and pieces. But with MDMS on board, we are trying to upscale that model and see if we can create some kind of successes in that area. And IIT Delhi is a very leading partner with us. We have set up central facility called, we call it as M-Pragati at IIT Delhi. It is under PM-ABHIM. In fact, we are also under PM-ABHIM, we are trying to create multiple NIVs across the country, so that if there is another kind of epidemic which comes into place, we can tackle it much better. And this facility is primarily for doing the pilot batch manufacturing and testing of devices, particularly implants, which is the need of the hour. And that's how we'll be able to, in fact, contribute in decreasing the cost of the products coming to the market. So that's a very humble initiative we are trying to do. And since it's a new initiative, let's see how things unfold. But we are fully committed to take it forward.
Excellent, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, sir, as Pin sir, you have heard from all the from the industry, clinical, and also policy. One of the challenges we see is basically, as you see that the medical technologies are taking multiple number of years, there is a very big barriers in terms of regulatory and manufacturing and all those things. So this is requiring a large teams and also sustained funding to basically complete it from idea to next level. So I think you have experience of managing some of the largest projects. So what would you like to advise us in terms of scale, how to manage this interdisciplinary group?
Yeah, thanks once again. Yeah, in fact, very happy to know that the industry is investing in R&D. It's really, thanks a lot. That should be there. In fact, whoever is earning should also be able to invest. So let me tell you that if there is a partnership, correct partnership and correct strategy, all these things can be won. I think somehow if there should be no disbelief among the members or the collaborator or the stakeholders. Today government wants to do the job. The fact that first draft came long back in 2018 or 19 and today in 2023 the medical device bill has been passed, so they are serious. There is no doubt about that. Of course, taking all the stakeholders, I'm not aware really it has everybody has been taken on board or not. But before whatever you are asking, I will just touch 8 points which will be there. What is the which should be done for making this particular people involved in this particular sector, whether it is people from the academia or whether it is industries or the researcher or the government. First thing is today most of the medical devices are being used in the IPD. So a strategy should be there to expand it to the OPD. It will also help the industries to expand their base. Second thing is insurance. Today only 25% of the people are being covered with the medical insurance. This number had to go to, yes, reversal had to be there. In fact, today 62% of the people are using their out-of-pocket medical bills. Similarly, policy is in place. I hope that the policy will be revised if there are some concern at some corner, and government is really open for that. Quality, for maintaining the quality, we know that in fact we are we have to have a lot of infrastructure. From some of the corner I came to know that already I think for knowledge medical park has been open, we are going to be open. In fact, investment has been already committed in Himachal Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, UP and Tamil Nadu. Already AIIMS in Andhra Pradesh is there. In Kerala also it is there. This center will be enabling infrastructure. Similarly, there is a huge potential, there is no doubt about that. Just to answer your queries, one of the things that is needed is basically partnership, as you are doing it here between two streams, medical as well as engineering. But third thing is industry also had to be incubated, and large industry also had to be involved, give them level playing field. Since now everybody is ready to come on board, in fact, as gentleman was talking about that some other industries are enabled by the government, this particular segment also is getting enabled, and perhaps focus will come. Reason being, we have to reach to the larger population. Let us understand today, in many villages, many people are not covered, and the moment we are catering for the domestic and the global needs, I think automatically the cost will come down. The kind of focus which is there from all the corners also will be able to come. Earlier we used to go to the Controller General of India, a lot of trips we have to make. Today they are much more proactive. I think with these things it will be enabled for having the faster growth and faster bringing to the shape to the prototype and design.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have about 15 minutes. So I think we would like to all to have like 2 minutes of reflecting upon whatever has been shared in the stage. Then we will open it for a question and answer. So please.
So listening to very interesting discussion by everybody, I've got a couple of points, especially for the people who are thinking from the engineering side, people who are thinking of going into this area of biomedical devices. And I would like to say that, you know, it's a vast area, and all kind of permutation, combination, all kind of scenarios are available. You know, if you're interested in mechanical, there are a lot of mechanical devices. If you're interested in electrical, then devices are there. If you are interested in software, then also that's a separate one. Then, so if you, you know, there are some devices, as somebody said, right from, you know, gloves to PET scans and cyclotrons, etc. They are, you know, involved in the medical this thing. So all kind of permutation is a vast field, and whatever I would say, whatever be your area, there is something needed in the medical area for you. The other thing, you know, recently there was a TV show used to come, you know, the Shark Tank, yes. And Shark Tank India was also there, and used to see, and some of the people, they came up with medical ideas, biomedical ideas, and some of them were very interesting. So the innovation, as somebody said here, that innovation is also extremely important. It's not just making something which is already established at a low cost or replicating the thing, but innovating. You may, and especially innovation for our own setting, our own country, that it may be a lot of diversity is there, and we may need in some places, like, you know, we have small rural areas or some, you know, city congested areas. Now those kind of things may not be there in the West. So we have a very unique situation. They are not going to develop devices for our scenario. Like even, you know, some diseases we see in the clinics, SARS clinics, some diseases we see, they are not seen in the West. So we have to do research on them. We have to try to find drugs for them and everything. So their
problem statement is unique because of our social, economical, and our
many unique areas are there. So there is a lot of scope for innovation and coming with new ideas. And of course, you know, you see mentioned about quality. Their high quality has to be there. At the same time, people mentioning about the cost effectiveness, low cost. So both are actually different things. There are hospitals, like if you go to top corporate hospitals, there the patients don't have problem of payment generally. So there, what they are asking is extremely high quality devices which are of international standards. So if you have scope for, you know, if you have aptitude for that, you can go into those kind of areas where you want to produce devices which are of international quality and get CE mark, FDA mark, that kind of thing. So on the other hand, there are hospitals where even the basic stuff is not available, and there are a lot of Indian companies are already working. I mean, in the smaller areas, especially with smaller practices, you know, private practitioners, they generally use Indian equipment because they are cheaper and they can apply it to a lot of, so like ECG machine, the syringes, the tubings, so many things are there which are, you know, made in India, which are being used. So it's not that, so the scenario is very positive, the scenario is not negative. So these are some of the things I had in mind.
Very well, sir. Thank you so much. So, Professor Venkat, your thoughts. You also said personalized medicine. Now we are also hearing this 3D printed personalized implants also coming up.
3D printing, can you hear me? Yeah. 3D printing is honestly not a new technology. It's been there for a long, long time. We have been using it. The only difference is it's becoming more popular these days. But I wouldn't call it a disruptive technology. If you ask me what is going to be the disruptive technology in medicine, there are two things. One is artificial intelligence, and other is robotics. These are going to be the disruptive technology in the next 15 years. That artificial intelligence is going to be used in a lot of ways. Like, for example, your whole MRI, CT scan, everything can be integrated at the time of surgery. And robotics, for example, you'll be wearing glasses where actually you can see through the tumor, and 3-dimensionally I can see the body and the anatomy before even I can put my implant or instrument in the body.
Very well said.
So these are the disruptive things that's going to happen, and it's already happening, honestly. These robotics,
these are focus
and,
areas that we
robotics and artificial intelligence. And in terms of my observations on the discussion which is happening, so one particular myth I want to bust is, although the PMJ or the Ayushman is 5 lakhs, it's not for every surgery you can charge 5 lakhs. For example, if you do a fixation on a bone, you will be allowed only to charge 30,000 rupees. So please don't get this myth that 5 lakh is for any surgery. So that is actually like a price capping. So this price capping from the government, we have the dignitaries from the government here, is actually pulling us back in terms of the development. So what happened is when the knee replacements got price capped, suddenly all the advanced knee replacements disappeared from the market. We only had like 2nd grade and 3rd grade implants, which are not being used in US. And we have people from Stryker who can talk to you, I think individually, not in a forum like that. But that's what actually happened. Because you see, the companies are not here to do service. They are here to make profit. We need to understand that. We need to realize that. So to bring down the cost, we need to improve or increase the competitiveness. We cannot do a capping and reduce the price. Okay, so it's like what they said was
balance act
and competitiveness. So that's again need to be understood. And the third important problem when you develop a medical device, especially on devices which are going to be implanted into the body, if it fails, you need to do a recall. Okay, and to do that, or to even test that material, you need to pay the insurance companies quite a lot of money per patient, because if the recall happens, it's the insurance company which is going to pay for those patients, and it's a big headache. Even like big companies like Johnson & Johnson, they developed an ASR cup for surface replacements, and that had to be recalled. It is very big on the market. ASR is very popular, but there are other implants which had been recalled as well. So you need to anticipate those problems. Like you developed a good product, you got it tested, it looks good, but who is willing to put it on the body of a patient? Who is going to bear the cost of the recall if it ever has to happen? Who is going to pay for the insurance? Okay, so those are the places where big companies are the big, which have the economic power to take care of it. They need to be backing you, and you need to convince them that you're bringing a disruptive technology which is not already available to them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Venkat.
I just want to add like one thing on the price capping. I think it's okay if you want to price cap anything in the interest of the country, but you cannot do blanket price capping. You have to differentiate from the clinical outcomes. The moment you say every implant 40,000 rupees, then you basically disregard the innovation.
Yeah.
If you don't factor in the innovation, then you cannot actually get great products. That's what I would like to add.
Thank you, sir. So you would like to add something there?
I just want to say here that when you look at the R&D for MSMEs or local medium-sized company, it's very difficult because you have to actually work on the overall economy. I mean, if what Vaibhav said is right, because those are global companies, they are outside very profitable. India is the most lowest cost.
So our market profit margin is very less.
Very difficult. Now look at India. India total R&D expense is about 1% of the GDP. If you look at China, it's about 3%. So 3% of 15 trillion and 1% of 3.5 trillion or 3 trillion, you can understand the gap. How many of us think that we will put our child to get into the R&D or make a scientist? Because that mindset, that DNA was not there. I'm very open to say that. That is changing. I'm not saying that it's not changing, but that's a gradual process which is taking time. One point which was told in the morning by Dr. Rangan, IIT professor, director, he said that we should address two ways. Address the current condition where we are and then look at the future. Innovation, I always see as a future. What innovation may bring may address 3-4% of the total revenue gap. But today, the products and the medical devices which are in existence, which address about 97-98%, we need to look at different innovation, which is known as a frugal innovation. And frugal innovation is what would make a lot of sense, because you will tailor, as Dr. Saab said, you will tailor for the need of India, kill a couple of those features which are not needed, change a little bit differently, bring at the right price so that affordability becomes better. So that's another area which I feel we should look at. The challenge which I see in going forward, today we are about 28, 29 years average age of the country. That means center point is about 29 years, 50% below population, 50% higher population. We are about 12, 13 crore people beyond 60 crores. That's bound to grow now. So
in 10 years, we will have a very different problem.
As aging population catches up, you need to have products which are IoT-based home care products, where people should not travel for small things to hospitals. And that is the one area which is going to change a lot. And as you said, we are working, I want to just reveal it here, we are working on the products in time to come, where those devices are connected through the app.
Very nice.
And a lot of your protocols you are able to measure, and it is on the cloud, your physician can see and treat you. So I think directionally a lot of things are happening. Technology is going to play a big role. Excellent. On the R&D for Indian companies, I urge here that government of India must fund. If not nothing, at least they should fund that 50% of the salaries will be taken by I'm not talking of the other cost, 50% of the salaries, we may also afford some high quality IIT students who can come and add a lot of value. So that's a fast forward way. We should learn what other countries have done. Thank you.
Well said, sir. So, Rajesh, sir.
I think I'd like to also break some myths over here with Dr. Saab. I was just going through a list of high-end and critical equipment which are now being made in the country in the last few years. Some may be known to you, some may be new news for you. Products like heart valves, joint implants, linear accelerators, cath labs, robotic-assisted surgical systems, C-arm surgical systems, high-end X-ray, mammography, radiotherapy equipment, fundus imaging, ophthalmic excimer laser, endoscopes and endoscopic camera systems, molecular diagnostic systems, clinical chemistry, automatic analyzers, 3D, 4K laparoscopy systems, high-end operating microscopes, etc. So it's not that what we make in India is only consumables and disposables. Yes, in consumables and disposables, we've now become globally competitive. So we've got certain products in that space over there where we are top 5 in the world or even top 10. So products like syringes, needles, IV cannulas, surgical blades, surgical gloves, contraceptives, we are top 5 in the world. Items like intraocular lens, orthopedic trauma implants, stents, ventilators, X-ray equipment, we are top 10 in the world. We are going in the right direction. The good thing about us is that we are sometimes able to achieve much better in the international market than we are able to achieve in our own market. So when you see the export figures over here, we've got $3.4 billion was our last year's exports. Exports are growing up at more than 15% year on year. On an average, for the whole country, nearly half of what we make we are exporting. And many of us are running factories which are running only on exports market because it's easier for us to enter, easier for us to convince. Sometimes it's more difficult for us to convince a doctor in India about the quality of our product. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Nilesh sir, would you like to comment? So, I want you to also stick to a minute. We can also have some time.
I won't take more than 60 seconds. So, one thing which I think would be really critical here is, sorry, it's not working. Okay. I think this would. Okay. So one thing which I think would be really critical, and it would be for you to kind of dwell upon, is really promoting some ideas. And the ideas can come from a small or medium industry or enterprise. But the challenge they face is, how to bring that idea to the prototype. And then obviously the next challenge is how to bring it to the commercial setup, setting, and then, how to market. So probably that's later. But then if this part can be helped, and after prototyping, the clinical validation or the regular validation of the product, if that help can be extended, that would help a lot to promote export and help the medical devices. Excellent. That's something, and I think this is the right setup to,
direction
to do that.
we can do that.
Thank you.
Pankaj.
I just wanted to say, like, in terms of complexity of the hospitals, right? One of the things that government can do, and I'm seeing that trend emerging in US, is the upcoming ASCs, ambulatory surgery centers, where you decongest the tertiary care hospital and move all your daycare procedures to a smaller setup, because that's also one of the important way to reduce the burden of healthcare cost. If you actually take a patient who needs a daycare procedure to a highly complex, very expensive tertiary care center, inadvertently you are raising the cost, even if your device is low. So one of the way we can do it is we decongest the tertiary care hospital, patients go there when only it's required, and we move all the other procedures, simple procedures, to ASCs.
Excellent, sir. Well, very, very important point. I think these are the type of thematic areas that we may like to invest our time for the future. So, Dr. Sujata, your feedback.
Yeah, from government perspective, I would like to urge, since we have doctors, engineers here, and that these are the right people with whom we would like to interact and inspire, is that as we all know that Stephen R. Covey says that everything is created twice, first in the mind and then in reality. So I would urge the people out here in this room to try to look at the end in mind with a clear vision, try to solve big problems of the country, having frugal mindset, but definitely quality in mind, that you need to develop frugal devices strategically aligned with the national health missions of the country. Then I don't think so. The right ecosystem is very much there. Government is there to support. We have right kind of policies in place. We have huge funding opportunities which are available. All government agencies are working hand in hand to solve the big problems of the country and foster Make in India for the medical devices. So I don't think so that this is the right time wherein you should definitely work together and put lot of energies in identifying the unmet need. You should not focus on money, but you should focus on the larger needs of the country, and the money will automatically follow. That is definitely going to happen. So since our country is big, we have huge problems. We cannot address all of these problems, but let's try to address the major problems of the country by developing Make in India for the medical device and diagnostic sector, and government is fully committed to help you in that. Thank you.
Sir.
Just two small points to make.
Please.
One, my request to all budding entrepreneurs here and scientists here is, one, please do not make a device just for India. Please make a device which can be used globally. Do not get into the trap of let me make something here, it can be used everywhere. Please keep the standards high from the beginning of your research and your innovation, that you have to compete globally, because you can't make a business just out of India. I'm Indian, I love India, but you can't just make a business just out of India. You have to go globally to really compete with global bigs, basically, right? So that's one. Second thing, if you have a qualified idea, please reach out to me. Let's have some work together. And if I have a good idea that I want to explore with you, I'll come back to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate this.
Thank you so much. Sir, we want your feedback and
one point perhaps. Yes, in fact, one of the things which that we want to reach to the last mile connectivity, in between there are a lot of focus on telemedicine, particularly for reaching villages, and some of the states have implemented. But IoTs and telemedicine really can play a big role, where I think at this point of time, in Indian community is quite well versed with. and a lot of companies are there who can make it. In fact, we have implemented for naval systems in armed forces and all naval bases, ships, submarines, isolated places and their own vehicles. They are all connected and they are performing very well. So that particular thing can be further taken to each of the states, and that connectivity will help for taking these medical advices to the last mile. So that is one of the things which I wanted to add.
Thank you so much, sir. So we can have one or two questions, or we are actually also having a breakout session 4 o'clock onwards. We can actually continue on. So Professor Naresh, if you can come, we can have a group photograph with you also in the stage. So thank you all panelists for a wonderful session. We really are actually could not have such a fantastic panel for us.
So then we'll take some questions, couple of questions. Yeah.
You can actually.
Yeah, one mic. Can we give a mic? I think there are no questions.
So,
my query is to Mr. Sunil Khurana. Probably you are in, I think, X-ray related technologies developing. I just want to know two things. Like there are two things. India is making so far good software as well as other parts of the X-ray system, CR, mammography, even cyclotron, accelerator, whatever you say that way. But there are two things which are missing crucially in India. One is detector technology and the X-ray tube technology. Yeah. So what is the situation in this scenario?
So as I said some time back, you make a technology, it takes time. I know for sure as I'm speaking, there are 2 or 3 companies who are almost at a last leg of making their detector. They're testing it. So detector material, it's a specific challenge that they have addressed. And hopefully next 6 to 8 months time, you'll have a first product from one of the company rolled in the market. And that will become great because we all will start sourcing from them. It's no point of conflicting to, with them. I use today nearly 400 detectors. And but I don't want to get into that because that derails my other agendas. I want to make a very high-end patient monitors and many other things which are in already plans. So, but rest assured, sir, in 12 months' time, you will have at least 2 companies delivering. In next 8 months' time, at least 1 company delivering the flat panel detector. Because now it has become a commodity. If you go to China, there are nearly 100 people who are making it. India, we don't make. But that's there. That's very much there.
Yeah, most of them are imported from China, I say that way.
So we have a relationship, we don't take anything from China. We bring everything from either Japan or Germany or Korea. So that is where we felt that DQE of detectors, detective quantum efficiencies, are much better. At a very low dose, you are able to give a very high quality of imaging. So since I am an expert in that area, so I've chosen the right partners and product. They are very keen to partner with us, do the transfer of technology. We want to see how much investment is needed for that. Our second new factory, about 1 lakh square feet, under PLI, is ready. Next 1.5 months time, that will start firing products from Bangalore. So we might probably start a panel after some time because I am very optimistic and I don't want to look at us as an Indian company. We look at us as an Indian national. We should build it here and take it outside.
So we are from medical physics from AIIMS. So this is our expertise, our area of working with X-ray technology. X-rays, I mean that way, radiation safety officers we are. Sure. So obviously we will be happy to collaborate if anything comes in that way.
Absolutely. I've seen those days when we used to go in the dark room and develop the films.
Yeah,
from there, life has changed so much. So for sure, I'll be very happy to participate.
And second, another query, if you know that linear accelerator already has been, being manufactured in India, you know very well.
It's being manufactured.
Yeah. Thing is that, see, as a user, Dr. Naresh is here, as a user, Dr. Venkatesan is here. We don't want anything which is even slightly lower quality that way. Somehow, even patient doesn't want, as a doctors, we also don't want to use it that way. So obviously, quality becomes really a parameter which determines everything, even in Indian market that way. So some of our experience with the X-ray manufacturing in India has not been that good in the beginning, at least I will say. And same is up to certain extent in cobalt 60 machine, cobalt therapy machine. And I fear that again, it should not happen in linear accelerator field.
No, I'm pretty sure, because the technology is again a technology which has been imported and then work with the government agencies. So I'm aware of that, and I think that will be good. And cobalt 60, Tata, those long back 12 Curie source used to come and do that, but then finally, it was probably a more push that linear accelerator is better than cobalt 60. That's how that technology got completely died. But I can tell you the generators now are being made where ripple content is very low. So, you have a very high quality X-ray generators being made, and bright time ahead. Thank you. I'll not take much.
So, we are running out of time. So if you don't mind, sir, you want to add something?
Last point is just continuing that quality-wise. My colleague here said that it's difficult to convince the doctors. The problem is, you understand my problem. I have a patient, and patients are there. They want best, and if something happens to the patient, then I am in the firing line. I can't say just call him that his device. So, that's the problem. Now, so objectively, I don't know what is there in the machine. I'm not an engineer. I don't know about safety thing. I want certification. So the standard thing is asked. Is it highly certified or not? And often the device is not that certified which my institution permits. So that is the problem. So there's no point convincing doctors. You should not. There's no need to convince them. Just give me the certificate.
Standard practices
if
should be
certificates
established.
are there, I'm happy. So this is the problem. Without certificate, trying to convince doctors is not really justified.
That's what I'm going to put over here. Please seek Indian certification for medical devices. Is given by Quality Council of India, not directly, but through certification bodies in India who are accredited by NABCB. That is authentic. It's not going to be like a fake certificate, a proper authentic certificate. Look for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's give one more round of applause for our Westlatistic panel. So I invite Professor Bhatnagar and Professor Dinesh in the dais to give it a small momentum of gift from our side, IIT Delhi. So Dr. Sujata, please, sir. We'll start with you. You have actually a much closer relationship with IIT. We are in-house guest. Vaibhav, sir. Dinesh, you also should go. So Vaibhav Garg. Sir Sunil, please. Professor Rajiv Narang. Pankaj. Srinivas. Professor Venkat. Sir, we will. Please. Yes. So, Rajiv Nath, sir. Come, sir. It's always good to have you here. Thank you very much. No, I think so. One last. So we are breaking for tea right now. Another 10 minutes. The next session on AI is going to start. So I'm sure that many of you are looking forward to join the same.
So we will now join the faculty map. Then we have a pleasure of speaking at the
We know that we are planning an extension campus in Jhajjar, and AIML in healthcare is one of the vertical of our planned campus. And in today's world, if we see that there is enormous amount of data being collected in the hospitals, and it's being used for screening of the diseases, diagnosis, treatment plannings, even monitoring therapeutic responses. And so along with this ones, multiple like research are happenings in the development of the new biomarkers, new contrast agents, and these are like also being translated to the clinical centers. However, there are like a lot of challenges when we want to take this research to the clinical centers. So particularly in data acquisitions, reconstruction, data curation, data analysis, predictions. So there are a lot of challenges that need to be addressed so that the untapped potential of this medical data can be realized and used. So recently, AI has been like shown a potential in addressing some of these challenges, and a lot of research is happening at IIT Delhi also in these directions, and multiple researchers are working on developing solutions for data analysis and software solutions. So based on this one, so we will just share that what are the expertise at IIT Delhi. We have currently multiple researchers from different departments are working in various domain of data analysis, particularly on data science, AI, ML, healthcare, medical signal processing, and development of software solutions. Along with this, now some research is also happening on the genomics, data analysis, and also development of the biomarkers or contrast agents. So particularly departments, now we have multiple departments. Initially only 3 units were doing dedicated research on this one, but now it's not restricted to these 3. So now we have, along with the CBME, Kusma School of Biological Science, DVB, Electrical Engineering, School of AI, Computer Science and Engineering, Applied Mechanics, and many others units are also actively participating on the data analysis and healthcare domains. So at IIT Delhi, we have multiple projects in this one. So particularly, we are working in collaboration with the AIIMS. So we have very strong collaboration with the and carrying multiple joint projects. CBME is one of the example of this one, which was established in 1971 and doing multiple research and collaboration activity with the AIIMS. So we are also collaborating with the other hospital along with the AIIMS and international institutions also. And we also have dedicated facility. So based on our expertise and collaborations and learnings, we have planned this verticals at AIIMS Jhajjar campus. Not AIIMS Jhajjar, but in AIIMS Delhi, NCGG Jhajjar, AIIMS Delhi, and IIT Jhajjar. So 3 verticals we are planning to bring it together for our this vision plan. So our vision is to establish a dedicated and development facility in collaboration with the IIMS Delhi and Jhajjar. So particularly we want to develop methods, techniques, and AI solutions for improvement of data acquisitions. That is one of the key issue, how we can speed up data acquisitions, and also reconstructions. Standardization of data is one of the major issue that need to be addressed, as we just had a workout session discussion where standardizations was one of the key areas where we had a lot of discussions, and we will continue on that also. So data curation and medical of data, and we would like to host challenges which should be available to vast community that need to be addressed, and also we would like to use this solution for screening and diagnosis of diseases, treatment planning, therapeutic response assessment, and multi-center studies. So all this research should not restricted to the labs or publication or patents. So we have a plan in collaboration with industry and medical hospital for deployment of the solution in the hospital finally. And also we would like to continue our development of the devices, diagnostic devices and contrast agents also. And also the last but not less important, it is the training of the skilled manpower. So that is also one of the objectives that in collaboration with the medical doctors and IT faculties, we would like to have a skilled manpower training also. So with this is the vision plan, and I would like to now move the discussion towards the panel discussions. So we have panelists from medical institutes as well as industries. So I would like to invite them on the desk. So we have with us Professor PM Padma Srivastava and she's a chief neuroscience center's AIIMS. She's a head of the Department of Neurology, and ma'am also work on the stroke and acute and chronic nervous intervention systems. So she has more than 25 years of experience and has more than 300 publications. She has won eminent awards, including the Padma Shri. Please, ma'am. Thank you. We also have Professor Ashish Shri with us. He's a professor of neurosurgery, AIIMS, and sir has an interest in the skull-based surgery and cerebrovascular surgery, endoscopic neurosurgery, and he also have more than 30 years of experience on this domains and more than 300 publications and several awards. Thank you, sir. So we have Dr. Dilip Kumar. He is a Director of Research and Scientific Collaborations at GIH, Bengaluru. So he has interest in the medical imaging, particularly MRI, and he have more than 15 years experience in this field and more than 30 publications. Thank you. We have with us Mr. Manoj Agrawal. He's the Chief Engineer at Strikers R&D Division of Gurgaon. So he has interest in the cloud computing, product security, device management, cloud and mobile app, and agile methodologies. He has more than 15 years experience, and he has been involved in many research and development activity related to healthcare. We have with us Professor Mausam. He is a professor and head at the Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence at IIT Delhi. So he work on various AI solutions, and he has more than 15 years of experience and more than 150 publications. We also have with us Mr. Deep Singh. He is one of our alumni of IIT Delhi itself. He is president and co-founders of Short Hills Tech, and his area of interest are generative AIs with large-scale language models, technology operations. Thank you, sir. We also have with us Mr. Nitin Agrawal. So he is also alumni of IIT Delhi, and he is a principal at ZS Associates, Gurgaon, and he has more than 25 years experience, and he has worked on different aspects of management, data management, and thank you, sir. And last we have Mr. Gaurav Agrawal. He is a co-founder of 1MG, and he is also our alumni, and so he's a leading product and growth teams at the diagnostic and medicine delivery platforms, developing strategic aspects of technology. He have more than 15-20 years experience. Thank you, the teams, and now I will also invite my colleague, Professor Amit. So he's a professor at CBME. So he will host he's a moderator of this panel. So, and so would like to brief that we just now we finished our breakout sessions. We had a brainstorming discussions on multiple aspects, and so with this I will I think without wasting time, so we'll start the panel discussions. Amit, over to you.
Thank you, Anup, and a warm welcome to all our eminent panelists over here. A very heterogeneous group of experts we have from academia, industry, clinicians, from different areas of digital health. So we are already running late, so I'll directly jump into the topic we have in hand: artificial intelligence, machine learning in digital health, medical imaging, diagnostics. So I would like to start with Professor Mausam in setting up the stage. What is the current scenario of research projects that are being held in this area at IIT Delhi in affordable and accessible healthcare using digital mode and artificial intelligence, and what, as a head of School of AI, you envision that should be the thrust area at Jhajjar?
Hello. Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Mendiretta. So I represent AI, but not healthcare. So I asked all the various people, and there are many, many people at IIT Delhi who work at the intersection of AI and healthcare. They are distributed across many departments. Of course, School of AI has many of them, but they are associated with computer science, School of Information Technology, chemical engineering, electrical engineering, and of course we have 3 bio-specific departments: Kusuma School of Biological Sciences, Department of Biotechnology Center for Biomedical Engineering. And you will find that there are many people who are really excited to work at the intersection of AI and healthcare right now. A major thrust, as Professor Anup Singh also mentioned, is in imaging. We have AI solutions which take in an X-ray, take in a CT scan, take in an MRI image, in some cases take in an ultrasound image, and try to predict or try to make inferences for the patient. This is in the context of, let's say, bone cancer, prostate cancer, various kinds of cancers, pancreas cancer. Breast cancer is very interesting because apparently the breast cancer in India appears about 10 years earlier than it happens in the West. Similarly, there is a particular cancer which is much more frequent in India and much less frequent elsewhere, which is gallbladder cancer. So there are many of these kinds of diseases, of also brain tumors, heart diseases. I myself work on celiac disease. So many such medical imaging related research has been happening. And in all these cases, the goal is that from the data which is annotated, you want to put in such images and you want to output something about the patient. Maybe find the tumor, maybe find the size of the tumor, maybe count the number of cells, maybe predict whether they have this disease or how the prognosis of the disease is going to happen. So that's definitely one major thrust area. And in fact, people say that, for example, for ultrasound, it is very hard to predict gallbladder cancer, but one of our works has shown that one can actually do a better job in a low-cost, affordable way. One can use ultrasound technology to predict gallbladder cancer very well. Then there is a lot of work that is happening on the wearables side. So in the wearable side, you are basically generally wearing some kind of a device, a soft muscle or something, and you want to do something with it. For example, in one case, there is work on EEG-driven movement prediction. Based on the brain wave, the model is able to figure out what the person is trying to do, and then as required, this can be improved or enhanced for whatever reason, if the person has less muscular control, or if it's a soldier of the army and he wants to enhance their performance. These kinds of technologies can be helpful because from the understanding that AI gives you about what the person is trying to do, then you send the signal to the soft muscle that the person is wearing, and the control can happen. There's a lot of work happening on the brain side. There is brain tissue stiffness measurement. There's also work on training and evaluating neurosurgeons for endoscopic surgeries. I believe Dr. Ashish Suri has been involved with some of this as well. There is work on heart. There is a concept of digital twin. The concept of digital twin is that whatever is happening in an external system, we will create a simulation model of that in the machine. Once we create the simulation model, we can try various interventions and try to guess or predict how the particular external system is going to behave without actually tweaking the external system directly. This allows us some prediction about which therapeutics to try and which not to try in individual patients, for example. So there is a group which is trying to develop the digital twin of circulatory system. There's also some work happening on the personalization front, looking at genomic data, transcriptomic data. There's work happening on the rare cell discovery. There's work happening on cell migration, protein interactions. Very interesting project happening on the intersection of yoga and neuroscience. People have been trying to study when you do certain kinds of meditation, when you do certain kinds of yoga, how does it sort of affect your brain? How does it affect your body? A very interesting paper was written that to do COVID management, in addition to the modern medicine, if yoga and meditation can be added, then it increases the success or reduces the time to recovery and things like that. There is work happening on the public health side of things. So for example, there is work happening on how well the COVID vaccine has percolated the country, how well measles vaccine has percolated the country. You cannot go and check each individual, so you are trying to do at a district level where good vaccinations have happened, where not, and where we should add any intervention or any special policies and so on. In all such situations, and there must be many, many more. There's work on stroke, there is work on rehabilitation, there's just work on a lot of areas, I don't even know all of them. In often all these situations, taking a step back, it's a strong interaction between some physician who has a researcher mindset and some IIT professor and students who have the problem-solving mindset. Often the data comes from the doctors. The problem definition comes from the doctors. And the solutions come from IIT. And then the actual clinical trials or the actual experiments or the deployments again will go back and happen at the hospitals. So it requires a very tight integration between the engineering discipline and the medical science. And so we have a lot of collaborations happening at AIIMS, Fortis, NIMHANS, University of Pennsylvania, Johns Hopkins, PGI Chandigarh, ILBS, and again, I don't have the full list. In all these situations, whenever we are able to get good doctor time, the project moves much faster. When we are not able to get the doctor time, the project does not move that fast because the real medical insight has to come from them. They will be able to tell us that sometimes the data is wrong, your model is doing well, or your model is making this kind of a systematic mistake. And then the engineers will go back and think about how to model that systematic mistake mathematically. So, to answer your final question, which was, how do I envision, where do we focus on at IIT-Jhajjar? I think it is not a specific disease or a specific type of problem solving that we should focus on, because IIT is a big institution. There are many experts and we will solve lots of problems. We will not be able to even foresee all the problems we will solve. But whatever we do, we have to have a very strong medical collaboration. Until that happens, we will not be able to make significant progress. So how we should think about it is how we can create stronger collaborations with lots of hospitals, lots of doctors. We can really get their time so that we really start making faster progress. That would be my answer.
Thank you, Masum. That's a very well point, and it was mentioned in the inaugural session by the director as well, that for the IIT Delhi Jhajjar campus, we are probably envisioning that this will not be developed by IIT Delhi, but a co-developed by IIT Delhi along with AIIMS. So coming back, bringing that point again to the main forum, I would ask Professor Padma and Professor Suri regarding what are the clinical aspects that you envision. You have been associated with biomedical engineering at IIT Delhi for a while, with CBME, with computer science, with other departments. You have seen the growth of the biomedical engineering. Now, what are the key lacunas that you feel that we are still having, and putting everything together under one roof might solve it? So your clinical perspective on that aspect. Professor Padma.
Thank you, Amit. And I think Professor Masum had very clearly sort of summarized what's the kind of what's been the way and what can be the way forward. So now, before I answer your question, Amit, I mean, there's no magic bullet anyhow for any of those. The thing we probably are now concentrating is AIIMS NCI-Jhajjar campus. So be it as it may in your collaborations with the rest of the country in terms of medical institutes, as well as a broader concept which holds true in every which way you can conceive it to be, I would agree with all that. But here I guess the focus should be is now you have one thing in hand, which is two major institutes which are coming together, and you are establishing one, it's a physical and a virtual center, both. So what can be the progress in that situation? So then what are the strengths that AIIMS can give you in that Jhajjar campus? Now broadly, yes, again, you can probably, again, look at all the problems that the medical community as well as the healthcare delivery system that a prototype India has as a developing world prototype, and they are innumerable. You can definitely address one on all, but then that would be a laundry list. So again, the first thing is to have a focus and then go stepwise. I'm sure there would be, what can you say that there are tangential gains which may happen while you're moving forward with one focus at a time. So what is a focus you can have at this point? In NCI-Jhajjar, you would have access to the data which you may need. So what are those points of access or the data you need? You're looking at imaging. So I would say, as far as the neurosciences is concerned, that you will definitely can have a portal where you should be able to get access to all the CT scans and the MRs. Let's take the focus of stroke. Stroke is humongous in the country. Now, as I speak with you, every 20 seconds there is a stroke happening in this country. So that's a huge burden that if you really have to list out the priority areas of health burden in the society and the delivery system, then you take in those. And you have this institute as a nodal point for the country for certain disorders. So say stroke. And the imaging, you would be able to get access to probably thousands of those things in a very short period of time. And I know for an AI, my little knowledge of AI, I know you need big data. So therefore that you will have an accrual system, put that in place. And that's possible with the ongoing packs or whatever it is, your online system. So get that point there. And then you can get your, again, focus questions of diagnosis by plain CT scan. That's already published in the year 2018 and 2020 with a collaboration with Stanford and from a private center here in Delhi. With a plain CT at a district level, somebody will be able to diagnose few situations, including head injury, bleed, and a stroke. Now that also left a lot of nebulous regions, and you can solve it. And that is beyond publication in any JM or Lancet, and I really don't care about them. It is going to make a difference to your delivery system of healthcare in this country, and I think that should be the whatever the driving force for all of us, right? The second is that you concentrate on, similarly, you take the next big burden, that's epilepsy. You talked about the electroencephalogram. Now you will have an access to, again, probably lakhs of EEGs. If you have a system wherein you can accrue all those EEGs into one portal, make NCI-Jhajjar your portal. Get that and analyze. And as clinicians, I'll tell you what is my problems. I'm not going to give you again a laundry list of problems to be solved. I'll just say at a district level, a physician, when you're able to transmit, just like you have a STEMI program which is running in the country with an ECG at a district level, everybody is a cardiologist. And we have at a district level with the Ministry of Health, we have an app where you're thrombolizing. You don't need to be a neurologist, you're managing an acute ischemic stroke. So that's the kind of difference you can make. So take epilepsy. Start only just with EEG. You have various other sensors, you have NCV, you have EMG. That's data you will get it. And third is, you have big vertical of movement disorders. Parkinson's is the second most degenerative disease, and the first degenerative disease is all of you would be worried about. What is it that you'll be worried about? Not cancer. It is dementia, losing your memory. Isn't it? All your students, you're worried about forgetting, isn't that? So when you talk about memory loss and cognition and dementia, that's again huge. And get that data. And I will provide you the questions that I need as an answer. Work on it. You'll get that data in. So there are numerous things that we can go on, but take the prioritized area where India is facing as a health challenge. Be the prototype. You can then teach the rest of the world what you can do. Even in the developed countries, cost, infrastructure, and delivery is humongous. It's expensive. You find a low-cost India-centric solutions, it will be applicable to the rest of the world. I would think that is your first focus for your NCI-Jhajjar campus. And the neurosurgery part, I'll leave it to, Ashish, because he has another thing there. I'm not getting into genomics, proteomics, metabolomics. That's a huge array by itself, all the biomarkers. Because imaging technology is up there on your screen, that's why I was talking about that, and that's a low-hanging fruit. You get that, and then I'm sure you'll find challenges, problems, and then you can go on forward. The next thing, of course, is that with this, you will have your training module set up, and you can be the hub for teaching algorithms across for the entire country. You can rope in National Academy of Medical Sciences. You can rope in National Board of Examinations. Many of us are on the task forces there. We can help you get that access and portals where you will have an access to the entire medical curriculum across the country and all the medical colleges. Where you're looking at a teaching, maybe similar vertical you can have for engineering. I don't know about that. Medically, we can help you do that. And the third thing, I guess, for your, again, NCI-Jhajjar thing would be what was it? I lost my train of thought. But see, that's what happens when that's what happens when you grow old. So, and the last of the thing would be that I know there has to be somewhere where you can actually bring in the youngsters into this fold. So the one is already there. You have combined PhD programs, and there is a lot of talk, and I'm sure even ICMR is involved in this. And you have several verticals which have been developed in terms of assistive devices, and Amit, you're spearheading one part of the rehab part. Disability is huge. Whether it is stroke, it is the injuries part of it. It still remains, and unfortunately, India is not a disability-friendly society. All of you have lived abroad, that this country is not disability-friendly at all. So we need something wherein you can make the lives better, again, low cost. And in that, AI probably comes in a lot of your virtual reality and programming. You're working on some of them, but similar aspects can also come into huge, big workshops. So you can have spin-offs of what is happening here and carry it forward there. I would think for your campus, if you can start off with these, and then take stock, take audit. You always need to take audit of your performance measures. A priori, design your performance measures, take audit. After all this energy expenditure and the cost which has come in, Dr. Bhatnagar is spending. And then after all that, then it goes away. That should not be the thing. You need to get audited and then course correct if we are losing our way somewhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. I think the key point that is that AIIMS or NCI-Jhajjar or the clinicians can actually provide a gold mine to IIT Delhi, which is the clinical data. And AI demands a lot of data to be trained, and in the Western world, that is the problem. But here we have a lot of data which is being generated, but whether it is being optimized to be used for modeling or no, that is a question. So probably that could be one of the target, that we create data repositories at this campus where everybody can loan that data and do kind of stuff they are experienced and expertise in. So that one point which I wanted to touch, and I'll ask that question to Professor Surya on that part and his expertise in that area as well. The use of AI and these kind of modules in teaching, and how it increase or enhance the performance of the youngsters when you give them assistive technologies or AI-based modules in learning better and gauge their performance. Do you envision that IIT-Jhajjar can be one of the teaching hubs where AIIMS, when I say AIIMS means AIIMS and NCI both, and IIT Delhi can jointly launch such programs in teaching activities?
Well, your question deserves a philosophical answer.
Please, sir.
That's
the birth of science.
When I'm sitting here, there's a lot of, I was seeing everyone, and then Dr. Padma was talking. I was just looking back 15 years ago. There's been a complete change. And when I came here 15 years ago, I think it was the same hall probably, where Dr. Prem Kalra, my friend, had invited me for a BARC lecture. There was a team from Baba Atomic Research Center on robotics was there, and they wanted me to speak on some navigation and some microscope and endoscope that we were actually working on. And I took up half an hour, some videos, surgical videos and all that. And my collaboration with my teacher, Dr. P. N. Dundon, you must have heard his name, said I should work with Dr. Snehanand, who was the student of Dr. Guha, and we had the first PhD student. And I'll be very frank with you, 15 years ago, professors and even the lineage of professors of IIT, no one wanted to be interested in working on healthcare. Very few. Even the ones who were working on biology rather than true engineering questions. And the times have changed. I think the reason why, that's what I said, people don't allow me to speak many times because I speak the truth. So that's true. So what happens, in the last 10 years, we've seen a major change. I think two reasons why this major change has occurred. One, the present 99% of the super specialty equipment, software, hardware, both are imported. We are actually, all our taxpayers' money and all our money is actually going down the drain. Most of our expenses on stents and all, navigation systems, surgical equipment, it's more than 90% is imported. And that's why our cost of
our cost of healthcare is very high. It's not that high actually. And still, we are much cheaper than the US. We are probably 1/10 or 1/20th or 1/50th of the US as far as medicines are concerned and surgical. But still, I think the new impetus of the government to have it make in India, to have that no healthcare, every equipment, software, hardware has to be developed here, it has to be integrated here, it has to be put here, and then have a global market. I think that is a complete renaissance change. And second is, and I look back 15 years ago, we were always good at software because I was collaborating in computer science and not at hardware. Our tooling and manufacturing industry did not exist. And even when I mentioned it to BARC that could you replicate these 1 millimeter diameter instruments from a surgery? And they said, yes, very well. And they took me to BARC and they wanted to miniaturize the Da Vinci system, which probably they have not still yet. So the thing is that manufacturing and tooling industry, we have to go into that hardware development we need. So from there, I think this is a major change. And I think the machine learning, deep learning, and the AI algorithms which are coming in for healthcare. I think I see a lot of next 5 years, 10 years, a lot of changes. I'm not concentrating, I know Dr. Bhatnagar is concentrating on Jhajjar, but I'm concentrating on the AIIMS IIT collaboration as such. I think we need a lot of intermingling. It's not, and I was talking to Dr. Mawsam before, I'm on a different side. I don't believe that doctors can become engineers or engineers can become doctors. The more they teach and the more they be together, the more answers can happen. I personally feel that we already are working with biomedical engineering and computer science engineering on the surgical front, and we are now developing using this AI algorithms to train surgeons, and these on the same skills that they were doing on the workshops as well as on hands-on. It can be measured by the images and the videos by deep learning and machine learning algorithms. The output is usually vision-based, they are images or videos, or sensor-based. We put those 4 sensors on the arm muscles and all that. And now we are working on the navigation systems so that we can navigate. We use the GPS, like you have the GPS for your cars. We have it in our ORs. So the CT scan, the MRI of the patient goes into the GPS system. So actually the GPS system doesn't require the 2 and 2.5 crores what is marketed by the German or the American companies. But yes, we can easily develop them. And we have already made some baseline or co-marker based navigation templates at the moment. So there's a lot of, I personally believe that the collaboration is a must. You don't have to be together all the time, but you have to keep on giving, because both the branches require to reach that level of delivery. You have to be the best in your field. You cannot be an intermediate, believe me. It's only when I have reached that level of surgery, I know that this is a small adjustment modification I need from my engineering team. So you have to be very good at your thing, and then you take the inputs from the other person as well. So I think it's a very good future ahead, and for both, but especially for medicine, I think what AI can do is a lot of screening. This is a big population, 140 crores. We are talking about, we need a lot of screening tools, and it's already coming in. And we were having this panel discussion earlier. So there's a lot of what the algorithms are basically based in US or Europe. We need the algorithms to be developed here. This is like something like a domain shift, I'm not wrong. Happens that you cannot put the same concept of one population to another. That is the AI language that they use. And second is what a lot of hot selling AI software which are happening, which you have to actually pay for. Even the doctors have to pay for the diagnostic, for the pathology diagnosis or for molecular diagnosis. They're based on very small data. So that data, we have a gold mine of data that can be actually built in. The last thing which I personally feel that what AIIMS and IIT can actually do, you can during this time, a lot of low-hanging fruits. You can actually make our own delivery systems, like our software for our picture archival, as well as the PACS and the systems which we have for disease coding. We're talking about the CDC just half an hour prior to this. So these are the things that you can actually deliver, and not only as an experimental tool, but as a complete, we need those systems, and we are completely dependent on imported technology. And maybe a manufacturing and tooling industry can be aligned with that, so that can be done. And maybe that's my last thought, that if it is, can we go for a personalized, now we are actually going for a personalized treatment, a disease-specific, person-specific treatment that we are actually going in the next 10 years. So we can head for that. That is, I'm always impressed, whenever I go to Boston, I'm impressed by that Harvard, MIT over the Charles River, the two large, 2 kilometers long constructions, and they have those Google and a lot of things, and they have that healthcare hub, technology hub, I don't remember the name, and they have those MD PhDs.
HST, sir.
Yeah.
HST program.
Can we replicate that? I'm sorry, not at Jhajjar. Can we replicate it here, somewhere here? But for Jhajjar, I think IIT can do wonderful. That's my dream. Can you make a hyperloop, sir? 10 minutes we'll be in Jhajjar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think a wonderful response. Sir, I'm very happy to say that you have been aware of already, but biomedical engineering has been having a joint PhD program with AIIMS for a long time. But we have been granting the degree by IIT, but the co-supervisor has been from AIIMS. Even I have graduated PhD student along with ma'am as a supervisor from AIIMS. But now under the leadership of Professor Bhatnagar, we are envisioning that joint PhD program by IIT and AIIMS together, where both stakeholders will provide the degree together. And that is what the replica of HST model at MIT Harvard does. And regarding your comment, which we discussed in the panel discussion over, and I really enjoyed the crux of it, doctors cannot be turned into an engineer. An engineer should not be converted to a doctor, and that is not what we want. I personally believe that the bachelor you do is the core of it is the heart that you are having. Then you can build on the skills differently. So we really don't want that breed which is neither this side or not that side, but we are envisioning that probably a MS PhD program or MD PhD program where MBBS is like myself, core from the heart. From heart, I'm a doctor, but I'm trained in something on engineering and I know the applications of it. So similar programs where a second higher degree could be in other discipline, that gives you an application and then you have some core which you can develop at.
A job opportunity as well.
Yes.
And what about Praud Shiksha after professor? Suppose I want to learn something. As a student, I'm serious, why not? If you are interested. So it is, I think we have to look at, education has no barriers. You see, bald hair and gray hair are not important. You have to, if you really want to create, you have to be young at heart. And I think Praud Shiksha is something you should look forward to.
So beyond my paycheck, I will leave that to Professor Bhatnagar to answer.
Is there.
So that leads us to a very important aspect, employability. Because when we say that now every engineer or every BTech or MTech student sitting in this room, whether he is doing computer science or AI, but in his resume you will see he has done something on AI, whether class or online, but the student can consider himself an expert in AI to be employable. Now that question I would like to address Gaurav and Dilip, because both of them are coming from very different industry. One is from Tata 1MG, Gaurav, looking large into logistics and actually revolutionized started with a business model where you can order the medicines and now it spans across the logistic solutions for healthcare. And Dilip, coming from a healthcare side in medical imaging, United Imaging is the MRI building company, and top three was like GE, Philips and Siemens. Now they say United Imaging is not the fourth imaging company, but a third imaging company because they captured a large market share of one of the leaders. So what kind of skill sets that you envision in the students who are trained in AI but also should have a healthcare jargon? When I say the joint dual degree that Professor Suri was asking, when you are trained as a doctor and an engineer, you are the bridge where you can talk both the languages. The communication gap is not there, which has been there for a while, even if we are 6 kilometers apart from IIT and AIIMS. So if such kind of courses we envision at Jhajjar, what do you expect that AI, everybody is having an AI, but what kind of healthcare specific AI skills you would want to have?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually a very tough question. When I see undergrads or young engineers with resumes, unfortunately I find a lot of things that are done to maybe pass a checkbox in
a recruiting tool filter, or let's say a recruiter's filter, but I don't see passion deeper into students, delve deeper into topics from students. Most of our employees or most of our team members at 1MG have done really well and have actually taken the company forward are those who bring a fundamental curiosity. So 1MG operates at the intersection of medicine, healthcare, and technology, for instance, right? And our best engineers over the years, and we have a really strong medical contingent as well, so MDs and MBBS doctors who actually bring in the healthcare perspective and educate us, and have been educating us over the last 8 years on what it means to deliver, healthcare. And our best engineers are those who actually delve deeper into problems and understand what the core challenges of healthcare and how do you solve them. If my expectations from a program at Jhajjar would be less of, one more RNN, CNN network project on your resume, because honestly, that's what we see. We interview a lot of engineers with AI background. Frankly, I don't know how many AI engineers we are going to need in this world. We need some people to solve, Mawsum may disagree with me, but we need some people to solve, other problems as well. And, AI is a new toolkit, right? Eventually, you have to know how to be a good engineer and a good doctor and a good problem solver. AI is just a new set of tools to maybe try and solve some problems. And unfortunately, it's become the end-all, be-all, where everyone wants to be a data scientist and an AI engineer. And I'm not sure if that's really needed. I would much rather have engineers who come with a core understanding of basics of, let's say, healthcare data, disease detection, disease modeling, and can then from that understand what's the right tool for them to use. It may be an AI tool, it may be a simple software program as well. And I would much rather that actually IIT-Jhajjar departs that sort of base level of understanding to some of its students and helps them discover what technology and healthcare together can do.
Thank you. Dilip, you want to address this with respect to imaging aspect?
Certainly. Thank you, Amit, and thank you, Gaurav, for enlightening us with your thoughts on what exactly is lacking right now in terms of when you're looking at the engineers. I would say, so your question still remain like one of the thing is what kind of opportunities that we have and what kind of skill sets which we are looking as an industry. So basically I came from a company which manufactures medical devices like CT, MRI, ultrasound, or maybe the PET CT and all. So we have all range of equipments. And that is where one of the, I fully align with Gaurav, when we interview a lot of AI engineers, we find in their resume a multiple checklist. Okay, this, that, and that. And where we are finding out lacking when we go deeper and deeper, literally, they have actually done nothing in terms of developing a solution or solving a problem. And that is where we believe these engineers at IIT-Jhajjar campus, they should work side by. I think there are engineers over here from IIT, and also there are medical doctors from AIIMS, and that is a deadly combination, I would say, which most of the companies are lacking in. Even in our company or any other company industry, what we when we are developing or manufacturing a new device or new algorithms, we normally find it out very difficult for our engineers also. Sometimes they understand the engineering, but they don't understand the clinic part of it. And that's where we normally go to hospitals, we talk to them, we understand the real-time problem, like the real scenarios, what exactly the problem the doctors are facing in. And that's where we try to innovate more and more, newer things. So as a, IIT-Jhajjar campus, I would strongly say, if you can run some of the programs whereby a work can be done in the real time. Some disease, for example, Professor Padma was highlighting, this stroke is really killing us. Every 20 seconds, there is a one stroke cases. And we have our colleague like, Gaurav, who has come up with a fantastic, startup earlier, and now it's a big company who can find you out, these medicines, and now is delivering care also. And nowadays you will see there are a lot of companies based on AI, they are delivering to you a food within 10 minutes, right? 10 to 15 minutes, your food, your groceries, but we are still lacking in the healthcare. We don't have such a, new things or new startups who can, provide you access to care within 10 minutes or 15 minutes. So that's where the need is. We need to look into that aspects as well. From the company perspective, I would say, what skill sets we are looking for, it's exactly what's similar to, as Gaurav said, the basic fundamentals. You should know your basic fundamental. If you are strong enough, we can bring you on board, we can train you on what we are trying to work on. So at any point of time, all the companies I'm talking about, not only our company, they're working on 80 to 90 different solutions. They're looking at 10 years ahead. Normally, 10 years ahead is our normal plan, roadmap. And we know what exactly to bring in you. So as long as your basic fundamental is very strong, that comes from the engineering background, as well as a little knowledge of clinical background, that is something will be a deadly combination for the industries. And I think that's where you fill in the gap we are currently having in industries.
Thank you, Dilip. I think that's a wonderful message to all our undergrads, specifically who envision that I want to do a project in AI. But whichever stream you are probably enrolled, if you build your strength in that core, the applications can always be taught in the later stage, and then you can diversify to any area, need not be your project, what you have done in your early stage. And that is what the intention should be. But now that leads to my second aspect of the discussion, and we have Nitin and Dr. Paramdeep from the company side, to ask them a different scenario, that how the current, because the digitalization of the healthcare has started not long ago, like I would say 5 to 10 years. We are still evolving, but now we can see that it is happening. It is no more in books. So how is the current market scenario has changed with the use of digitalization and the large footprint of AI that it has put on healthcare sector as of today? And what sectors that you envision in healthcare would vanish because of AI, and what sectors would flourish if you have AI as your tool in your armory? And that is what is the future direction should be for LeMay. I'm not saying 10 years as Dilip said, but 20 years, right? What is that you envision regarding that? So Nitin may start.
Thank you, Professor Amit. I think if you look at, I won't talk of sectors vanishing or flourishing, right? I think these are ebbs which come and go, right? When we passed off, I was a 93 graduate from IIT Delhi. I think there was nothing called AI, there was nothing called ML, right? And we were doing a paper on neural networks with Dr. Andresen at the time, right? And it was cutting edge because there was nothing done, right? And over time you learn. So I think I agree with what Gaurav was saying, what others saying, that you need to have the basic curiosity, right? As long as you have the curiosity to learn, technology will evolve. You need to be able to learn and adapt to those technologies over time. Now, coming to the healthcare, right? Again, 20 years, 25 years ago, there was an industry that flourished in India called medical transcription. Right? A big industry, right? There were thousands of people who employed across. Right? 15 years ago, the industry vanished. Right? Why? Because, well, softwares came in, right? There's a company called Nuance that got acquired by Microsoft last year, and they just automated the hell out of transcription. Right? Those transcripts still happening, right? And I'm sure Dr. Suri and Dr. Padma will talk about how they still record all the discharges, right? But it's the software that's not transcribing that, and not humans. Right? So those things will come, but those people who are working in that got re-employed elsewhere, right? Because something else started flourishing. When I talk of healthcare, digitalization of healthcare, and that's true, right? I think so far we've been focused a lot more on care delivery, right? And in helping in the detection and diagnostics. What we're focusing on and what I do, right, and what our company does goes beyond that. I think we're a lot more, let's say, in how we enable patients, right, and how do we enable clinical trials. And again, both of them, there's a lot of development happening as far as when you can use AI to expedite and make those two processes quite efficient, right? And I'm sure Gaurav will agree, right? The biggest problem that a lot of patients have is adherence, right? I think you start a person on a drug, right? Diabetes, could be anything, or heart failure, right? The patient does not continue the drug, right? And obesity, for example, or diabetes, you have a 35-40% non-compliance after a year or two, right? And over time, that leads to further comorbidities and further complications. Right? Now, how can you use AI, right, to make sure that the patient does not drop out? Right? 10 years ago, the same problem was solved in telecom, right? There's a churn problem, right? It's nothing else but the churn problem. I'm sure you'll agree to that, right? And you worked in Singh and those software companies, right? It's a churn problem. How do you make sure using the data that you have on that patient over time, at what point of time is the patient thinking of dropping off, and how do you then give a very personalized nudge to that person so that they stay on the medicine, right? And that's where a lot of AI ML can come in, right? Because you can use a lot more data to be able to predict when the person will drop off, and how do you then very personally nudge using some of these new technologies like Gen AI or ChatGPT to give that very personalized nudge. So that's one area. The whole area of really adherence becomes a big focus area. I think the second thing that we're doing a lot of is in the whole area of clinical trials, right? I think there's a lot of talk about drug development and how AI can help in drug development, but companies spend many years developing a drug, right? And their focus is that they can cut short the development period by even a year or two. They can get those drugs out to the patients much faster. Right? So things that, how can you then help digitalize protocols, right? Help digitalize the submissions to HTA bodies and regulatory bodies. Once you digitalize them, how can you then automate the authoring of them to some extent? Right? Subject to human review becomes a big focus area. Right? So protocol authoring, submission authoring becomes a big focus area. Right? Medical legal reviews, right? And how can you use some of these new technologies and Gen AI to automate and make that process a lot more efficient becomes a focus area. Right? And those are all areas where if you can help companies, they can actually expedite, right? Increase the volume and possibly get drugs out to market faster. And on that side, I think there's a whole focus on really selecting sites where you can conduct those clinical trials and making sure that you have the patient population in those sites and the right investigators as well. So how do you help companies figure out the sites and investigators for trials, right? And then using AI, how can you do that? So those are all areas beyond just care delivery, right? Across the value chain of healthcare, where some of these applications come up, right? And all of them really, end of day, will help get medicines out faster and get people to stay on those medicines longer and hopefully improve outcomes for all.
Thank you, Nitin. Mr. Pramdeep, you would like to?
Yeah. So I think Nitin essentially pointed out the main key aspects. So I would say that sort of as far as AI is concerned, there would primarily be two areas within the medical system that can be impacted with AI. So one would be more on the administrative side, and the other is on the clinical side. So we have spoken about how the clinical side can be changed with the with sort of advent of AI. So essentially around imaging, image analysis, and stuff around that. And the other would be sort of the administrative aspect. So at least from our experience, having worked in this space, is that sort of the administrative aspect tends to be much larger. So even sort of the day-to-day sort of patient interaction with the hospital tends to be much larger and a bigger problem rather than sort of the radiology, diagnostics, etc. So where already sort of you need experts and doctors who sort of look at these images and then come up with analysis. So my feeling is sort of the lower hanging fruit is on the administrative side, where sort of patient onboarding, essentially getting information from patients about their sort of genetics, their family tree, sort of those things play a major role. And opportunity wise also, sort of in terms of the market size, that could be as big as, let's say, $20 billion versus, let's say, image analysis, which could be $2 billion. So that's the sort of kind of difference in the size of the opportunity. Or problem wise, this could be a much harder problem to solve, the image analysis and then coming up with a recommendation for the drug or the disease analysis. And the other aspect within sort of the clinical side would be sort of in terms of the regulatory aspect. So these are sort of medicine, finance, these tend to be regulated industries. So even if a model were to come up with, let's say, recommendation, and most of these recommendations are coming from a much larger model, which means sort of getting them to explain how they came up with that solution is not easy. So let's say if you use a very large model and then come up with a recommendation saying that this is this seems to be the disease and this is what the next course of action should be. For the model to explain that part, how did it come up with that recommendation, is very, very difficult. And I think most of the regulatory industries, unless you can explain what is happening, it is going to be tough to use that. And the other aspect is the legal aspect. Even if you were to use it, and most of these large models tend to hallucinate, that means they could be giving you the wrong recommendation, then who takes the legal burden of this recommendation? So, and you can see ChatGPT when it started, if you gave it your symptoms, asked for an advice, it would come up with an advice. It no longer does that. So it would say that I'm not a doctor, I cannot give you an advice. Simple reason be that big companies understand that giving medical advice has its own legal risks. So I would say that the clinical side is a much tougher problem to solve, but it has its own challenges and risks. The other side, which is the administrative side, which essentially means patient onboarding, documentation, transcribing, transcription, and then stuff around that. That again is a fairly tough challenge. So I would say that, let's say, coming up with a 90% solution or a 70% solution for that problem could be easy. But going from the 70% to the 95 and the 99% tends to be as tough as any other problem. So, and the value of these models would come if you were able to go from, let's say, that 70% accuracy to the 95% or the 99% accuracy, and then leverage those models. So my argument over here, just to close that out, would be to focus on a problem that's tough to get to the end. So use AI so that it can actually be beneficial in the end. It can actually help the patient in the end. And I think most of that help would be from the administrative aspect, and making sure that whatever you are using gives you the accurate result rather than, let's say, a certain percentage of accuracy.
Thank you, Mr. Pramdeep. So if I summarize these two, the idea is that AI can solve many things, but a prioritization of the objective and outcome we need is desirable. So.
Just because Mr. Singh nicely pointed out, I think the two major factors, especially on the IIT side, that especially when you're talking about AI, machine learning, deep learning on medicine, I think there are two things which, one is a human angle. That is, there is a doctor-patient relationship. So that, how do you take care of that when you are taking a virtual answer to it? That is one. Second is a legal angle. So nicely pointed out, it is who is liable, especially for screening. It's okay because screening needs to be checked. When you're talking about a diagnosis, or you're talking about precision surgeries, or you're talking about personalized medicine, I think these legal angles, can we have maybe some lawyers or something on board who can actually see what I mean? Otherwise, they'll just remain maybe abstracts in some medical or engineering papers, and they'll not be real products that will be able to use them. So that is, I think that is something that we really need to think about. The legal issue is important. Till then, probably they'll work as nurse assistants or virtual assistants or administrative assistants. That is a very important part, but is not actually, then we are underusing the AI in medicine.
I think that's an evolutionary process. We don't want to risk too much to go to the enchanted sea and expect surprises. So we are probably hand-holding that, learning together and expecting a deliverable which we can accept with some error. So, but that leads us to a very important point that I want to address to Manoj, coming from Stryker, and that is his core area of expertise as well. What are your thoughts upon the regulatory security protocols, compliance regarding digital health and AI-based decision-making tools, and keeping the medical data confidentiality as the high priority, because that is what is being taught in ethics with medical school, and that's what we try to teach to engineers, that there is a strong confidentiality with healthcare data. And with the coming MDR guidelines recently, where software and AIs are put under the category of medical devices, they are no more softwares. They will be considered devices from 1st October 23. So how does the compliance regulation and this changes the scenario of AI to be deployed?
Yep, that's a very interesting field. I would start by saying regulatory is always playing a catch-up game, right? So technology comes first, regulations comes next, right? That is where the whole challenge exists, because when we are designing the technology, we are actually not designing it for the regulatory needs, right? And often we implement or superficially apply the regulatory needs in order to make sure that our design or our product gets approved by the regulatory bodies, and at times it is not doing enough as per what is needed to appropriately support the regulatory needs, and that's where exists another challenge. We also spoke about ethics. Param spoke about ethics a little bit. I would probably bring out 5 points around the ethics for the AI. I would say it has to be transparent and fair. It has to be safe and secure. That's where security fundamentals comes in picture. It has to be explainable. Param talked about explainability of the AI. I'll delve a little bit into that. It has to be human-centric, and most importantly, it has to be accountable. Right. So let me start by speaking a little bit of human-centric, aspect of AI. So let's take a scenario. So let's say you are building an AI model for 2 different industries. Right. One industry could be healthcare, the other could be finance. Let's talk about the dark skin and the white skin. Right. So healthcare, in the context of healthcare, the dark skin and the white skin, the diagnosis could be very, very different, right? Compared to a financial industry wherein it shouldn't really matter if a person belongs to a dark skin or a white skin, right? So I would say it has to be really human-centric. It may accompany a lot of data that has been collected from a variety of sources, but ultimately when it comes to solving a particular problem through the AI fundamentals, it has to make sure that the human angle is considered into the problem solving, and it shouldn't really be a generic sort of a problem or a solution coming out of the AI. Talking about the explainability aspect, I would probably start by saying that it's more like a AI forensics. Right. So let's say in a healthcare setting, a surgeon is performing a surgery. The device is using some of the underlying AI capabilities to help the surgeon support in the decision-making process, right? And let's say there is something wrong with the model, or the model is poisoned. Ultimately, what happens is the patient is at risk. The surgeon, who is at his or her best ability, is trying to make sure that the patient comes out well out of the OR, but because of something going wrong on the device side, or the model being corrupted, the decision was wrong, and ultimately the patient life is impacted, right? So how do we make sure that the models that are running in the system, the software program that is running in the system, is actually working in an integrated or working in an environment wherein the integrity of the device, integrity of the software code is preserved, and it is not poisoned, and it is working the way the manufacturer has actually designed, right? Talking about the confidentiality side of it, right? So at times we are storing a lot of personal data. Even India recently launched DPDP, the Digital Data Protection Bill, right? A lot of other countries, they already have a lot of regulated bills, laws that surrounds how you protect the data, how you protect the privacy of an individual. Again, it's human-centered, right? So it is really important when we are designing the system, especially when you are designing a new system, you consider the safety, which is given, but at the same time, the security and privacy is now given as well. You can't really design a system that is not secure, that is not considerate enough of the privacy fundamentals of the system requirements or the regulatory requirements. So again, while it is very, very easy to talk about security, privacy, making sure the device remains safe at all the times, but fundamentally, internally, there are a lot of nitty-gritties when it comes to making sure the device is secured, that data that is stored on the device is secured. You talk about data tagging, you talk about de-identification, which is of course a very, very important aspect. If you were to perform AI/ML, if you were to make decisions out of the large amount of data that is being stored, how do you make sure that the consent of the individual is there, right? How do you prove that whatever data you have processed is actually backed with the consents, is actually backed with the proper acquisition laws, or is actually provided by the hospital and is not really, which is provided by some unknown sources. So being able to tie back that chain of record, where it came from, when it got originated, who it belonged to, and do we really want to even store who it belonged to, and if yes, then what is those data properties that we need to store? So I think those kind of aspects are really, really important early in the design phase of the device, and not towards the end phase of the device. Of course, talking about the biasness or the fairness, Param again, he spoke about hallucination, right? So sometimes, it might just so happen, especially in the case of unsupervised learning, that the data inputs are coming, more and more data is getting created. But if you don't have any human centricity or the human angle being involved into what kind of decisions are being made, whether the decisions are making sense, is it moving towards a biased state, right? So those kind of attributes being designed early into the data by virtue of associating some specific attributes, thinking about what outcomes you are perceiving from a system coming out is extremely important again. Right. So I think I would probably conclude by saying that regulatory landscape is ever evolving. It is moving much slower than the rate at which technology is developing. So it is really important to think about certain aspects of the design or the software design or the system design, be it hardware, be it software, be it firmware, wherein you can leave some areas wherein it can be enhanced further as and when the regulations comes, so that you are not really redesigning the whole system, but actually making sure that those things were thought out earlier and now you can take care of those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. And it's a very important aspect. I'll tell you why. Because whenever we are taught about some technology like CT scan or X-ray as imaging, by international guidelines, there is a process that if you have taken 16 hours of lecture on CT physics and instrumentation, you have to deliver 2 hours on radiation physics. Right? X-rays are harmful to the body. So every technology has to be understood in its holistic approach. It's come with very nice, rosy, glossy image, as well as its limitations. So if you see the discussion, we had started with very good applications, but we are narrowing down to the limitations that we are still having in understanding AI, its regulatory, its compliance, accountability is one aspect I did not touch, I'll ask again, but ethics. So all this you have to understand. AI in healthcare has both the edges. It's a double-edged sword, and it's a tool. It's not a solution. The tool has to be optimally utilized for the problem where you think it can actually solve. It's not that I have the tool, what are the problems I can solve with it? Look for the problem where it is actually vital. We have time for questions by audience. Yep. Can we have the volunteers for the mic, please? The one on the back. Yes, please.
I'm Prof. alumnus of the IIT Delhi. I did PhD in 2002 under Prof. Sujata. Now, I have a question. Say, I have listened to the discussion. Say, when the development of the device, after the development of the device, the testing comes on the animal model. So, in animal model, rat, cat, the rabbit, then monkey. So, what is the role, the behind of this? After the development, the testing of the instrument before test of the human being.
Can I answer
Yes,
that question
please.
for you?
Yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah.
yes. So this model of validation of your hypothesis and your arrival at either an intervention which is in terms of a medication or an interventional procedure or even a diagnostic modality can have this. In fact, it is we have regulations called stairs, and there is a stepwise validatory models. It doesn't necessarily mean that if you have a technique that, say for example, you have AI as your tool and you have this, whereas I gave you an example of taking in a data of 10,000 plain CT scans. You don't have to do 10,000 plain CT scans of a mouse model of stroke or a mouse with a CT scan. You use this because your question there is different. As against, if I have a drug for a stroke, say for example, a clot lysing drug, that I have to do the murine model and etc., because there are biologics which I need to understand, there's histopathology which needs to be understood, and also those spin-offs which can happen with this intervention. So that it is different. So for this, it need not be that you need to go through a mouse and then, in fact, you can start with an earthworm and then go to, Drosophila. You don't need to do that in this. Does that answer your question? So because this is not an intervention which you have introduced, you're looking at the data and putting it into a program where you're deriving an algorithm, which is whatever networks you're using, you're able to come to a diagnostic algorithm. All right, that you need to validate. Like for example, we've developed an app. Okay, it's a simple app where there is a questionnaire and we have looked at those check boxes and seen if whether that would lead to a particular differential diagnostic modality. Say, if I have a headache, does it mean it's a brain tumor or it is a migraine, it is whatever. Okay, simplistically, that you can understand. So that app we've developed and we've used this as an app and seen if I project this questionnaire, is it giving you this differential? Or when I give this to a seasoned spectrum, some 100 neurologists, what are they thinking about? You validate it clinically by whatever gold standard you deem it necessary. So there are different ways where your question is different. Did not necessarily mean that you need to go through these stepwise validation models. Okay?
I think Madam has answered a lot of it, but except for one thing, if it is an implant or a drug or intervention, you have to. You have to make it biologically safe. You cannot put it on a human. पुराना बोलता था ना कि human guinea pig नहीं है, तो यही है. तो guinea pig को पहले use करना है, तभी human आए.
It's an intervention. Okay, that's a drug, whatever implant, a procedure, an operation. Those things have to go to that validation.
Right. Yeah.
I'm basically a physicist in medicine. I faculty in NCGG. So I'm just asking one small problem which I faced. I tried a lot to develop skills in AI and ML. So the problem I faced was there is not a proper course for artificial intelligence for people like us who can work as in between a link, because we are basically physicists. I have tried a lot. I have in fact gone to few online courses, tried them, but there has been problem because they are not specifically oriented to our needs. They are more of industrial needs, and I have tried more than 5 to 10 platforms, got registered, started doing it, but somehow lost focus because they were not very much according to our needs. So there can be courses. I'm just requesting there can be courses which focus specifically for healthcare.
Sure.
Digital course, like IISc has one course, sure. But that too is also not as per requirement of developing new things, rather than it's for more of user kind of thing rather than developing kind of thing.
What's your name?
So myself, Dr. Avinav.
Okay, so we have our first unofficial candidate for NCI-Jhajjar as a student. So, but I want Mosam to address that question. This is on a lighter note.
It's a tricky question. Not that tricky, but let me still share my thoughts. So first of all, in School of AI, we have started an MTech program and a PhD program where we encourage non-computer scientists. I mean, computer science students are still welcome, but we encourage non-computer scientists to take an MTech in AI. It's running very well, both the MTech and the PhD program, but I'll tell you the problem. Not a single doctor has been able to make it to the program. Why? Because we're going to test for some computer science basics, we're going to test for some math basics, we're going to test for some programming basics. They will not be able to solve that, not because because that's their training. They have not been thinking in that way. So your point is valid. So it can be answered in many ways. So first of all, we can develop people into AI, but they need to have the fundamental skills that we need. Otherwise, we'll have to train them from the first year of undergrad, which is not going to be possible for us. There are a lot of these quote-unquote crash courses that are running in AI right now. Every platform and their kid brother and every faculty member some faculty member in every university is teaching these courses. We are also teaching 2 of them. These are generally meant for people who want to think of maybe at a high level what AI is all about. Because if we really want to start teaching them the math behind it, it will be the same problem all over again. Anyway, that can't be trained in a crash course kind of a setting. So a lot of these platforms that you are going to and you are taking these courses, either they will be one of the like 5, 7, 8, 10 courses that you are supposed to take, which bring you to the depth of AI. But then you'll have to work very hard to get there because you may have not started from that kind of a starting point. Or these are these courses where you will learn the jargon. You will learn things at a high level. You will not understand the depth and the beauty. Gaurav will not hire you, but you will still learn something and maybe somebody will hire you. Okay. The issue with something, even in this, healthcare is a further oddity. Because healthcare, again, these people are not trained from the math side of things. See, for example, suppose you want to do AI plus, let's say, material science. Or you want to do AI plus manufacturing optimization. Or you want to do AI plus robotics. These are easier places. Because in robotics, you still got a good math training. In material science, you still got, because you started being an engineer. But suppose you want to do AI plus law. I'm not saying healthcare only, but AI plus law. Now these law people who have done LLB, they have not done any math. They have not done any logical reasoning. I mean, they've done a lot of logical reasoning, but not the engineering style of logical reasoning, right? So teaching them AI is incredibly hard, and the same goes for the people who come from a healthcare or a bio background, because the backgrounds are really, really far apart. So I agree with you. In principle, there is a dire need for somebody to pitch in and say, look, this is a course that is meant for biologists or healthcare professionals to learn AI. And we'll start slow, we will not assume anything, and we will slowly take you to a point where you can appreciate the beauty of AI. But it will be a serious endeavor. You cannot do it on the side. Because, right? And that is where I will come to the conflict that Dr. Suri and I had in the previous panel, and even Amit disagrees with me, and I believe all of you will disagree with me, but let me still say what I'm thinking. When I was in 11th or 12th, I was very good at math, I was very bad at bio, life was easy for me. There were many people who were very good at bio, very bad at maths, life was easier for them too. I'm only talking about science people right now.
I had both. Dr. Suri had both.
But there were people like Amit and Ashish who had both bio and math.
Correct.
And they were probably good at both. They may not have been equally good at both, but they were probably good at both. How many people you know who also go through the medical entrance exam and IIT entrance exam? How can they do both entrance exams? Because they are also good at bio, they are also good at math. I mean, they may get better in one and worse rank in the other. But then what happens is that they either become an engineer, they go into the engineering school or the medical school. And suddenly they forget one side of their world and start understanding the beauty of the other side. We artificially train them in one much more than the other. For example, when I was a student at IIT Delhi, there was 0 bio courses. When now today in IIT Delhi, there is 1 bio course, which every student is supposed to take. That's it. How many math courses do doctors take? 0, I hope. Right? So the point is that we have now, even though they had all the background to become an IIT or an engineer, now we have artificially taught them 0 math or 0 bio, as the case may be. So 5 years down the line, you are the master of your home, and your home is really far away to the place where you want to go in the future world, where AI and healthcare are going to talk to each other. Now there are 2 ways to resolve this. I see only 2 ways to resolve this. Most people believe in the first. I will also make a point for the second. The one way to resolve this is you put an AI person and a healthcare person in one room and close the door from outside. They will talk in language they don't understand, but over time they will start recognizing how the other person thinks, how the first person thinks. They will understand some jargon, as Amit says the word jargon. They will probably understand the problem definition. The engineer will not know much about medicine, but will rely on the depth of the doctor, and the doctor will not understand much engineering, but will rely on the depth of the engineer, and together they will do something beautiful. I am not saying that's not possible. I think it's very much possible. And even in School of AI, we have an AI plus X program where different X researchers, not just healthcare, but different X researchers and AI researchers form teams of 2 and advise students to really do good things. But generally one student doesn't do it for me, Because this one student will either come from the AI background or the X background and will find it very hard to bridge the gap. So they will always be master of one and the really jack of the other. The question I'm asking is it time to do an experiment where we create an undergraduate program, maybe 5 years, maybe 6 years, I don't care, at the intersection. We don't artificially create the boundary that we will teach you zero math or we will teach you zero bio. We teach them a lot of math and we teach them a lot of bio. When I say math, I also mean computer science and all the basics that are needed to be successful, and same for the other thing. And maybe, just maybe, we will get some of these people who were initially good at both bio and math, and they were deep enough that they could develop their skills to be really experts of the intersection. This is my proposal. I'm not saying this is the only way to be forward, but this is one way to be forward. They will not be masters of their home. They will not be a better computer scientist than a typical computer scientist. They will not be a better doctor than a typical doctor, but they will really understand some depths of both, and they can really develop in the long run to create a specialization of AI plus healthcare. So again, I don't have an answer to your question, but I had lots of thoughts, so I use this opportunity to say them.
Very interesting. Just I'll respond to Mausam. So whatever Mausam has mentioned, we have penned it down already in a proposal of, we call it BTech in biomedical engineering at IIT Delhi, and it's under circulation. For evolution, it will go to Mausam as well for critics, but it's on documentation.
I think I think both the things are equally good. But you see, the present situation is medicine actually has become tougher over the last 30 years when I did my MBBS, and it is now both my daughters, one was finished and one is training to become a gynecologist, and another is doing her MBBS. It has become, she doesn't sleep. It's continuous. She's worse than what I was 30 years ago. I think it is already the curriculum in MBBS and your MS, MD and DM, MCH is so tough. To put in another engineering course into it, and I'll tell you my experience. I was probably better in physics and maths than I was in probably in biology, but I was good in all of them. Probably that was the killer. I didn't get through AIIMS or IIT both, and I got into Pilani and into UCMS. Had I concentrated on one, I would have actually been in one of these. So the true story is, as 1,000 years ago, you become a jack of all, you become master of none. Become master of one, and I think the best thing which I actually, whenever I meet Dr. Bhatnagar, I find, they stay in the same house. They're probably locked in the same room. And what I learned from him is, collaborate. Yeah, I think we have to understand what we want to do is, we want to do everything on our own, especially as doctors. We think, and it's true, if you become a gastroenterologist, you would like to even think like a neurosurgeon or a neurologist. And similar holds true for on engineering sessions, that we have to learn that if you want to deliver, especially products and all, ultimately it's different from what the academics, CGPA and our degrees are. We have to collaborate. If the moment you collaborate, and I've learned over the last 13, 14 years in my collaboration with IIT, you are very good in your own self. But when you start collaborating, it is frustrating at times. It is difficult. It takes time. We used to learn languages. You have to be very patient, and a lot of failures. But success comes, and it only comes with collaboration. And you start finding the right partners. You start finding the right. I think that is the only key, which I feel. You become the master of your own self. You find another master of the other self, and then you team together. And this inspiration from my IIT collaboration was the University of Minnesota. I went there as a visiting professor, I think 15 years ago, and my inviting professor took me to the basement. That was a small basement where the first person who did the cardiac transplant there, and the engineer from the University of Minnesota, they teamed together. And they made the first pacemaker. That was the birth of a company known as Medtronics Incorporated. So a multi-billion-dollar company came from the basement of the University of Minnesota. Why can't it come from one of the rooms from IIT or AIIMS? But you have to collaborate. That is it.
So AI has time management also, right? So Amit, there are questions there.
One question.
Yeah. Yeah, yours.
Good evening, sir. I think his question is still unanswered.
Yeah, I'll answer.
I can see from his face.
So
just to let you know, let me tell you, if you are really interested in learning about AI, okay, and coming from the medical background or medical physics, you please meet me. I'll invite you to be with somebody for 6 months. You will learn AI how to implement in the real life. Okay,
Does that make you satisfied? So I can answer it in another way. I'm sure Mausam will not catch me by my words. See, AI, most of the people who are using AI in this room, 90% are applied. There are only 10 to 5 people who are core AI developers. And as an interdisciplinary student, I think you should not expect yourself or push so hard that you want to be an AI expert in that core mathematical area. You should know enough to be applied to a problem which is in your hand. And for that, there are training programs. IIT Delhi runs CEP programs, which are 6 months program in some expertise. You can do interdisciplinary degree. IIT Delhi have MTech program in biomedical engineering where you can choose your subject and projects related to AI. So a hands-on experience is definitely a must if you are coming for an interdisciplinary program. It cannot be taught virtually or through YouTube lectures. So look into that opportunities and that will help. Last question.
Good evening, sir. It was an impressive panel discussion on AI and medical science, and the insight provided and the depth of discussion were invaluable. My question is mainly towards the AIIMS faculty. Like, how might the medical community adapt to the increasing integration of large-scale data, trained model like AI, to ensure that physician remains the indispensable in patient care? And what strategy can be adopted to address the potential unemployment concerns? And what have the AIIMS Delhi, the premier institute of the country in medical science, has done for their fellow residents to address this?
Why did you write down this question and read it out?
He has been waiting for a while actually.
So one is that you said that what's the relevance of physicians around when AI comes in? Is that the first question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we probably have not come to that yet. And I don't think we would ever be, because the role is that you stay ahead of the game. And for that, you need to definitely adapt and change. There are famous quotes by some very famous personalities that, the machines are listening, we should be listening too. And the patient is your teacher. So I don't think that we'll ever be out of relevance. In fact, the biggest threat was supposed to be to radiology, because a lot of AI had actually come into an automated kind of diagnostics, just looking at a CT or an MR or what have you. And believe me that this time with the NEET exam, the biggest grosses for MD went to radio diagnosis, not to surgeons. So in fact, it went to radio diagnosis. So that tells you a story. With all this, they're still ahead of the game. So one is to stay ahead of the game. You see, AI, it's for us to keep it as your friend and not to become, not that to become our foe. And I know there's a black box warning, and I'm sure there is a lot of, methods to make that not happen and to understand, to know. So I think just to stay ahead of the game. So I don't think you should bring residency or how to take care of residents. Residents are doing just fine. They're happy. But more importantly is, I think this should go out as a message. You always get a buzzword in the universe. Keeps happening. The latest buzzword is AI. But I think you should listen to your heart and not get into this game because that's the buzzword or that has the greatest potential for me to, have a success in whatever terms you define that success. To be the CEO of a biggest, and have the biggest grosser in terms of whatever currency you want it to be in. So I think you should listen to your heart. If your heart is in this, then I think you will be happy. And the choice, believe me, there's always a choice. Never say that I don't have a choice. And you'll be responsible for the consequences for the choices you make. Yeah. Right? Don't worry about this. We will always be there. Okay?
Let me say something, because even though you addressed it to AIIMS faculty members, I think I need to put in a thought here. AI is not about replacing any jobs at this present moment in time. We don't know what is going to happen 50 years down the line. Nobody can look that far in the future. But you have to realize that machines have different strengths and humans have very different strengths. The ability that we have of abstraction, of learning with very limited amounts of data, of reading a book and understanding and contextualizing in the application that we are trained in. Those kinds of skills the machines do not have. Machines, on the other hand, have the power of some generalization. You can think of it as interpolation more than extrapolation. You're basically given lots of data points, in a much higher number of data points than typically humans are given, and the machine is able to interpolate better. So what is going to happen, and machine will be very fast and has better memory. So therefore what ends up happening is that when it is time to do something really fast, machines will help. When it is a tricky case, humans will be better. When there is some creative thinking that needs to be done, humans would be better. When it is more of the routine and the mundane, the machines will be better. And in general, the future that at least I see for the next 20 years, I'm not saying 50 because 50 is hard, but for the next 20 years is all the doctors will learn AI. Not AI, sorry. All the doctors will learn how to deal with AI, how to work with AI. AI will have to learn how to explain itself to doctors. AI is not there yet. Somebody raised this point about the ethics. And basically human AI collaboration is how the world should be in the future. And this is not just for healthcare and doctors. This is for basically almost every discipline. You will find that AI will make mistakes. You will find that humans will make mistakes. You will find that when humans and AIs are doing things together, they will together collectively make less mistakes. Or at least that's what I would hope. So I don't think there is a danger for jobs to be vanished. There may be some danger for some part of the jobs to be reduced because the productivity has now become higher for an individual person. But then we can extrapolate and say that, you know, lots of doctors don't exist in our villages. Maybe they will be first line of defense that AI can do. Maybe the real doctors will have to deal with only the real cases because, you know, there are many, many ways you can visualize the future. But the way you should not visualize the future is that some jobs are gone and AI has taken over them, because that's not what I see.
I can make a comment there. I think a very good question. I think this has been always a thing that whether radiology and dermatology or general medicine and pathology would actually go from the field. Actually, if you see the last 30 years of neurosciences, we both are neuroscientists, and the mortality in brain surgery 30 years ago from a brain tumor used to be 30, 40 years ago, used to be around 30%. That when I joined training, it used to be something like that patient will fold your hands if he's well, if he's not, and fold your hand if he dies also. So that used to be. Now we're talking about 98% success. It's not only because of skills, because of technology. We're working completely on CT, MRI, advanced tools, robotics. So all these have changed. I personally feel that AI will make the surgeons and the physicians better. It will actually increase our outcome of the patient outcome. That is one. Second is it will increase the screening and the diagnostic ability. That is something that we are actually suffering. The radiology, initially 30 years ago, CT and MRI was not heard of. MRI was not heard of. CT scan used to be, now every nook and corner you have an X-ray machine or an MRI or something like that. So you need those screening tools all over the country. It's a huge country.
Okay. So I think by the time we gear up and be at the highest speed, the adrenaline rush is always higher. So we are at the peak of our discussion, but I am limited by time. The take-home message is that AI is a tool, and I think all the panelists agree on that. And as one of the panelists in the above, when we were on breakout session, they said every technology has a hype cycle. So AI is probably going through that stage right now. It will stabilize in 5 to 10 years, and then we'll be able to understand the pros and cons it brings to the community, and we'll be optimally able to use it. And as ma'am said, that's nobody has seen and nobody can actually guide you what is the right way, but you listen to your heart. You should not regret what your decisions you take. So use it as a tool in your armory, and those who are able to use this tool in their armory for their day-to-day problem solving in healthcare would be the breed of doctors who would be better equipped with better diagnostics and better interventions. So I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all the experts ever here who have agreed to spare time today, and because of their busy schedule, I know, but their expertise, vision have definitely benefited all of us and this wider audience present in this room. It was a real pleasure to have them on board here, and my sincere thanks to all of you on behalf of IIT Delhi. With that, I would say Happy Independence Day for tomorrow to all of you. Jai Hind. And I request Professor Bhatnagar to give a memento to all of our panelists and close this discussion. Thank you very much.
May I request you all to come in the front, please?
Go ahead.
Yes. यहीं से जरूर या आगे आ जाइए नहीं तो आपका so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. मैडम आपकी एक वर्ड कोलैबोरेशन से बड़ा
Okay. So I request audience to please stay. There is a vote of thanks and a summary of this workshop today would be presented after this session. So please stay.
If you want to do a group photo, we'll do a group photo. So may I request Professor Banerjee Kundu to come on stage for the final concluding remarks. So this will be a concluding session, and may I also request all the participants to fill up the feedback form so that we can have a written document, and those who are unable to fill it will be sending it online also. So Professor Kundu, please. नहीं पहले का चालू कर दो आ जाएगा ठीक है या So I'm truly honored to deliver this vote of thanks message to all the panelists, the esteemed members of the panel. With their wisdom and their knowledge, their experience, they supported us, they helped us to design and give us a pathway to proceed forward. Before I move on to individually thank every member, because this is also a set of concluding remarks. So I have the panel discussions, and the rapporteurs have done a fantastic job to provide me a concept note based on the discussions that had happened. And on the basis, I will just read out some of the key points against each panel that will encourage us to proceed and think on those lines and take steps accordingly. So the first panel was on patient-specific drug development for cancer treatment. And so the discussion revolved around the key themes related to patient-specific drug development, its challenges, opportunities, and role of various stakeholders. So the session commenced with a presentation by esteemed faculty members both from AIIMS as well as IIT Delhi, and they shared their insights into their expertise in cancer biology and precision medicine. So organoid was a key point of discussion in this session, and it has been emphasized that organoids are increasingly being utilized to model patient-specific response in not only cancer treatment of one kind, but also include cancer treatment of GI, head, neck, breast, and all other cancers, blood cancers. Dr. Dev was particularly advocating for setting of short and long-term goals to guide the research in this direction. Dr. Samir Bakhshi discussed the multi-pronged approach to address specific cancers and general immune-mediated concepts. He emphasized the need for multi-level attacks to yield exponential outputs. Professor Sujata Mohanty highlighted the importance of technology in patient-specific drug development, and she suggested to develop a core group that should focus on incorporating technology like robotics and microfluidic devices. I think IIT Delhi is already, proceeding in doing some of the high-end research in these lines, and I am sure our younger faculty members around are already involved and engaged in collaborative research in these directions. Dr. Mohanty also stressed the need for standardized operating procedures to facilitate quick translation of technology into clinical applications. And towards that, I am very happy to announce that IIT Delhi and AIIMS are already collaborating through what is called as MFIRP projects. And those projects are now supposed to be more data-centric and more focused. So while these MFIRP projects are open, and anybody collaborating or wish to collaborate with AIIMS, they do so on an individual basis. But now it has been focused or emphasized that these can be on a specific focused area, for example, organoids and cancer. That will really boost up those who are involved in this field. And gradually the discussion transitioned to addressing the question of skilling the workforce in this domain, and there were discussion on possibility of offering certificate courses or joint degrees to equip the workforce with specialized knowledge. So those who will be actually doing microfluidics, whether it is PhD courses or through certificate courses, these microfluidics and data management can be taught to them. That was what was discussed and what was suggested for proceeding forward. So we began this journey, those who do not know, in the year 2016, and gradually we came to this point after a lot of deliberations and interactions with various kinds of stakeholders, not only within the institute but around the institute and also globally. And finally we came up with those 4 verticals against which these panel discussions happen today. So the second panel was on performance enhancement in Paralympians and injury prevention. And the highlights of this discussion was that on the field and off the field, holistic assessment involving both physical and mental health parameters is critical to the well-being and performance of the elite athletes. And therefore it is absolutely essential that all infrastructure at IIT Delhi-Jhajjar campus be accessible to individuals with various kinds of disabilities, and that proper training is imparted to all the stakeholders. It was also emphasized that each athlete is unique, and therefore it kind of overlapped with the concept of personalized medicine, not only just the medicine but the support system that is required by the Paralympians. So that each disability is also unique, and therefore unique intervention and unique solution needs to be provided. So we were advised to proceed in those directions so that unique opportunity can be built and accessible to everybody. It was also highlighted that there is an acute shortage of trained manpower in sports, medicine and rehabilitation. And the Sports Authority of India and other stakeholders have already started developing such manpower. And we should be key in actually in augmenting and helping and developing those kinds of manpowers so that they can be of great use. Therefore, there is a pressing need for immediate focused curriculum development, which should be a focus or theme item for our course of action. So that was the second panel. The third panel was on medical implants, diagnostics, devices, design and development. And so here the emphasis was to create sub-thematic areas for a more focused approach. And these sub-thematic areas has been very nicely categorized during the discussion. So there should be surgical equipment, orthopedic implants, that is where a focus should be, One Health approach, and 3D printing implants, etc. So these are some of the key points that came out of that discussion. There were also ideas of having a panel of advisors where the right panel can give valuable suggestions how to take forward from the market point of view. Because we heard about, these people from industry, the CEOs, various other stakeholders who are actually directly dealing with the market and the requirement. So there has to be a panel and a continuous discussion. That is what was discussed there. And from prototype to commercialization, the journey should be divided into several stakeholders. Disease-based work groups should be clearly identified. We also need to realize the technology absorption, that is industry immersion, co-creation and seamless interaction between all these pillars. More large animal preclinical trials are needed. That is where IIT Delhi is definitely lacking. And that is where an interaction or a collaboration with AIIMS or any other organization, whether it is NCI or any other medical institutions or research institutions who have or have already developed an animal health facility or a facility which can directly lead to testing of the preclinical trials will be of great value. IP sharing between industry and academia is also focused. So the feature areas to work on were suggested, like additive manufacturing, FEM modeling and simulation, material science and engineering, testing, coatings, high-end 3D printing, PCB chips, diagnostic kit for known pathogen and unknown pathogens. We need to accelerate these technological requirements. There is a big need, and definitely this was a big boost as one of the panel discussions that we did. The last panel, which just now concluded, relates to the AI/ML in digital healthcare, medical imaging and diagnostics. So it was emphasized that the campus can be used as a data repository. Now this is something that hasn't come, that came only because of this fantastic discussion. So if we happen to develop a IITD-Jhajjar campus with an AI/ML type of course or curriculum, then that can also be used as a repository and a store for various kinds of medical conditions, which may be stroke, epilepsy, movement disorder, disability-friendly environment. Now, a disability-friendly environment has also been discussed, as I told you in just the previous session, where the Paralympics had to be given, support system. The AI can actually integrate, the database of the AI can integrate the support system in that fashion. Now, adherence to medication, we are using AI and finding when patient is thinking on dropping the medicine. Now, this is a serious issue that was discussed by the panelists. And it was suggested that if you can provide AI-based solutions, because you have the database, you have the information, the history of the patient about what he is taking and when he is planning to drop. Now, however, There should be faster medication trials on the basis of AI. If you have the database, if you have the AI, then there can be faster medication trials. But at the same time, we should be cautious about the ethics of AI, so that your data is safe, secure, explainable, human-centric and accountable. So the personal data should be protected, privacy should not be interfered. Biasness should be gone with. So AI goal is to help doctor and industry in the following way: to increase their efficiency, the industry interest, hardware and local innovation. And through that, we can integrate the data across devices, reduce the anomicity if at all, and then this will help in better hospital management and patient management. Finally, image analysis or drug recommendation can be done with the help of AI and with the help of medical intervention. So those are the key points, those are the concluding remarks that I wanted to make, and these are the take-home messages for all of us. I am really very, very happy to tell you that this August congregation actually happened because of the initiative by Professor Bhatnagar. So although I was in and out on various occasions, but Professor Bhatnagar just took it away and then did whatever is required, and I am so happy that it happened. The another thing that I would like to tell you, that Professor Bhatnagar actually came, when I came back and started interacting with him, also what's happening about this. So he said, "Arey yaar, tum to bhag gaye, sara kaam mujhe karna pada." But you did a fantastic job, sir. Thank you very much. With the support of Professor Rangan Banerjee, who has been behind me all the time, जब भी मीटिंग होती है, प्रोफेसर बैनर्जी मुझे ये बोलते, कुंडू कुछ नहीं हो रहा है यार, तुम्हारा झज्जर कैंपस का कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. So, this is one great initiative that has happened, and I am sure that we will take, steps, bigger steps from here onwards. The entire team of professors, researchers, students, everybody who helped, not only moderating the panel, but also as rapporteurs, they have really done a fantastic job. Commendable, because as I can see, the way we transitioned from one phase to another, one panel to another, and the breakout discussions, everything was planned fantastically. And to top it all, Professor Bhatnagar made sure that we have the best food available, because that was also a key of contention by many panelists, many professors here who said, "Sir, aap khana kya khilaoge?" So he made that sure also. So thank you very much once again. And obviously, I think the panelists, I think his entire team, not only his students, faculty from CBME, faculty from all other parts of the institute, they really made this occasion happen successfully. I thank all the panelists from the bottom of my heart once again to be a part of this national building opportunity. The tea and the food sessions were fantastic. That is where most of the interactions and exchanges of visiting cards happened, and I am sure that at least 20 to 30% of that will translate into collaborative research. And the student volunteers require special appraisal, and the entire IRD unit, I don't see any one of them. Archana ma'am, Jyoti ma'am, where are they? Thank you very much. Oh, there they are. So with that, I thank all of you once again for your patience and hearing and contributing significantly. Thank you.